The man steps along the fence, raging and loudly, as a fist hits the wall. "Why didn't I could?" He is indignant, believing that even with the rank of F to overcome that worthless monster would be under the power of everyone. The fair-haired man is heading for his head and muttering that this is all someone's fault. Anger in his eyes testifies. He is angry with someone. Somewhere else, a guy with dark hair looks back, thinking that at least someone has already left. Behind his back, the girl in armor turns him as ninth, wondering if everything is fine. 9 in response assures that nothing has happened. Barely waving his sword, he instantly destroys all the monsters who were leaning from behind. On this, the new notes that he just attacks. A few months ago, it was in the city of the Bible, who was sitting in a hostel when a man was arrogantly burst into the room and reported that he was calling for some gentleman. At that moment, he was precisely done in the basin. He asked if Mr. Ailes really was calling him. He gets up, sighing, and complains that he dreamed of sleeping. He has only 15 years old, and only 2 months have passed since he settled on the path of adventure. Its level of magical power is Odnitsa, almost on the verge of 0, which determines the lowest, F, rang among all adventurers. He considers his nickname in vain. He has a lot of responsibilities: washing, cleaning, checking the equipment, purchasing, and he is also a fighter. So, the one who considered himself unnecessary was noticed by the leader of their team, Mr. Ailes, and that's how he joined the ranks of adventure seekers. Rising, he leaves a bunch of washing, and, interested, says that he wants to know more about the case. Returns to her, turning to the mysterious Inu. The cat sitting on the windowsill will gently crawls to him, and then sheerly jumps on his shoulder. According to Non, her answer was a simple excuse. They say, nothing serious. He reassures her, it is not necessary to say so, because without words he realized that he wanted to convey Inu. It seemed so always. The most cat became like a native sister, and for he was a younger brother. He is approaching the door of the master, sure he is drinking now. He sighs deeply, presses his hand to the chest, trying to master the excitement. After a short pause, it knocks and apologizes. In a moment he notices the Elias sitting with a glass in his hand, then carefully asks if they saw his match. About the Alice is a charming girl's. Throwing a confident look at the 9, he states that these trolls for him are little things, and the battles in the dungeons of this city do not make any difficulty at all. One of the girls at his feet is passionate about saying that such a skill could be expected from the respected Lord Ailes. The other emphasizes how amazing his magical blow was. The girls confess that he has conquered their hearts again and lit a new delight in them. They seek to learn everything he can teach them. Meanwhile, 9 noticed a lot of empty bottles on the floor. He realizes with annoyance, all the money is cut into these drinks, and now he will not be enough for a piece of bread again. Then Ellis, looking at him, is wondered if they accepted such worthless. It points to a free place and orders him to sit. Non approaches him, becomes around and lowers his eyes. A system gladly watches this picture. With an ironic smile, he says his sword is a black katana. It was possible to sell it, however, not much. He adds with sarcasm, "It is a pity." 9. He fades with surprise. Alès is leisurely drinking out of the glass and caps. "Are you a deaf? The sword came to you almost for nothing. Now I am sitting with a cheap drink in my hands. My father has not given me a penny for a long time. It is not possible to squeeze what is happening. Did his sword really, his main weapon, sold without his knowledge? Why arrange such strange tricks with Shep and Mantagam? Yesterday he still killed a monster with this sword, and everything for the team." Non, affected by pride, is indignant at Gilead Fubard. "Why did you do it? How do you now fight without a sword?" Alice interferes and breaks hard. He orders to silence because he just annoys, or maybe he is actually so deaf. Nen wants to deny and tries to explain to himself the essence of the law on traces. It seems to him that by this moment he just endured everything and did not even allow himself to think about him. He joined this team because, despite his inability to magic, he had a chance to become an adventurer, even if he had to play the role of a servant. He dreamed of all this to fulfill his late father's last will. He was to become an adventurer, so no matter how difficult the trials were, he steadily overcame every obstacle. In times of magic, when the world is full of unknown opportunities, a person like him, in no capable of nothing, had to only clamp his teeth and hold on if he sought to become an adventurer. In his hands, he firmly squeezes a sheet with details of selling his weapons. With despair, he lifts his eyes and notices how a forest with the girls shines with satisfied smiles. At the moment when he was found, he felt incredible happiness. In addition, he hoped to thank them, demonstrating the technique of the sword that inherited him from his father. Nan exclaims that this sword is the only memory of his father to remain with him. In addition, without weapons, he will not be able to fight and become completely helpless. Ailey is rejected on the back of the chair and warns strictly. It is enough to translate their troubles to other people's shoulders. He asks whether it should talk to the Sovless. He did not rest why the answer was not the way he expected, and why he was not thanked for selling the sword and bringing money to the team. It is also strange that the Nine cannot understand why he is accused. Ailey confesses that today he almost gave his soul to God. If he did not end up those trolls, Nye would no longer be alive. Further, his thoughts are affected by one bright red gift, and rage begins to rage inside. Scarlet Daria is the adventurer of the highest rank, a formidable magician from the Scarlet Falcon team, and undoubtedly the most powerful attacking sorceress of the entire continent. Nain's ears came that she was a real princess. He believes that comparing it with him, a simple seeker of the adventures of the lowest rank, just as absurd as to flatten the sky and the earth. Alice confesses Nane, who also has a healing in front of the highest rank adventurer. She even gave him a potion. Is it at all capable of knocking out of the track? Nen is noticeably nervous and does not understand why the master showed such impatience, being in the rear. For some reason, he rushed to the battle. It almost was the victim of the monster, but it was his position in the front line that made it possible to help and save the master in time. He took a blow on himself and flew to the wall. Scarlet Daria ran up to him rapidly, anxiously asking whether everything was fine with him. She suddenly drove a bottle to his mouth, and he, swollen, was confused with the potion, only surprised. When she took the vessel, he gratefully looked at her with understanding. Scarlet Darius, in response, smiled sincerely and warmly. The listing is a flashing. The Nine thinks, did you try to sway before the highest class searcher? Or maybe he considers all this nonsense. Ailes confesses that he was ready to expel him from the team immediately, and eventually discovered mercy. If he sincerely apologizes and spends 3 days in the post, he will have a chance for forgiveness. Putting a glass with a drink on the table, Ailes with a disgusting mind orders Nava to leave the room. Nine sits, trying to tread something in a confusion, but everything floats before his eyes. His own emotions are incomprehensible, but somewhere he felt deeply. Otherwise, he could not be. He believes that people are arranged in such a way that, when they are in hopelessness, they quickly give up without thinking about anything. They are convinced that it makes no sense to talk to him, because he will not understand anything. He decides what to do the same. He bows to him and begins to talk about his sword. Suddenly, his leg touches his paw Inu, accompanying it with demanding owls. The Nine looks and notices it. Alice with a threatening look is a fist on the table and reports Nani that he has a bunch of affairs, so let him not delay until his mood has changed. Alice throws a vigilant, full-time, and noticed as an Ayu, he becomes adamant before none, meeting him with a confident, decisive look. In Cat's eyes, Alice captures sparks of neglect. The alias itself is noticeably nervous, the wave of anxiety covers it, and the cold sweat flows through his forehead. Alice came from a neighboring country, belonging to an influential local aristocratic kind. There were completely different customs and traditions. For example, a thrown glove was a direct call to the duel. It was only necessary to accept this call. In addition, young aristocrats were strictly forbidden to stay alone. There were always women near them. As soon as a black cat runs in front of him, it heralds a disaster, so if it happens in his path, he must chase it with his feet, and he always followed this rule. Ailey stood up, and without holding back the fierce, he hit the Yu so that the blood went, shouting how much the whole situation seemed to him. En fainted. Nen rose, approached the trembling girl, carefully picked her in her arms, and wondered worriedly whether she was fine with her. He covered what he did. Alice lightly replied that it was just a cat. Non denied, they say, that's not. Alice continued, if he is noble, can he not afford to repel that cat? Nen looked at him with horror, and at that moment he rushed forward. It causes Ailes a powerful blow to the face, so that he is stunned, falls to the ground and does not even have time to get rid of or deny something. At that moment, Non is convinced that his hair is white. He is indifferent to how noble blood flows in veins. He knows only one thing. Anyone who dares to cross his way will certainly pay in full. He causes a second stroke and is already adjusting to the third, and suddenly a mournful, long-haired man comes to his ears. He fades instantly, stopping halfway. He releases Alice and exclaims to Anu. Her meow sounds like the final chord of a guitar. He immediately understands. She asks him to stop because he has already received his part. Alice lies on the floor without consciousness. Non is suffered in surprise, thinking, did that blow really enough to turn it off? The next moment the girl with a cry, "You are terrible!" rapidly rushes to him with the sword. He manages to dodge the impact cleverly. He realizes that he lost his self-control, and therefore would not have time to dodge. In fact, if he was just a little lucky, it could cost him life. At this point, another girl runs to Lord Ailes. It immediately takes to treat it, and the wound in the eyes decreases. Everyone is stunned by this miracle healing, and they are fascinated by this sight. And the ninth, having lost balance, falls back. He remembers Xena and asks with her care whether everything is fine with her or does nothing hurt. She was only in favor. Non notes that it was not so painful for him, though. In the end, was she not the initiator of everything? He firmly wraps the cat and notes that it is just nonsense. Cats do not behave. But smiling gently, adds, the main thing is that she is safe now. The girls call him Alice, and in the meantime, Nesh reports Ina that he has already decided everything. She asks him, slightly surprised. Nonus is silently approaching, in his gaze, a shadow of regret. It is a pity that such a disaster happened from you, and he will never allow this to be repeated. He calls them loudly, and all views turn to him. With a meaningful piece of nine-sided, he confidently examines friends, and then suddenly exclaims that everything is going on. Anu! Miyazapoli! The three stunned, he look after him. Aela's astonishment asks where he goes. Is he not part of their company anymore? He picks up with him and turns away from others. The same instantly grab their feet and try to stop it in a panic. Ailis reminds him that it is in vain that he enters this group. Non, tired of looking at him, turns to him with respect and nods. They say, everything has its reason. Ailis notes that she understands the situation perfectly and adds that time to apologize. Nen with anger exclaims that he had hit Inu. Does he not understand how expensive it is? Ailes tries to explain that this black cat is related to the rules and customs of his country. Ales states that the past is no longer changed, so it is not necessary to portray from it a villain. Pointing to his blue cheek, he exclaims that he did it all. Nine clashes his fist and imagines that he has not heard any apology to the Ina all this time. Walking past Ailes, he reports that he leaves the team and thanks everyone for the support and assistance until now. Ailes only sighs hard. He rotates sharply and begins to shout to Nine, threatening that he will still regret his act. He states that he will immediately go to the head of the Guild of Adventurers and tell about his betrayal, so tomorrow everyone will find out about it. 9.9 cannot grasp the reasons for such obsessive anxiety, as if something will change from his complaints. It gradually comes to him. They have no servant at all. This is how it confuses him. All their things are eagerly bursting with his hands. But how else is life different with servants? What do they usually do? Nine reports to him that since tomorrow they will be laundry, and today he will spend time in the laundry room. He orders them to cope on their own. From now on, Ailes asks him to wait. The ninth is interested. Is there anything else? He is allowed to go where he wants, but under one condition. He states that he has to leave all his things, and then he can quietly disappear, because this company does not like him. He immediately teaches everything he had with him. A backpack, potions, and other little things, and reports that he leaves them here. Ailes is annoyed with his tongue, burns from anger, and exclaims that the armor should be left. Non, without unnecessary words, begins to remove the protective equipment, leisurely laying it on the table, without drawing a look from Ailes. Among all this, she believed, there would be nothing close to his heart. Every day, the guy bought himself bread for his own money, so there was no hand to the new weapon. There was not enough money. He was made aware that for such a worthless one, it is a waste. So they paid only a penny. Removing everything, he stated that he had nothing more. Opening the door, he asked to protect himself. Elis froze in confusion and perfect silence, quite puzzled and not imagining how to proceed. Nevertheless, he screams for a long time, hoping to force him to regret his actions. Non, having clenched his fists, is confidently departing, not paying attention to the outrage behind. Surveying his things, he suddenly notices the absence. The blade is no longer among his property. So, Eyeless really gave him for sale. He pours the contents of the backpack. The cat fits and does not, they say. No one forces them to follow the rules. It calmly assures that everything is under control. He argues that only one thing is important: his own feelings. The cat is noisy again and jumps on his shoulder. But suddenly the guy fades away from surprise. In the mouth of the Fluffy he notices a thing. Seeing the coin, he is in surprise. It cannot be. The cat, staring proudly, looks at him carefully. Non, with a slight surprise, notes that this coin will be enough for them all year long. He is interested and asks the cat, and he replies. Non, with doubt, reminds that they just found a coin. The cat offers a way out of the situation. The ninth is wondered if it is all just to return the father's sword. He asks whether it is too much hope. The cat is already complaining about, because so far all his efforts have been rewarded only with the words of gratitude, and he is not sure whether they like the coin this time. Looks hard at her, covered by doubts. With modesty in his voice, he notes that there is no other way out. He clamps the coin in his palm, and thank you very much for his support. They go. Non warmly notes how good to have a younger sister who is worried about him. And Anu Murkatuka gently huddles his head to his cheek, forcing him to smile. In the thoughts, Non is sure that they will always be together. He hugs her even stronger, and thanks sincerely. He stops in front of the door and asks everyone to think. It may be worth placing the camp just under this pillar, not to waste time, to take some useful work right away. For example, to destroy mice. After all, Meow does not tolerate these creatures. Non asks whether cats behaves in the same way, and he proudly replies that she is a cat with a sense of dignity. Non gradually comes the awareness. He is no longer part of the group and now a lone traveler. No one wants to cooperate with a nameless who does not have any magic. He inspires himself, repeating that a real adventure seeker never seems. In order to fulfill his father's will, he needs to be the winner of the dragons and return the sword. He feels the moment has come for his dream. 9 opens a gate in front of him. Only one step separates him from a new path. However, he suddenly stops, rotates, and notices Scarlet Darius. She stands carefully at him, with her chest folded on her chest. 9 thinks if it is the princess held in the dungeon. What are the most powerful matches of the continent here? Scarlet Darius smiles at him and asks if he is already going home, addressing him as a boy. Scarlet Darius is the highest grade star, as well as the most powerful Magen of the entire continent. The 9 cannot understand why she appeared here at all. Scarlet Darius reaches out to him and, smiling in surprise, exclaims, "This is a surprise. Are you already going home?" A new device suddenly hissed on the 9th's shoulders. Many dungeons and dangerous places are scattered throughout the continent. In these places, there are monsters that threaten the lives of people. Those who stand in defense of the land and liberate the territory from monsters are called adventure seekers. Guild was founded to confront the mighty monsters. She was continuing for help, asked for support for both ordinary people and representatives of the nobility. In order to successfully perform the task, the Guild has introduced certain standards of force, which is why a special system of ranks operates for adventurers from all over the world. The SS rank remains empty. For over a century, no one has been honored. The rank of ES can be an elite group of purple falcons, which includes the legendary Darius Strong. Those similar to A-Text belong to the B rang, and the 9 holds only a modest position in F rang. Accompanied by Daria, a skilled adventurer of the rank of ES, Mina was waiting for an unexpected journey into dangerous dungeons. It is a dungeon of Bibli, the lowest class. It was here that desperate seekers from the Purple Falcon detachment went here to test their power. The enemy became a liking troll, a full owner of this dungeon. Such clashes for uninvited visitors are quite common here, List thought, weighing his next steps. If you act prudently, the chance to obtain this rare magic stone was almost zero. After the death of the monsters, an incredibly valuable artifact remains a magical stone. The 9th stands boldly in front of the troll. The monster rushes to the attack, but it retains complete calm and does not retreat. Confidently reflects a blow with his sword. When the young man's cloak is darkened, his armor, hair, and sword are blackening with him. Bright Daria looks at him and compares with the shadow. So elusive and mysterious he seems. 9. It only easily waves the sword, and a huge trick with a loud crash flies on the wreckage, scattering down. The angry monster lifts a shrill cry, and Scarlet Daria fades in a surprise, stunned by all that is happening. 9 rapid strokes swell in the air, but none of them reaches the hole. Scarlet Darius is raised and notes that he has a surprisingly skillfully possesses a sword. For her, this is a real wonder. It seems that he is not at all to magic. During the melee, the Mames release the magic embedded in weapons. With every sweeping blow to Daria, her sword is gaining more and more power. Contemporaries usually call such things magical weapons. Daria's Skleet is convinced that the energy flow of Nana cannot be caught. She quietly asks to Linda, or she saw something. But Linda only shakes her head slightly. She not noticed anything at all. Linda asks Darius with horror whether he is more agile than her. The girl confesses that it looks like it is. She is surprised. Who is he really, this mysterious guy? Linda notes that the Wand of Trolls emits incredibly strong magic, and only an extremely fast fighter will be able to parry her blows. In addition, these weapons are stronger even than the skin of the troll itself. She explains that this level can only be achieved after many years of persistent training, because even intense adventurers are sometimes unable to cope with such attacks. Scarlet Daria is amazed. The guy managed to cope with it surprisingly. The girl cannot understand how it turned out. She thinks that he seems to be able to cope with the evaporative troll on his own. The faster it moves, the more accurately and more powerful his witchcraft is. What are the limits of his strength? The third person is wondering if he is involved in the battle. Scarlet Darius, looking around in surprise, finally realizes that everything has become in place. It is known for its strategic thinking and agility, making it skillfully holding key positions in the vanguard. His skills allow teammates to be lightly focused on the battlefield. At this point, the monster attacks the 9th, but he is. Darius notes that having released his right flank, he drove the monster just into the trap. However, in her opinion, such a result could be achieved without it. Opening for the partner the perfect position for the offensive, the guy notes that if he manages to break through, then the defense on the hill will be able to attack the enemy from the rear without interruption. Lyndon notes that the narrowness of the cave is on his side. It is enough to trot at least a sip of air, and everything is over. Darius notes that not everything always goes without obstacles. Sometimes the monster emerges from suddenly new threats. The monster deftly evades the blows while all 9 Alis stops. They shout at him, and 3 of them are feverishly advised, reflecting a new strategy. Daria clapped his fist, flashing determination. In her place, she would not be beaten for anything. Without hesitation, she desperately beats Alis right in the face. However, bypassing the enemy in front and back, this guy, who is only 9, moves unnoticed as a shadow and is playing with his prey, like a cat. He jumps rapidly and moves lightly, leaving no monster and seconds to think. Each time, when such a moment came, Daria again remembered her assumptions, and each time her confidence in her own correctness was only stronger. The 9 knocks out weapons from the monster's paws, and at that moment, Darius, holding his breath, notices the look of a black cat. In her thoughts, she flies. Is this really fate? In her thoughts, one thing is spinning. He captivated her heart. In the imagination, she has already called him a black cat, and cannot get rid of the question. Who is he really? Daria is convinced that the 9 again cut that ball. She, despite her experience and rank of ES among adventure seekers, is not able to catch even a hint of his magic. As he succeeds, remains a mystery to her. She with excitement, and at the same time proudly notes herself that it far exceeds all her expectations. She does not leave curiosity. Who really is he? She notices the annoyance of Alis exclaims Nan, calling him a void. What does he allow? Nan fades with a surprise, struck by a sudden surprise. Ileus exclaims, demanding that you stop swinging with a pointed blade. For no apparent reason, he orders to knock down the troll from his feet, promising to attract his last blow alone. Darius, having listened to this conversation, does not hide her astonishment. Daria considers this fool the weakest among all, but he holds as if he knows and knows more than others. Once upon a time it just annoyed her, but now his arrogance goes all the limits. Daria still cannot get rid of thoughts on how he has been looking at her lately. She thinks whether he really has such a surprise for someone before the eyes of ES. Daria angrily exclaims that he ceases to stare and finally focus on the battle, because the enemy has just substituted a great opportunity for the attack. She screams that he does not stand as if dug. Scarlet Darius slowly pulls the sword and notes that it seems that it does not interfere with help. Linda is strongly denied, and Darius agrees without hesitation. Alaise is slowly moving to the monster, and the angry Scarlet Daria yells at him again, indignantly calling him a fool and asking what he thought. Here, a monster rushes on Eyeless with a frantic fury, but he does not evade. Instead, the Nile is strongly coming forward and taking a blow to his sword. However, the monster causes a devastating blow from which the Nile flies far back. Scarlet Darius witnesses this scene and watches with horror. Dasha immediately rushes to him, and such a reaction is amazing, Linda. Nile has almost lost consciousness, groans with pain, and looks completely exhausted. At this point, Alis climbs with a scolding troll and says loudly that he has won him, just in case he is interested, whether all they saw and remember it if someone then asked. His young fans immediately exclaimed that nothing else from Mr. Alis was waiting, and another girl adds that he really is not equal. The monster disappears, and Alis falls on the ground. A crystal appears in the same place where the monster has just flowed. Alis smiles quietly, thinking that such a finale was quite predictable. He takes the crystal in his hands and thinks confidently that he now has every right to consider himself one of the purple falcons. In this stone is all his chance. He notices how bright red Darius rushes to him. He is overwhelmed by the joy that she appeared here and seems to be solemnly announcing his entry into the team. He shines with joy. I am sure that his victory will now be appreciated. However, Darius suddenly passes him, leaving the hero in full surprise. He, together with other girls, turned and saw Darius that burned bright red from excitement. She carefully healed the ninth, who sincerely thanked her for it. Scarlet Darius looks at him with a smile, thinking what to do now. She rushed to meet him so rapidly. They are approached by Ailes, politely notes that he does not want to interfere, but he appeals to Great Daria to evaluate the battle, because the spectacle was truly exciting. Scarlercia, looking at him carefully, is summed up and notes that his actions are often impulsive and meaningless. She notes that if this guy did not protect him, he would have fainted at best. The worst is that he ignored the excellent opportunity for the attack he had fallen. She adds that if he showed more caution, everything could have happened much better. Linda quickly grabs her with her hand and is asking her to stop. Daria looks confused, not understanding what is happening and where Linda leads it. Scarlet Daria apologizes to them and announces that it is time to go. At the same moment, everyone is raised and disappeared instantly, as if dissolving in the air. It was not yet aware of how deep their departure from the dungeons touched the pride of Elias. For a while, Inu turns to Neles, if he thinks he even benefited him. The question of his surprised question is that it is in mind, Inu answers. It was because of him that happened. Nile, however, notes that nothing would change. Daria joins them. She again fleshaw, and points out that today was much more difficult than usual. However, all this turned to them in the end. Now all his intentions for Nile are finally stopped. Scarlet Darius looks at him with delight and radiant joy, and is interested in whether he is able to communicate with other cats. He smiles in a smiling manner, which is probably capable of understanding only you. He gently strokes her, saying that she is near him since he was born. For him, she is like a younger sister. She is in response, but kneel right away. In fact, she is not younger, but older than him. Scarlet Doria boasts that her cat is a real wise man, but it seems not mutual. The cat is clearly cooled to the hostess. Yu is defiantly turning away from her. Scarlet Darius smiles and says he will ask him again if he is already going home. Nail has wondered if Daria has already understood everything, but he apologizes and jokes that he spoke so loud that his words probably spread throughout the quarter. Now I will not be aware of how everything happened. Did she really expect all this time outside? She confesses that she did not fully rush. What happened then? But I am sure that it was for the better. All the magical power accumulated in it suddenly escaped. It instantly enveloped the peace and transparency of thoughts, as if a light, soothing clarity spilled inside. She exclaims with delight that it is just a taste. Nile exhales lightly and notes that he really expressed everything he had on his heart. Darius proposes to continue the conversation with interest. She asks how he treats snacks, and says with a smile she knows a wonderful place. He is beginning to envelop Dario, and she assures that if he refuses her help, she will not impose her care. Neil is surprised to pass, as if hesitant to agree. But then, quite new for himself, the tone murmur, states that such little things are not interested in him. They are slowly walking the bridge. Daria, relying on his magic, lights all the lanterns. Ina asks why she decided to care for him. Neela does not vote her not inventing her unnecessary. Daria just smiles and says that the city is plunging into the darkness every night, so let it allow them to take care that they do not stumble. Harry is enthusiastically asked if it is possible to take her hand. She is embarrassed that there is no need for this, so everything is fine. Scarlet Derry accepts his answer, and Neil feels as if she treats him like a small one. But he suspects that with the upbringing of this girl there were clearly difficulties. Daria says she would like to find out something with him. He may already guess what is being said. She tells that the Bagrian Falcon team belongs to the top 3 of the most powerful guilds of the adventurers of the entire continent who have the rank of S. Their glory is so great that even aristocrats and wealthy merchants from different countries seek them for help. She spells and explains that about so much one order. The inscription, 10,000, flashing above her finger. He watches this figure in surprise and realizes that if you do not waste money, you can live a life without unnecessary worries. Garia says again, and proudly calls his amount of income, demonstrating it. Neil is shocked to think that this money would be enough to carelessly live at least 100 lives. Darius confidently states that next year he will be able to earn no less and possibly more, because such a title can be obtained in any country. Nail does not understand what she is talking about. Darius claims that even this is not the most important reward. However, he calls on. It seems that she just wants to turn him into her feast. After all, she is a princess. Daria urges him to stand side by side with her on the front line. Neil fades. Tight horror. There is no thought in his head. Daria emphasizes that they need his strength. She confidently states that they only overcome the dragon together. He remembers his thoughts that real adventure seekers never seem. To fulfill his father's will, he was destined to defeat the dragon. Before his inner look, the memories of a majestic battle with a sinister, scaly monster emerge. He thinks that the victory over the ancient dragons that live in dungeons in dangerous territories is considered a truly noble feat. In most countries, people who have made such an incredible action are honored with the needy as real heroes. In addition, he thinks that the princess who stands in front of him can already boast 5 dragon heads in his collection of trophies. Daria asks him if she had ever climbed the mountain. He, breaking away from his reflection, clarifies her question. She asks again, emphasizing that it is a height, littered with trees, boulders, and all others. In response, he notes that his native places are located in the mountains, so yes, it is something familiar to him. Darius says that she somehow conquered 3,000th and destroyed the dragon who lived there. According to Niall, her calm tone seems to be no more difficult than going to the shop for bread. She continues to say that at the top of this mountain, a person encompasses unspeakable feelings. Even SS adventurers have already visited this place. Nail is thinking that for 100 years no one has received this title, so some even begin to doubt whether they actually existed. Daria claims that no one has been in this place. They became the first to pave the trail to the top, and from there it seemed that the land had no limits. She says that when she is on the top, there is a view of everything that is hidden above the clouds, high in the sky and under the shimmering stars. No one can see neither these incredible landscapes nor themselves, and they see others. Therefore, she especially liked to praise her companions for their efforts, giving them joy and inspiration. She says, when a person looks at the dawn, he understands. It's not a limit. There, behind the clouds, there is a height where no one gets. The place near the dawn, which is still hidden. Squeezing his fist, she confidently states that they will certainly get there. She reaches out to him and says that they will become the first in this world, those who will be able to come true. It could not pronounce a word in response. Everything around seemed to him a tight haze. In his thoughts, he only noted that Daria was a girl with charming eyes. In the weapon store, Niall finally finds his perfect sword and armor, and, without holding back the admiration, begs the seller to sell him these things. He goes outside, pleased with the fact that there was only one weapon in the whole city. While he and Ior are enthusiastically looking at the weapon, Daria watches him from the shadow, and jokingly notes that he reminds her of a black cat very much. Niall turns to her and asks if that's really. She's in a hurry, trying to find an excuse, but eventually suggests just leave it behind and continue. They approach the majestic castle. Daria proposes to go here, adding that he is inexplicable with this place. At the same time, she asks whether the prices in the restaurant are high here. The waiter in a perfect suit meets them, bows politely, and wishes a nice evening. Niall looks in surprise and thinks whether they have not prepared a separate haul. Dishes leisurely appear before them. Juicy fish, tender chicken, fragrant soups, loose buns, fresh salads, and whole pieces of aromatic meat. Niall, with a noticeable appetite, is watching all this action. However, he has suspected that something is not clean here. He heard that many fraudsters have been breeding in the city. Scarlet Darius notices his hesitation and wants a delicious smile. He is embarrassed by her, trying to reciprocate. He decides to start with a steak. Carefully cuts off a piece and lifts to the mouth, wary, thinking that the dish can be poisoned. It just takes off the grip after that. The taste was so unexpected until the legs were cleared. In any case, it was incredibly delicious for him. It seems to him that with each new piece the taste is even better. He would always like to eat this meat. It is incredibly delicious. Its taste is strikingly different from the meat of a wild boar or rabbit, which it was caught earlier. He begins to thank himself, for he came into the world and lived until this moment. It seems to him that after this life he will never return to the former bed. Darius notes that the dish looks appetizing. Niall joyfully picks up his words, but suddenly blushes, noticing how he reacted genuinely. Daria cut off a piece of something and with a smile invites him to taste with her. She assures that she will try it with him. She cuts a chicken with a smile. Her movements are light and sophisticated. Niall cannot be surprised. How to learn how to eat so gracefully? The girl is even rumored that she is a real princess. In the meantime, they are approached by the EN, and the fun is soaking. She tastes the dish and is wondering if she was delicious. Niall, noticing the satisfied face of the Enu, smiles in response. He assures that everything was great. Darius replies that at first I would like to ask something. She is interested in the battle with evil trolls in Tanxiang. Why did he never win over them? She adds that he could do so at any moment. Why was he limited only to the destruction of weapons? Niall thinks about her words. Keeping calm, he replies, "Yes, of course, nothing is guaranteed. It can also be simply killed." Duria believes that, of course, they continue to work to enhance their team's skills. Niall confesses that after it strikes him, he cannot take a piece to his mouth. Darius lifts his eyes with surprise. Niall says that Mr. Ailes is one who wants to strike a deadly blow. In the days when he had a bad mood, his subordinates could remain even without a piece of bread. He calmly states that he always remained a spare option, so he had to adapt. Daria thinks, is this really true? She does not hesitate and asks the question openly. Was he really only a servant for him? Niall tries to argue, embarrassedly murmured that everything is not true, but suddenly he is embarrassed and fades on the spot. Darius looks forward to his answers. Niall suddenly voices its own question. Is it really useless? Darius, angry, requires to repeat the herd. Niall has admired that he is almost unable to use magic. His strength is almost zero, and in the guild, he was generally advised to leave from there. Niall suddenly feels the room is getting hotter in the room. It seems to him that the temperature has really risen, and the heat is felt more. Niall explains that it was then that he picked it up. Frankly speaking, he adds, to all he now has, thanks to him. Daria does not even try to hide his indignation from Herd. She asks again and again, does he really owe him to all? The drink in the glass begins to rage. The EU with a tired sigh is mounted, stretching on the surface. Niall in silence agrees to these words. That's really. Niall is almost ready to forgive him, gratefully smiles and thanks for inviting him. Suddenly, Darius is sharply raised. He hits the table with a roar and exclaims that he is not worthless at all. And it is a lie. The drink is poured, intense silence. Niall fades, as if she cooled on the spot. Darius strictly states that he no longer wants to hear how he degrades himself. Niall tries to justify, but eventually only apologizes. Daria turns away. Inu was suffocated, tired and long. Daria turns to him again. She apologizes to him for a sharp cry. It is calm at the table, and the Niall, feeling inconvenience, is silent. The waiter approaches them. Dario confesses that in fact he has almost no magical power. She remembers that she has heard about it in the guild. Niall is suspicious of whether she really was known to her. The girl replies that her friends have already learned this truth. She blushes, confessing that she is interested in it, and in response he only smiles slyly. Niall does not understand her absolutely. The waiter fills the glass again. She explains that he cut off the wicked troll. This item is a true claw made of pure magic. That is why he was so easy. The waiter transmits Inu a pillow, and she blossoms with joy. Darius, with delight, notes that everything happened so rapidly that they did not even have time to feel the movement. Darius notes that it seems as if she did not understand anything at all, and adds that he is superior to her, even despite her rank S. She thundered again on the table and stated persistently, "That's what it means to be real." She then asked her whether he still considered himself. It does not retain again and explodes, indignantly shouting that they are stupid once it is called. He returns to his place and is already quietly apologizing, acknowledging that she had no right to shout again. She squeezes his fist and says restrained that it brings it to rage. Nail feels that the whole city is about to pay with him. Daria notes that he asks everyone who meets Elyses not to call him the owner. Nail agrees, adding that he has already left their group. Daria happily exclaims that this is a wonderful news. She is interested in his opinion on joining her team. She wants him to reveal his true potential with her and her like-minded people. Niall states without hesitation that he does not see any abilities. Darius only shakes his head and notes that he has completely low self-esteem. Neil complains about the futility of everything, but Daryl does not pay attention to it. He enthusiastically states that, even being very young, he had time to love the adventures and already mastered the art of owning a sword. Nail denies, explaining that only the second month is studying here. Dasha, puzzled, asks again. Meanwhile, Nail breaks her head, as if she would not grasp her place of surprise. Daria is amazed. The guy does only 2 months and he can so much. He proudly tells that from a young age, his father taught him to own a sword. Darius notes that they have mastered this art together. Now it is clear how he managed to cut that Belligent troll mace. Nail explains that he really spent a lot of magic. Daria questioned with interest when he managed to do it. He spins in his head. Can she believe it? Aelus warnings in memory. It is not possible to waste time on nonsense. This is what led to its expulsion. Unbuttoning the vagina, he demonstrates his weapon and assures her, magic is not terrible. It is the skill of the elite fencing school of the 5th level. Daria looks at him happily. A silent, festive silence reigned around. Neil no doubt mentally notes how charming she is at this moment. At the entrance to the dungeon, Babel Darius, together with the team, report Nana that he can no longer wait for his accession. They immediately call him and ask to demonstrate the true power of the Purple Falcon, to which Nan with passion is responded and taken to the case. A few hours before everything happened, Nine with Daria, having just left the restaurant, moved directly to the dungeon. It seems to him that the style of the Sword of 7 Stars, a technique that can penetrate even magic, is best suited for a visual display in battle. Therefore, they decide to temporarily unite and join the detachment of Darius, known as Purple Falcons. On the way, AOS Enum is curious about the girl if he is really set to demonstrate her 5-star technique. At the same time, the girl looks closely at Darius. Her behavior causes suspicious Enum. Nin is carefully listened to and gently asks not to be so harsh. This cat only soft. They are walking forward, and Nan notes that he never thanked her for dinner, though he is not sure that showing their technologies is a worthy retribution for a wonderful steak. He was again aware of the aroma of the dishes. Daria apologizes that she suddenly interrupted the conversation with Kaseya. Nan, embarrassed, asks what Cat is talking about, because he does not understand who Daria means. Darius asks a little awkward whether it may not sound strange, to which the new replies that not at all, but in general, her name is Anu. When it is called nickname, Anu is angry, makes a shabby mine and shows Daria tongue. Daria asks in the 9th whether you can contact him. It seems unusual to him, but he does not deny. Daria gladly addresses him as 9th, and at the same time she is curious about why she has not become just a gift. Suddenly, she laughs loudly and exclaims that it was only a joke. When they cross the river, Darina addresses him Lel and directly asks questions. She confidently asks if he likes girls. He crosses his arms on his chest and, without hiding surprise, asks her again. Darius is proud to be interested in whether he finds her attractive. Nan smiles awkwardly, looking for an answer. Duria asks whether you want to become loved first, and then get married. 9. The cheeks covers his deeper blush. He looks stunned at Doria. She confidently asks what he thinks about her. He does not know how to answer it. Finally, she states that she considers herself incredibly beautiful and cool. He inadvertently voices his thoughts about a date and immediately asks her apologies, lowering her eyes. Daria approaches him, gently puts his hands on his shoulders, and from her touches all the 9, as if a wave of nervous tension is stitched. She, glowing with her eyes, is enthusiastically asking him if he really considers it cool. He nodded to confirm. Darya confesses that she does not have a drop of feminine attractiveness, and that he does not perceive her as a woman. However, 9 denies he never said. Hearing this, Darya solemnly announces, "The test is complete." He looks at her stunned and without hiding surprise, asks what she is talking about. Darya explains that there are 3 permanent participants in Purple Falcons. They are together from school years, inseparable friends. Dario is convinced that the ideal number of participants in the team is 4. If you think about it, this is a really optimal composition. She regretted that the 4th, unfortunately, could not be found. Hire listens carefully without hiding interest. She is convinced that if a girl joins the team, then he will certainly fall in love with their leader, because he is perfect in the outside, has a strong character and decent origin. Such a person, apparently, already has a bride at home. Darya adds that for this reason, the leader breaks the relationship with a new girl and leaves the team. In her voice, a frustration is heard when she speaks of Glory. She notes that the same story happens with the boys. For example, if she fell in love with a friend and he dismissed her feelings, she would simply not withstand such a blow. And this has happened 10 times. The 9th does not hide the surprise from such revelations. Darya talks about Nalian with special hope and confidence, because he is completely different. It does not awaken in it any animal instincts. She expresses doubt about Linda, confessing that she cannot say with confidence whether her best girlfriend is in love. Until she is convinced of her own eyes, she does not know the truths. She strongly breaks the silence and is interested in, if there is already such a strange ban, then how does he treat the boys? Does it sympathize with them? To which Non is calm that he does not feel. He has no such affection. Dasha exclaims that it is great, and immediately invites him to meet 2 other participants. They will see them soon, because they do not yet know that she has already decided to accept him in the team. Surprised, 9 asks whether they really come together in the middle of the night, and even in the dungeon. Such a meeting seems to him completely unexpected. Darius reassures, "You should not worry." At the entrance to Linda's dungeon, Darya strictly reproaches, emphasizing that he will not only learn to consider that time, because such behavior will no longer suffer. Darius hesitantly fades in place, full of guilt, trying to justify himself. However, Linda breaks into a cry, reminding how many times she has warned her about this unworthy habit. Before acting, you need to think carefully about her actions. She is wondering what it is for night walks. With magic, it causes them without even warning. Darius apologizes. Niall, meanwhile, reflects on how annoyed by the princess's behavior. Linda, running out of the room, orders her not to dinner with that person, including him. Darya is just shining about himself, they say. It's just a dinner with 9th. At this point, the leader appears and soothes the irritated Landa. The name of UJGIN. He assures that everything is fine. In his opinion, they perfectly fit each other. Darya breaks into a cry, emphasizing that there is nothing between them. Linda is in full misunderstanding. She does not understand what Dasha was referring to the words that they are not yet found. 9 tries to take advantage of the moment to introduce himself, but Dasha is ahead of him and calls his name, 9. Yudzin tells that he learned about it by asking in the guild. Linda is quietly standing next to him, keeping her inviolability. Daryl shows on Juzin and states that this beauty is chief here. Outwardly it seems suspicious, but in fact, a good soul, so there is no reason to worry. Yudzin himself thinks whether she had just ridiculed him, or conversely, praised. Eugene stretches the most hand, saying that it is time to get acquainted closer. Non, in response, asks to take care of him. Darius, watching it, thinks that they have not yet shook their hand. Non believes that it should be a sulfur magician. From first he realized, his strength exceeds everything that all those present can offer. He is well aware that he uses his spells only to protect, but it takes a lot of effort. Eugen offers Hiyari's idea, and Linda supports it, noting that you should carefully review all the details again. Maybe they will finally be lucky. They discuss among themselves that they did not expect her call, especially given the fact that they had just gone to bed. Darya approaches Natty, extends his hand and sincerely says that he is glad. He responds with a shock, and with a smile notes that it is mutual. Inside the dungeon, everything is imbued with dampness and darkness. Circular can hear the annoying buzz of flies and a piercing squeak of rats, which together create a spooky cacophony. Daria tells that an invisible arm is flowing through the dungeon, the artery of the soul. It is this mystical river that generates a monster. Since magic stones and valuable trophies can be obtained from the monsters, a city that has been preserved to this day has grown near the dungeon. This city is known as Bebel. It will be at risk if you forget that monsters are able to conquer or even destroy the entire population. However, the dungeon, located under the city, despite the presence of dangerous creatures, remains safe for residents. Thus, Babelsting is a great choice for those who just start their adventure or already have some experience, because their level of complexity perfectly meets the opportunities of newcomers and medium-level adventurers. Daria assures that he was still aware of it. Nan, not hiding surprise, loudly states that she hears about this for the first time, and thanks her sincerely. Darius is gently clapping Patsnin on his head, smiling warmly, and notes that he is so sincere and frank that the guy is blushing. He is sorry to realize that she treats him again like a child. He was well aware that it should be especially cautious in relationships with her. On the way, Linda sharply orders everyone to stop and froze in place. She listens hard, catching the same premonitions as the rust. It seems like an enemy somewhere nearby. Ahead is a solid darkness. She notes that it is only a small, unclean. 4 creatures, almost 2 meters high, apparently hobgoblins, armed with axes and doubles. Yujin reports that they will cover others with LL. Daria looks at the 9th with hope in the eyes and determination in the heart. She asks him to demonstrate a magical cutting technique in the style of 7 stars, and the 9th assures that it will soon do it. They feel a formidable roar approaching. The monsters are getting closer, and suddenly the 9th appears on their way, forcing everyone to solidify. Yujin is interested in Nana that he is going to do with these goblins. Nan lifts the sword, and the monster is threatening. The first ugly enemy rushes to him, but the 9th calmly waves the sword, and in a moment, the monster remains without a head. The monster covers panic, and Nin announces that it is time to fulfill the promise, to show them the opening of magic. Ina gently looks out of the hood, and Meow turns to him with a gentle smile. The instantaneous disturbance, Nain, has time to fail several goblins in a row, even leaving them any chance to realize what happened. Everyone around loses their heads or limbs, but only one remains intact and covered with panic looks fussy, trying to take the blow. When he looks at his feet, the light suddenly grabs his comrades from the darkness of the face. 9 stands proudly raised his head, even a moment, and remembers something important. It is covered by the annoyance. He confesses that he completely forgot about one thing. After all, he defeated the rivals without even resorting to witchcraft. Ina only sighs and throws back. What you are still? A fool. The last monster is rapidly flying to him with a new attack. His stick flashes fire, and at the same moment the monster throws it directly towards the 9. Jujin watches carefully, thinking that the flame of this torch is full of magic. It seems to him that although this goblin does not pose a significant threat, his strength is enough for such a blow. He is convinced that the guy is much more powerful than the F level. A fireball rushes in his direction, and he does not even try to evade. 9 takes a deep breath. Deep breathing is a common action, not some special technique. He whispers under his nose, "Let him use magic and destroy this sinister sphere." He uses his magical cutting technique, and the torch is immediately cut right. Linda and Yujin are stunned by such a turn of events, and Darius watches with particular pride and joy. The 9th opens its eyes, raises the sword, and says, "The style of 7 stars is faster than the wind itself." 9 disappears simply in the eyes, and no one, neither goblin nor the rest, does not notice his disappearance. Suddenly, he finds himself behind the monster and ruthlessly embarks on the sword directly into his skull, striking the enemy. The last monster dies. He grabs the sword with lightning speed. Dasha only has time to think about how clever he moves. The average observer would only notice the sharp lame of the blade. 7-star one spider can be compared with the reception of shikuchi in martial arts. In short, chicken is a special technique of movement that allows you to speed up rapidly, skillfully using your own weight. Taking advantage of the reception of shikuchi, Nan instantly found himself behind Goblin's back and struck. Keeping cold-blooded, it slowly wipes the sword with a towel, getting rid of blood drops. He turns to the team, thinking about whether this demonstration is enough, and catches the views. Satisfied and low faces of Eugene and Linda, and Daria radiates pride. He approaches them. Daria confidently states that there was no magic in the blade. Eugene is silent, and Linda only emphasizes her words. There was really nothing magical there. Darius is amazed at how he succeeded. She even suspected anything. Linda also admits that she did not notice anything unusual. Eugene interferes with the conversation, enthusiastically shouting that it is simply incredible. It looks like a circus focus, so if he was told that it was a trick of a real Kitson, he would have believed without thinking. He asks Darius if she is sure of all 100, which was not without magic. But he assures that absolutely, without any doubt. In addition, heard from him that he almost never resorts to witchcraft. He demonstrates his sword, and Daria claims that it is a special technique. Eugene is just thinking about it. After a small pause, he notes that, as a rule, all adventure seekers are magicians. Darius calmly denies. It is not necessary. He has never felt affinity with such people. 9-9 assigns its tools to the pile. Eugene wearily notes that this is an unusual situation and thinks about how to do it. They have not yet revealed all his abilities, and without this information, he does not decide. Gary looks at him carefully, and then he proposes to test all his abilities. Linda and Judgen are amazed at such an idea, and surprise their views on Gary. Daria is sharply returning and goes away, and Linda, covered with panic, tries to stop it. She calls Daria glaringly, asks what she conceived and where she took the magic stone. Eugene also does not restrain and exclaims to return Daria. Jinanek, turning to her, asks not to rush and be ashamed. Nain suddenly feels someone's palm on his shoulder and rotates. In front of him, Dai, who looks at him with a mysterious smile. She persistently asks him to go, at the same time demonstrating a crystal that suddenly flashes with bright light. Nain is confused, cannot understand what is happening, and Linda with Jujin shrinks from anxiety. After a bright flash, the ninth blinks, trying to come to mind, and does not understand what happened to him. Yu Miao looks around with interest, trying to grasp the situation. Looking around, he notices a completely different place, nothing with that dungeon. He is confused and cannot understand that it is a spooky location where it was brought. It stops in front of a whole lawn of mushroom plants, surrounded by thick tree trunks. All this is enclosed by a high lattice fence. Near the borders of the kingdom of Hatelio, on the east coast of the Armenia continent, something new is born. The heroes are in a dangerous place where human life is still preserved. It is a sinister forest. Linda, Eugene, and Darius are with them, but not everyone likes. Non looks at them with embarrassment and is interested in what is happening here. Linda reproaches Daria again, hinting that she has nothing in his mind. She is interested in how she had the enough mind to apply a magic stone in the well, and when she finally begins to think on her own. Daria urges them to keep calm and not fuss. She confidently and without a doubt states that he already has a thoughtful plan of action. Linda has distrustfully believed she believed to her. Daria proposes first to explain everything. She explains that they have deviated from the original goal, and now she needs his help to defeat the monster. A little aside, Juzin thinks that such an excuse sounds rather weak. Eugene explains that their task is to execute assignments coming from the kingdom of Gatilio. The bottom line is that if the danger zone expands, they should save people and protect them from threat. From the borders of the kingdom to the sea, a forest is extended for hundreds of kilometers, where every step you can come across monsters. Despite this, Mule, the so-called this forest, is constantly growing and absorbing all new territories. If there is a threat that even royal adventurers do not cope with, they have to fight. However, twice in a row, they have already been defeated. He explains that at dawn, this forest will reach the boundaries of their kingdom. This means that the thick huts will absorb not only the lands and inhabitants of the country, but also the trust of the people in their rulers. He emphasizes that this is their last chance. They tried to improve their swords, but did not have time to a specified period. In addition, the guild did not give them any support. He confesses that they have repeatedly wanted to throw everything and rely on the freedom. What is the most distrustful that it cannot be? Did they not only appear here for hunting for monsters? Eugene assures that before them there is an epic battle with the Dragon of Evil. Nan's view of Darius, and nodding affirmatively, supporting his words. She says she will ask him again with this request. He also offers with them, purple falcons, to overcome the dragon. Using the magic stone, all the boys in an instant were near the tent, on the basis of the team of the Bagrian Falcon. Eugene states that this place is wrapped in a magical barrier that serves as a shield for all humanity. Usually people who absorb magic outside this place die in just a few minutes. However, there is a way to avoid such a fate. Linda, who is closely monitoring the appearance of the monster, has a cloak with a unique ability. Linda confidently refuses. Eugene and Darius are detained on her, silently exploring her reaction. Finally, Darius breaks silence and asks Linda to at least listen to them. Magical attraction is a skill that allows you to connect with a certain person with a magic. Moreover, Linda is able to establish such a connection with several people. But it turned out that the connection with Naya was broken. Linda, who has recently considered the opportunity to call him for help in the battle with a dragon, is now convinced that this guy will only be a burden for their team. He would not agree better at all. She admires the highest grade dishes without hiding her delight. In her opinion, this was the only reason he agreed. Dario, staring at him, and then blushing, asks whether he trusted it. Linda advises her to discard shame and not worry. She believes that he uses his feelings for himself in his interests. Doria notes that this is quite possible. Linda warns that if he does not work, it will end in his death. Darius states that he does not consider it. Linda exclaims in response that he remained an adventure seeker for only 3 months, and this is a solid delusion. With his scanty experience, or rather his complete absence, he wants to compete with a dragon. Daria notes that they, among other things, coped with the dragon only 3 months after they became adventure seekers. She is indignant with whom she is compared at all. Except T, there were 3 of them. Darius, with sadness, confesses that he trains without stopping. Linda suspects that he probably has no magic. She carefully asks whether that is true. Daria replies that he has a sword capable of cutting any magic. Is this not enough? She was clearly interested in it. Minda wearily points out that she understands her sympathy for this guy, but reminds that they do not know what he is really capable of. She agrees with Darina that his sword is able to break even magic, but does not rule out that this could happen quite by accident. Smiling, Daria confidently says that he trusts his own eyes. Linda is fell and silent, and Eugene calls for girls to stop disputes. They all still have to know his ability better. He is confident in his abilities to cope with this task, and even with the insidious Gritzy Zet, he is quite capable. It is necessary to successfully complete the mission. This time, they are obliged to win. He immediately points out that the danger cannot be forgotten, and this is especially true. Darius, she is like the embodiment of a threat, so he wants to offer her something pure, some connection, because their forces are the same. He asks her to borrow Nens, his mascot replacement. This charm gives 2 opportunities to avoid a hostile blow. In the event of danger, he will be able to escape instantly, for example, as during the attack of the Joker. Linda raises the question. She notes that no one even thought that Dario could sacrifice himself to protect someone. 9. It is likely that it costs her life. After all, he has almost no experience in training. If she is in defense, it can turn fatal for her. Significantly standing under attentive leaves, Yujin notes that if she hides him, then using a mascot, will be able to save both herself and his. Linda insists, if he has only 1 attempt, and Daria decides to protect the boy, then let her make a promise not to use the mascot. Yujin turns to Zadaria, asking what she will say. She returns to him and assures him that she promises to do so. She says the 9th will receive a mascot that will allow you to escape. If he is in danger, it will not protect it. Even if the situation requires this, she agreed not to use a mascot. She smiles bitterly and points out that when someone gets into trouble, the body involuntarily seeks to help. However, this time she holds herself. She still can't convince them. Linda calls her not to get hung up on the idea that someone wants to use it. They are one team and their duty to support and take care of each other. Darius smiles and sincerely thanks Linda, confessing that she is incredibly appreciating such friends. She warmly confesses to them in her love. Linda brought her eyebrows in surprise, and then sighed lightly, saying that if everyone understood, everything is great. She apologized if she was too sharp. Eugene also smiled and noted that it was nice. Eugene reports both that he has already made a decision. He announces they will take 9. Meanwhile, Ina wakes up, and Jan looks at him with a gentle smile. Yujin extends a 9th mascot, who can save him only once. He accepts the amulet and carefully examines the card in his hands. He asks, was it really only once? Yujin emphasizes that the principle of substitution works here, because it is a joker. He explains that the mascot can be used in 2 cases. When he has to save himself from danger, or when he is protected by Darius. Now you are no longer surprising to hear the name of Daria. Eugene reminds that her personality should not be ignored. Nen is delighted to note that she is a real brave princess who is always ready to help. He promises to try not to fall under their feet. Jujin claps him together on his shoulder and calls on to surrender to the full. Nana looks at him enthusiastically. Yujin is confidently moving forward and warns, there is only 30 seconds left before. They are preparing to act together. He asks whether everyone has prepared. Daria smiles and confidently replies that they are ready. Next to her, the ninth also says that he is quite configured. Eugene extends to them. Everything around flashes bright light. Nen is surprised to look at his hands. When magic hit the charming armor, bright glow streaks appear on its surface. The intensity of the radiance increases along with the power of the magic used. In battle, radiance can be more a disadvantage than an advantage because it attracts extra attention. Eugene believes that this is a kind of preparation for the fight. The Purple Falcons are brave defenders of the kingdom. He is convinced that they will show all their power in battle. He will also be taught full. The glow covering them is the true proof of the unshakable morale. Daria opens his eyes. For John, this glow is like a speech sign of her determination. Eugene exclaims that everything has been prepared, and until the beginning is 10 seconds. He urges everyone to be alert. He states that they will certainly stop the ancient dragon and save all humanity. It begins to count, and as soon as 0 is used, it uses teleportation. They go into battle. Events unfold in the walls of the charming school new. During the lecture, the professor emphasizes, it is important to take the opportunity and recall the story of the famous battles that took place in the territory of Armenia's continent. Linda and Judgen carefully caught every word of the lecturer, carefully recovering what he heard in her notebooks. Darius, sitting nearby, barely held back yawning, fighting with drowsiness. The professor noted that once wearing noticeable or bright clothing was considered quite acceptable. However, in those days there were no magical armor or similar things. In those days, magic seemed to be incomprehensible power available only to the chosen. Usually the owners of Char were riders, infantrymen, and mercenaries who went into battle in the same outlines to keep the fighting spirit of their army at height. He then notes that the appearance of magical weapons has radically changed the course of hostilities. Nowadays, bright noticeable things in battle are usually not advantage, but rather a drawback. This approach is followed by the military and adventurers. Hearing this, Daria raises his head in a confusion, amazed by the professor's words. The professor emphasized that the most talented students of the new news will eventually become magicians and will certainly face dangerous battles. Hearing this, Juzin completely agreed. When enemies conquer demons or other monsters in the midst of battle, the glow of charming armor begins to interfere and complicates the situation. Eugene remembered the battle in which he participated. Then he exclaimed that they were the Purple Falcons and called for his brothers to fight. Nana and Daria landed side by side. Thus began a grand confrontation. Various sounds began to be heard around the forest. The rustle of leaves, the quiet whispers of unfamiliar voices. The ninth listened carefully, in surprise, noting that the forest seemed to live. Daria Grand reassured Nen, assuring that there was no reason to worry. She explained that the forest was angry and is not very happy to accept them in its possessions. Wolves with giant fangs suddenly jumped out of the forest huts. There were still a variety of monsters to the lawn, and a huge OGR appeared. Nana and Darius were getting ready for battle. The monsters quickly surrounded our heroes from all sides. One of the wolves suddenly rushed to Darius from the back. The ninth noticed the threat and exclaimed loudly, warning the girl of danger. Darius threw his sword into a wolf, forcing him to jump away. Other wolves rushed on the offensive. The girl quickly turned her sword and struck another opponent. Daria's loud blow made Nine to shudder at surprise. He asked in confusion that he was heard, her reception, or a sword bell. He examined the weapon with caution, still hesitation. Meanwhile, the monsters did not stop, and were constantly approaching. Linda stood on the wall of the fortress, watching the events through the optical sight of her rifle. She was surprised to note the bright outbreaks of explosions that broke into the forest thicket. Linda was convinced that there was no leader nearby. Meanwhile, the forest was rapid at 10 kilometers per hour. Linda suggested that the monster was frightened because of the overall tension in the air. Spooky birds, gigantic spiders, ogre and ominous trolls were scattered around. Linda noted that this time, the monster was 20% more than the past. There were almost 1,500. It seemed that after this battle, a sprout of life would never appear in the fire. Linda confessed that she may have had to think before sheer. Daria responded to it with indignation. She asked where Linden's tenderness went, and ordered that to apologize and confess to her love. Linda replied that Daria said it. She assured that everything was fine, and asked Daria not to ignite the dispute. In response, Daria smiled cunningly, pleasing to note that Linda had confessed to her. Durai called the Nonkun loudly. Puzzled, Nana turned and suddenly began to rise into the air. The girl flew from the forest, taking the amazed with her. The characters floated over the forest tops. Darius looked with interest. The girl hung in the air, squeezing her sword firmly. The radiant rays diverged from it, and the cloak was spreading in the wind. She closed her eyes. He remembered how, on the eve of the battle, he, together with Jujin and Daria, had a conversation about the coming clash. At the same time, Nine asked Daria how they planned to storm the forest. The girl came closer to him and asked if he had ever been in the theater. Darius said that uncontrolled protests began to spread among the people who maintained friendly relations with people. And 3 days later, the last performance took place on the stage of the theater. A legendary play, which everyone remembered as Playing on Fire. The naked sword had to light the elven forest. He was still known as a sword of dragon's death and a fiery flower. It was this weapon that she clenched in her palms when she rose over the tops of the forest with 9 swords. As soon as the dragon-slang sword is naked, the process of transformation is launched. This change goes into 4 stages. 1. In the first stage, the sword is still hidden in the vagina. Further, in the second stage, the weapon gradually opens to the world. When interacting with magic in the heart of the vagina, a hole is cut, a harbinger of the future sword. Extremely high temperature is constantly maintained inside the vagina. The third stage is release. It is in the interaction with the magic that the sword awakens. And finally, the fourth stage is the moment when the power of the blade is fully revealed. The idea of these weapons is simple and obvious. Only once a century is a person capable of owning such powerful magic. And now, Daria became this chosen. After the story of the sword, the girl ordered the mythical creation of Bahamut Nu to publish a mighty cry. The 9 in Daria continued to spread over the forest. When Daria revealed all her strength, a powerful explosion threw around. The fearless battle is unfolding, where life is at stake. 9 and Daria were frozen over the epicenter of the explosion, in the air. Everything around rises into the air. Nan is covered with hand. The flowers break and fly out. The land shudders. The whole forest covers the flames. Linda, observing from afar, confirms the explosion. She is convinced that Wakamut will turn the mule again on the ashes. She mentally notes that the most important thing is only ahead. At this point, her look grabs something that flicker. Another powerful explosion flashes in the other part of the forest. The mana, which saturates the magical forest in excess, responded to the fiery witchcraft of Daria, giving rise to a real storm of flames. Explosions occur more and more. This led to a real avalanche of detonation. Everything explodes one by one. Linda compares the situation with a spark that has fallen into a powder barrel. The huge explosion rises to the sky, and Linda, watching it, understands that this is far from end. The explosion destroys all the monsters. Their bodies rise into the air, mixing with flames in a raging whirlwind. The stones are flying around, echoing the impact force. It assumes that in the heart of the most powerful explosion, a peculiar vacuum whirlpool that absorbs everything around on its way. Linda knocks off her legs, and she barely manages to stay standing. She is keenly feeling that something is wrong with Mania. Linda is not even able to contact someone. The forces leave her. She is well aware that if it were not a protective magic, only a handful of ashes would have remained from it. Something drops on top. She lifts her gaze and notices the clouds thicken over her head, and a thunderstorm is born in the sky. She smiles with understanding and notes that it is not bad at all. It is even difficult for her to pick up words. The tornado disappears so quickly, as if there was no. Even the air changes above the 9 seas. No wonder he is considered the most powerful martial magician of the whole continent. Suddenly, a terrible roar arrives from below, and a giant insurance stands in front of the heroes. Nan is wondering, did this monster really survive after such a devastating explosion? Before starting a conversation, Linda tries to communicate with Daria, and is interested in whether she hears it. Daria assures that he hears everything perfectly. Linda notes that approximately 80 monsters remain alive. She is interested in how many of them have already noticed. Darius replies that it was 80, so much provided the little one. All these creatures were born of a real charming forest. Linda agrees. Everything is. Daria is angry that they are such stubborn scoundrels. Linda strictly replies that now is not the time for jokes. Daria states that they are now fighting for the enemy's complete destruction and asks them to give them a cover. Linda nods, agreeing, and calls them to protect themselves. She boldly rushes, and 9, not behind, rushes and exclaims on the fly that it looks cool. He is delighted, admired loudly, calling Daria incredible. Daria smiles with delight, wondering what he can call it cool after everything he saw. When she first attacked, she was also amazed. The girl adds that the monster weakened. Without the power of the forest, they did not long. She orders Nana to prepare, and he undoubtedly obeys her word. Together, they rush rapidly to the monster. The day again intercepts its weapon and activates a photo blade, which immediately cuts the monster in half. Only lonely legs remain from the insurance. Everything else disappears without a trace. The powerful scope of Darius is magnified, and he destroys 3 monsters in one blow. Nana watches carefully at all. She returns to him and says they will have to go right here. He proposes to meet the bosses later. 9 listas it carefully and agrees. Darius, a little excited, asks whether he will really handle himself. He confidently and carefully replies that, of course, everything will be fine. He admires with delight that for the first time in a long time he truly believes in his own strength. He is overwhelmed by the excitement. Ina looks forward and nods affirmatively, and Darius, noticing it, smiles widely. She agrees with him, promising to meet later. After that, Nain goes, telling her the 9 is removed. Darius escorts him, smiling aloud and laughing sincerely. Returning to the forest, she questioned what happened. She states that if he does not dare to appear, all his subordinates will have death. In response, the monster issues a roar from which the earth itself shudders. Nan is easily dealt with the monsters, which also hunts Darius. Eugene watches them from afar, watching the course of events. He is convinced that everything is developing at the moment, although there are still single monsters. Linda reports to Juzhen that the Grove group goes to Darius. He reacts instantly, assuring it that he heard the reservation and has already taken into account. The monster is confidently drained on Daria. Eugene is not concerned. At least there were evil trolls or ogre. Let them be 50, even 80. It does not matter. The divine stick of the heavenly extermination of the dragons held by Yujie-gin, created from a sacred tree. According to legend, it is a true spirit that sprouted from the earth itself. This staff is designed to exterminate dragons. He pronounces a spell, and a dazzling linen, collected in a tiny dot, flashes a burning fire, destroys, absorbs the reality, breaks shackles, connects fragments, and breaks integrity into pieces, and every primordial sin dissolves. Above the heads of the monster suddenly there is a mysterious structure, similar to a molecule with rings, and in a moment it explodes with a powerful force, erasing all the monsters from the face of the earth. Those monsters on which this spell did not work, Dasha quickly gets from the rear. At the same time, Eugene imposes a speed on it to increase its agility. The monster for a moment removes protection after a powerful blow to Darius, while Juzhen does not stop strengthening his comrades. The huge creature with a scope is swollen by its glow right before the 9th. Just before the 9th, instantly there is a large shield that saves him from a hostile blow. At the same time, Eugene imposes on a monster, allowing the 9th to strike a devastating blow. Most of them were used by the Ujin were the same as Sikt magicians, known for their power. It was these spells that later became the basis of their magical skill. He directs the power of the dragon to Nina and Daria, and they significantly increase their power, preparing for the offensive. Eugene proudly watches them as Linda suddenly reports that birds are approaching from the right flank. Looking at, Eugene notices that the birds are screaming loudly and flying straight at them. They suddenly attract huge winged monsters with sharp teeth and black plumage. These predators are called mantelos. These annoying creatures take off with whole flocks and pose a danger except for adventurers with Class C. A tiny magical sphere emerges from the finger of Juzhen, which instantly unfolds into a powerful dragon flame. It easily burns the whole flock of birds with this ray. Juzhen stands motionless, with a finger extended forward. Suddenly, one of the surviving birds appears behind him and preparing to attack, but several rays are lightning at the monster, stopping his intentions. Eugene smiles. Linda asks if he wants to thank her. In response to cold courtesy, he says that it is undoubtedly to thank. Linda is offended that he is just bored with him. On this, Eugene only says, "Thank you," and she is dissatisfied. And that's all? It is confused. He does not understand whether he slapped something unnecessary. But suddenly his gaze stops at something strange. Linda and Daria look around. Eugene warns everyone to be alert. He is here. Suddenly the earth shudders, and sharp thorns are pulled out of it, penetrating the monster. Everything around begins to tremble, and the soil under his feet is relentlessly crumbled, threatening the collapse. From the ground there is a giant mouth with sharp, like a blade, teeth, which does not stop erupting a loud cry and growl on everyone around. Everything around trembles. The earth almost comes out of his feet. Darius, as if fascinated, fades before the epicenter of events and does not even seem frightened. She does not dare and move. The monster breaks out, striking in its giant size. Eugene notes that this is already happening for the third time. Daria, smiling, confirms his words, adding confidently that this time the monster will not escape death. Linda listens carefully to them, and then, holding back emotions, decides to clarify the situation. She asks Nane if he is still alive. Nan is rapidly rushing, easily jumping from one break to another. He stops at the top of the rock, smiles widely, and exclaims joyfully that he is alive. That's right. He is overwhelmed by admiration from his own greatness. His eyes glow from curiosity, he asks. After all, it's a stone turtle. The three of them are silent. And then he asks, he really likes all this? It is a dragon. In ancient times, the divine dragon and the remaining people rose to battle against a common enemy. The war broke out due to their unity. The dragon brings a powerful roar, turning a burning look at them. But Darius confidently announces, this time they were destined to overcome the monster. And suddenly, the land under the feet is broken. From this hole suddenly stretches the paw of a spooky monster. And then in the dark, the shadows of other creatures of different species are distinguished. The surprised Nine will ask whether the monster is actually emerging from the ground. Yuzin replies that the main power of the Earth Dragon is the ability to move the Earth's crust for hundreds of kilometers around. Earth dragons formed this forest with their own hands, giving rise to amazing monsters. All the creatures they greeted on the way were not inferior to the fact that they rushed out of the ground. They have become much more than before. She asks what to do now. Will they really undermine everything again? She is answered that there is no need for this, and they advise to stop destroying everything, because her forces are not limitless. Eugene asks what he thinks about the explosion. In response, Eugene says that they have only one chance. If possible, she needs to approach them again and hit them with all his strength, as before. Darius replies that everything will be done. Eugene, encouraging the Crimson Falcons, is loudly exclaiming that now the decisive moment is a time to go forward. Darius smiles and calls for full, and Linda immediately executes the order. Meanwhile, the most with sad irony notes that he is not even part of this team. Inu is not far behind in its perseverance. The Nine awakens her named after her cat's cat. He moves forward, overcoming stones. Daria easily deals with one of the spider monsters. But suddenly it tries to attack a predatory bird that has come from behind, but it also stimulates death. Meanwhile, Linda is targeting his weapon from afar, watching the events. It enters the bird flying on Daria, and instantly changes the position to go unnoticed. Linda opens fire from a new position, skillfully picking up a flock of birds flying directly to Eugene. Darius watches her, affected by Linda's courage and ingenuity. The demon with a spider grows, but Darius calmly passes through the monster, leaving a large hole in his belly. Darius is confused. She does not understand what happened. She feels that the opponents are getting stronger, but nevertheless, battles with them are surprisingly easy. Eugene believes that this position is really like him. In everything about monsters, the non is always involved. Daria is sure that everything happens the same as last time. This is her special approach to the strategy and skilled maneuvers. Occupying thoughtful positions in the vanguard, she helps friends from the detachment instantly find themselves in the chaos of battle. Then she looks around the whole combat field. A lot of monsters gathered around the Nine. However, the girl with incredible ease is dealt with by each of them. Linda watches the battle closely. Suddenly, the insurance emerges above her, and at the same moment, she notices a whole flock of birds that will fly rapidly in her direction. The awareness comes instantly. They have tracked it. She is sure that there is no other choice. She decides to act. But suddenly Nine comes in touch and orders her to watch from below. She rushed to the side, as the earth began to move and the stone blocks climbed out of her. The girl thinks that if it were not a warning, she would have turned into a corpse for a long time. She is worried that someone was able to break her radar with the help of magic. Even Mul managed to notice her. Did the enemy come out of her, tracing the way in the footsteps of shots? She believes that if the sniper is caught, he is no longer avoided, so the situation is seriously exacerbated. Its irritation increases because it does not have the ability to fly like these two. In the end, she decides to stay outdoors to be visible for a while. She thinks, if she exaggerates the dose, then it will be a food for these creatures, just as the jay plant its victim on the branch. She firmly pulls her hand, intending to do something, but suddenly the earth under her feet is betrayed. She calls for someone to come, pleading about a glowing salvation. A bright bird appears in the sky and flies to it rapidly, falling down. She flies in the sky, holding on to the bird. It is captured by the crazy flight speed. As soon as she was balancing on the border between life and death, and now it is a real salvation in the middle of a fierce battle. The spooky creatures chase after Linda, but she rapidly rushes on her bird and exclaims that they will never be able to catch up. The Sapson crossbow is a legendary weapon of dragon hunters, designed specifically for the destruction of these giant creatures. He once belonged to one of the most prominent hunters. Linda easily stifles several birds, and then jokingly sighs the tongue, as if teasing all around. She looks over the device on the 9 to make sure, and he instantly turns to her, which is amazing, Landa. Even at that distance, he noticed it. Now that I mentioned, all this happened before the emergence of the Earth's dragon. At the same time, 3 portals opened at the same time, and she defended 3 people at once. She thinks whether rumors are really true. They say, he sees even behind his back, and does not touch the shells. Or all this is just a cunning performance to lure the prey and get it suddenly. She was scattered and confessed that it was wonderful because she considers such a goal the best, because the arrows did not work immediately. Darius with Eugene is understood, however, in her opinion. Even together they are not able to do what is 9th. If they focus on a joint attack, there is a risk that they will face and create only problems, and they understand it. That is why Linda has to cover them. She assumes the obligation to protect his comrades from enemy attacks and destroy those opponents that they may not notice. But when 9, everything changes. The bird monsters rush to the direction of Nain. He confidently looks at them and suddenly breaks out of place. The bullet flies straight into the monster, but he cleverly evades. Linda notes in surprise that, evading the bullets, he involuntarily puts himself under her sight. That is, he tells her when the time to click on the descent. She inadvertently thinks about whether he at all notices the shots. The girl is interested in how he manages to recognize he was a good blow or not. Non revolves and notes that it is all the art of possession of the sword. Meanwhile, Jojin is rapidly spreading over the space. He looks around and realizes that pegs that break from the ground will not rise higher. Their destructive force has weakened due to a lack of mana. Noticing a strange whirlwind, he delays his breath in surprise, seeing an unexpected. He recedes back and thinks that fortunately, a future attack can be predicted by the left on the ground. 2 past defeats have given them a lot of important to them about the enemy. Before the battle, Jujin opened all the information he knows. It impresses as he relies on this knowledge, he tirelessly evades the enemy's blows. Once after to slip out of the threat, he instantly notices a threatening maneuver. Yujin notes that this type causes him to be nervous. Words are worried and forced him to be alert. Enough first shocks of the soil, and you need to immediately move to the attack without a second. Here he notices how a flock of birds rushes on him, Karis. Is this really an offensive of all fronts? Avoiding one of them, he almost falls under a blow. Departing from the birds, he sharply raises the staff and destroys them in one go. But even after that he does not leave the feeling. Is it really an end? And in a moment he understands. Everything does not end there. The attack of Manthalo and clay pegs clamps it by trap, leaving no way out of the narrow space. Something drops on him from above. The look slides down. There is a land littered with craters. It is concerned about it that it will not break all suddenly, in one go. The pegs fly up sharply and rapidly, but it has time to escape from the trap and remains intact. Having cast his gaze on his stomach, he thinks, did he throw him back from the shot? He thinks, is it Linda's arrow? Probably she saved him. However, Linda at all. Yujin notices it and cannot believe that it simply cannot be. The shot came from a long distance. Yujin believes that 9 he understood everything and shot in a timely manner. It's just incredible. He did not even have time to warn him, and he was already ready. Yujin exclaims the ninth that he saved his life, but he cannot explain how he succeeded. 9 returns to him and replies briefly, important skill in his own sword, not just magic. Darius spreads with Sky with delight, glad that she has almost caught up. She flies after the ninth, which rapidly jumps through the ground. She confidently dealt with the monsters, laying the ninth safe way, and providing him with a maximum of space for maneuvers. Darius mentally notes that the ninth has not yet learned to use the magic of flight. However, with the advent of the Earth Dragon, the offensive goes into the second phase. The pace is only increasing. The dragon, rapidly moving forward, ruthlessly exterminates all the monsters that happen to him in the way. She suddenly feels dissatisfied. Where did Nain go? He just disappeared in the blink of an eye. How did it happen that he is no longer nearby? The woman guesses. She never got to Nain. It has seekers, a special technique of lightning movement that allows you to reduce the distance in seconds. It seems that he did not even get weapons. All the monsters were destroyed by his sword. Although thanks to the magical armor of Jujin and strengthening, the battle became much easier. It is the growth of his mana that is eagerly impressive. Daria realizes that he does not have time for him. The ninth rushes at frantic speed, and she has to literally pursue him so as not to keep up. Jumping from a peg, the 9 suddenly finds himself in front of a spider monster, but copes with him at ease, as if it were a trifle. Daria is amazed. It seems that nothing can stop it. With one powerful blow, he destroys a whole crowd of monsters. Darius, with delight, watches how the hero literally stops struck, and earth piles are mercilessly dealt with the monsters. It lands in a crater on the ground. The 9 is amazed. Do these creatures really occur around his faults? In the end, he realized the essence of their offensive. He again destroys the enemy with one wave, directing the whole drain of earthen pegs. Daria is inadvertently thought, does he really have magic that allows you to see the future? She has heard that in space and time hidden magic, but the future always remains unpredictable. When they opened the coming, only one of the many possible events appeared before their eyes. This witchcraft does not allow you to look into the future. Of course, in a real battle it is quite useless, but it is unlikely that it has an idea. She is blocked by the path of the monster. She confidently considers herself no less strong. Her technologies are not inferior to them, and this is not some kind of miracle. The girl calls for magic, rises into the air, which causes the horror of creatures. It comes from a powerful energy stream that penetrates everything around. This is by no means boasting, because it has the most powerful magic from birth, and at the same time surprisingly manages it. Her skill exceeds the magic itself 10 times. Among the elves there are strong sorcerers, and even they lack the ability to direct powerful magic so virtually. It disappears from the field of view of the monsters, and in a moment the moment leaves each of them without a head, even without giving them a chance to get away. However, even she does not fully understand the limits of her abilities. Once she flies away from the opponents, a devastating explosion suddenly rises behind. She is amazed at how she manages to realize her previous actions and their reasons, as well as why she becomes clear after that. She still broke her head over what her strength is. Seeing the ninth, she was glad that she finally caught up with him. But suddenly she thought that it may have made her catch up with herself. Suddenly, the ninth rapidly returns to her, misses forward and takes a position in front of the pegs that suddenly fly them in their backs. He easily deals with them with one blow, and Daria is aware that she has been too delayed with a reaction. Thanks to him gratefully, but he is immediately interested in how he noticed them. The 9, mysteriously smiling, returns to it, demonstrates its weapons and ease. It is only the true skill of owning a sword. Darius smiles at him, and Linda and Yujin, stunned, fade, not finding words. It appears here, not voting, and Non, having chosen, confesses that it is really true. Daria snorts his head, sadness on his face, and later he sighs. Then all 3 simultaneously summarize and indignantly ask whether there is a border of this art of the sword. Nava even thinks, did they still have not perceived this answer? The 9 several times in a row exclaims that it is incredibly cool. He bounces joyfully without holding back the delight, and confidently states that he has become stronger than ever before. His movements are rapid, like a gust of wind. He flies up, straight to the monsters, and with the fire in his eyes enthusiastically notes that Bafa's rang is a real steepness. The Inu happily stages, dividing his admiration. Non is rapidly on the offensive, while thinking that every person has a spark of magic from birth. However, to the power of the heroes of Class S, she is still far away. He draws attention to the fact that Jujin's clothing and gift armor usually enhance the same qualities. Darius somehow noticed, as soon as you put on this armor, there are no restrictions for your power. 9. Suddenly he catches himself thinking that he probably even envies it. Lifting his gaze, he involuntarily points out that the mysterious style of 7 stars chooses those who are the least waiting for him. Approaching the monster, he remembers parental words. Even if you are weak and incapable of magic, you can always master the art of the sword. He skillfully evades the monster's attack and strikes him, skillfully using weapons. Due to the amplifying effect, its attack is impressive. He is surprised how high he was able to jump. He rejoices, jumping so high as if he became a clever cat. Landing, the guy noticed the bone under him. He recalls the words of Yujin that they were just preparing to attack these earthen piles. Sighs. He understands that the first thing to do is balance the breath. The skillful possession of the sword is built from this basis, because the only way can the enemy's intentions be provided. He has the skill of a 7-star skeleton, focuses on heavenly ashes. Thanks to the blade, it is able to hold the time on 9 strokes. Before his gaze, the world turns into black and white. The dark sky shades the white spots, and the bright stars suddenly darken, as if the ashes that are quietly swayed from the height. The forces are not limited to this. It is also able to see the thoughts and feel the emotions of others. Non contemplates the bright rivers of thoughts and feelings, although it would be more precise to call them lines. Lines are of various shapes and lengths. They travel the world forever, while time is dying. These are the attack lines. According to Non, it is only the assumption he once heard from his father. However, the world has always opened it from the child. When he jumps, his charming energy merges in a harmonious response with a mana that fills the air. Thanks to this, it easily involves the future actions of any person, just as he calculated. He suggests that it is probably like ultrasound that is given by dolphins, although there is no confidence. He now notices how the clay pegs hang over him, trying to pierce him, and Linda is ready to rush on them. He believes that his blow will fall into those weaknesses of piles that are not crossed by Linda's diagonal lines. To achieve this, you need to clearly imagine the trajectories of their movement. He perceives the world differently. In his eyes, everything turns into a weave of lines of another dimension. He finds himself at the epicenter of events, as if everything is always turning around him. Even before something happens, it already involves every next step. If he combines his skill in the sword with the ability to instantly evaluate the situation, as if a bird, which looks all the space, then he is able to lightly inspect the entire territory around. As soon as he plunged into reflections, in his temples began to throb pain from excessive flow of information. However, even then, he skillfully arranged the data obtained and could have sufficiently predicted the direction of the enemy offensive hundreds of kilometers around. He does not look at, watching the movements of the opponents. Fortunately, no dangerous line touches Daria. Thanks to Eugene's power, he clearly sees the position of enemies. He steps on the imaginary earth, causes heavenly ash, and the earthlings immediately rush on the offensive. It is a lightning movement. He stops everyone, leaving no chance to the enemies. He looks and notices how the dragon approaches him. Their views intersect. This is a sight immediately. It is difficult to see the mule earthly dragon. For him, people are so small that attempts to hide them turn into a real challenge. In addition to the 5 usual feelings, the most powerful among all the monsters, the dragon, also has the 6th sense. It is able to feel magical energy, although it is not so easy to distinguish it clearly. He notices the 9th and immediately draws attention to his low height. If he is dressed in black and merges with night darkness without magic, it becomes really risky. For the dragon, it is like a shadow. In his eyes, this baby does not cost any attention, even a pathetic insect, and seems significant. In the idea of the dragon, he is just a germ. The 9-1 movement straightens the obstacles and moves on. The dragon cannot understand where this bacterium comes from such cheeky confidence. It boldly approaches it, cleverly avoiding all the threats in its path and protecting from each trap. The dragon notices 3 animals that are still left. The tangible magical force flows from everyone. but only Darius seems to him a worthy rival. His power is fully in line with the power of the dragon himself. He notes that their weapons and armor are the real killers of the dragons. Once upon a time, the gods themselves gave these things to people for the sole purpose of destroying dragons. The wounds that the dragon experienced in a decisive battle for centuries ago still remind themselves. The angry beast lifts a thunderous roar into the air, seeking to drive away those who once caused him pain. For centuries, forest witchcraft restored only a tenth of its former power. The forest made every effort to restore the lost force, and it was the people who were the first to break peace and attacked. The cheeky babies did not calm down even after 2 battles, though the dragon thought. But now he announces with adamant confidence. This time he dispels them on powder. He is convinced that the hunters of dragons and no magic are able to break it. They do not even realize what pathetic dens have brought here. Turning into reflections, he suddenly notices the silhouette below, and cannot hide the surprise from what he saw. He is confidently heading. The dragon can't believe his own eyes. Is it really he? Maybe his beastly fed up this time? Will he really allow the rival to kill himself? Meanwhile, 9 jumps higher, cleverly evading sharp pegs. Non-aim has directed his icy skill of possession of the sword on the dragon. At first, the dragon called him a pathetic monster, but when he saw the strength of Nain, he kept his breath, and in doubt asked himself, is he not? He may have a divine creature? The dragon calls the Nana village fighter of dragons, and himself as a pathetic insect. Is he wondering, do not have stone piles arousing him? Angry to the extreme, he cries that then he will simply wipe it from the face of the earth, and the next moment releases the flow of black balls. Non suggests that the trajectories of attacks leave the sky, but their direction changes without stopping, and the area of the lesion covers a huge territory. Naya's heart is crazy. He applies his palm to his chest, thinking what to say to everyone else. He makes himself calm down and focus on memories. After all, everything is under control. They are purple falcons. If you return to the conversation that happened immediately after the dragon appeared, it was then that the Ina went forward, and loudly. She gave him advice. Maybe he should point their way. The 9th does not hide surprise and asks why they chose it. Ina explains. Everything around has become different. Friends and enemies are no longer the ones that before. He will not cope on his own, and no one will make him run on the run, like a Aaron. Non is aware and, together with others, reproduces a list of priority tasks in memory. He is encouraged to oppose it, but EU warns, if he does not demonstrate his abilities, they are destroyed here. She explains that his appearance will not indicate self-confidence. They found themselves in a situation where to retreat anywhere. She easily, in a playful note, recalls that conversation in the camp. He heard everything from beginning to end. She convinces him that over time they will certainly understand everything, so she asks to believe them. Smiling in response, Naina points out that such words are not uncommon from the EN. Iju is irritatedly pulled, the cheeks are burning from indignation, and it sharply orders everyone to silence and hurry. Non replies that he understands her and just worries a little. He is interested in, what exactly does she mean? She, with irony, noticed, maybe it is better to just sit down and panic instead of fighting with a dragon. 9x welcome. I advise you to pick the words more carefully. You should not summon the anger of the dragon. He uses the technique of heavenly ash from the style of 7 stars. His view is able to predict any possible attack. He instantly abolishes the heavenly ash skill. Just notices that the attack trajectory is directed to Landa. He squeezes his hand firmly and recalls, just as before June, Obha fining. He needs to call her with these gloves. He immediately orders Linda to look down, and in a confused asks where exactly. Suddenly, the land under it fails. 9. Sighs. Linda thinks that she seems to be evading, so everything is fine. He lifts his gaze and asks with surprise that it is a shining bird. Shah. It seems to him that she is incredibly beautiful. She notices Linda aims at him and is covered by fear. And in the meantime, he meets Linda's piercing look and thought out for his sharp behavior. Its scale is striking, and the thought of stop is unattainable. He tirelessly jumps from one place to another, not allowing himself to rest at least. He does not leave an alarming thought. The life of Yujin is in danger. Since he is deprived of the opportunity to use the magic of flight, he only has to rush out, relying on his own feet. He, together with Juzin, approaches the trap and notices the opponent through the boulders. Grasping to the attack line, he immediately understands their idea. They are about to take the Juzin in the ring. He tries to call, but in vain. There is no connection. It becomes clear. The situation is serious. Did he really disconnect the microphone? She immediately notices the trajectories of Linda attacks, stops sharply, and decides that this is enough. He cleverly reflects Linda's ball and goes to the mountain with Jujin. The bullet involves Jujin. Nana gladly notes that her plan worked, and Linda properly explained her sign. He looks at his hand and comfortably notes that everything works again as it should be. Making convince him, he moves further. Suddenly he looks around, thinking whether Daria has not caught up with him. She notices her in the crowd and is involuntarily surprised, with what confidence and agility she has dealt with orcs and ominous trolls. Here he notices many attacking lines rush to her. He immediately understands the situation is critical, because the dark color shows that the danger is quite close. He instantly stands up for her, breaking the pegs into piles. Darius is impressed with his mouth. Even if he did not intervene, Dasha, of course, would still be able to dodge the blow. He finds an excuse. They say both Linda and Eugen would equally evade the attack, but still struck. They have never been one team along with Islace, but he was pleased to hear the words of gratitude from Linda and Judgen. He still remembers how surprised they looked at him. Sincere gratitude was glowing in their eyes. He thinks that these three actually form a wonderful team. They are able to listen carefully to each other and, having quietly discussing everything to the little things, always find a common decision. He recalls how Darius confessed in his love. These words, filled with care and tenderness, were forever etched in his heart. He thinks of whether it becomes part of this team. Insecurity does not rest, and doubts do not leave his thoughts. He confesses aloud that it is this test that seeks to go with them. It compresses the hand of his sword firmly. He remembered how Daria asked to prove her power. Only through her words, only in order to see his power, did he seek to show what he was capable of. He loudly declares everyone around that only through his own skill he owns a sword. This causes indignation in the audience. Is it at all the limit of this incredible skill? Inumiyawa smiles and says Nina was witty. Linda smiles aware and thanks him, in parallel explaining how to act without his participation. Eugen adds that there is no difference whether it is a sword art or something else. He also expresses his gratitude. Dasha, confidently folding his hands on his chest, is proudly interested. Well, how do I? In fact, it was incredible. Linda says he really does not belong to her, and here she is joined by Jujin. Yu is angry, and Daria feels offended. Why do everyone treat her? Nan smiles widely. Nan, exclaims the commander, warning about the attack from above, right? However, this time everything is different. The guy states that there are too many enemies, and their offensive is more like a real rain. Eugen exclaims that it is a real stone rain. Huge cliffs are about to fall from the sky, so everyone should be alert. They collapse a stone rain that rushes simply from the dragon. Molinda aims at the dragon from above, ready to put her weapon. She is thrown stones. She notes that in her opinion, they will cope with it. Flying on a sacred bird, she reflects the strokes with the same stones. She exclaims to prevent it again and does not stop, breaking the stones one by one. The 9 is watched by the 9. He cannot but be surprised, Linda. She spreads the blocks one by one, and it seems to him a real miracle. Nan is walking straight, without even knowing that a huge cliff is rapidly flying to his direction. But suddenly Darius appears. Her sword lightly cuts the stone in half, the more surprised by Nana. The threatening debris is difficult to fall next to it. He pleases the name of Daria, and she calls him as invigorously. Suddenly, Nen noticed a few lines of attack. He sounds loudly to Daria, warning, "If you go down to 10 steps below, there will be something extremely powerful there, and there will be 8. Daria listens carefully to his words, and confidently replies that everything is clear. Suddenly, as mentioned, sharp pegs, directed simply at the gift, emerge from the earth. It cleverly evades every impact and continues to move forward without any difficulty. Nan looks at her with delight, until his cheeks are burning. Not holding back the delight, he exclaims, "It was incredible." Darius smiles in response, and notes that in fact it is not more steeper than him here, and no one will argue with it. Enumios only sighs dissatisfied. Suddenly Darius and Nan heard Eugene's voice. He calls them to himself, reporting that he has driven the enemy to a dead end. Eugene, with loud confidence, applies magic and exclaims to the dragon that that's why it has come. It is time to give up. They move forward and feel strange obstacles. Doria calls Ninth to follow her, and he obediently fulfills her instruction. They are rapidly warned to the dragon. Noticing them, the dragon meets a look in which rage and greed are burning. He considers them unbearable, disgusting people. Darius from the Ninth group is suitable for it. The dragon swears that they wipe them from the face of the earth. Several clay columns that touch them are erupted from the ground. Dario is amazed. Why so many? She notices that they have already reached the Ninth and rushes to the rescue. But the huge circle pervades the body of Daria. Covered with horror, she solidifies in place. In his eyes, Non unfolds true horror. He turns to Darius, full of shock. However, in a moment, the sharp circle will break his chest, forcing the young man to choke in a painful cough and a groan. Both hang on the pegs right in front of the dragon, which is proud of the victory and contemplates them with a triumph. Their heads are inclined, but within a moment their bodies dissolve in the air simply in the eyes of a monster. The dragon looks around, while the Eugene, while in the air, closely monitors everything that is happening. Numerous ghostly images of Daria and Non are heading for the monster. Finally, the beast recognizes this skillful illusion. All copies take off rapidly, rushing to the dragon. At first, the monster is suspicious of their actions, but quickly commemorates, and sends to each earthen spears. Clones instantly dissolve in the air, twinking and evaporating right before his eyes. He is angry because he still cannot understand where he really was. While his attention was distracted by the clones, a sudden stroke painfully hit right to the side. Eugene and Linda are standing on the side. He calls them small insects and exclaims with anger how they annoy him. He begins to grow so loud that his rick erupts for the entire space, and when the sound wave covers everyone, the clones gradually dissolve in the air. Eugene watches the events and understands that the situation is critical. Linda is instantly responding to a blow. At this point, the real Darius and Non are rapidly rushing to the monster. Non calmly waves the sword, and Daria rushes so quickly that she does not even affect his roar. Finally, she is landing. She immediately exclaims 9 jumps. He does not hesitate for a second, finds herself on the blade of Darian's sword, and his powerful movement throws it up. Everyone puts the last hope in the 9. Darius smiles and assures Nana, who trusts him to strike the first blow. Non, in the meantime, is confidently approaching the dragon, narrowing the distance with every step. The meeting took place before the operation. Eugene noted that these data they managed to collect during the past battle. Non said it briefly that he understood everything. Darius turns to the 9th and says he needs his support. Once it strikes before reaching the target, he has to clear the way. This task is assigned to him. He looks at him in surprise and asks what else the blow is talking about. Garia again begins to explain. Just there, as Eugene said. She says that during the first battle, they managed to keep the forest from the fire, but soon had to retreat because the monster, along with the dragon, continuously restored their strength. 9. For a moment in his memory, a memory of the battle in the forests of the elves flashes. He relieves that this time there is no one but people in their group. She says that during the second duel, the victory was almost in her hands, and at the very end it was stopped. It was so upset that she could not calm down. Returning now, Nain broke into an attack on the monster, flashing the fire style of the 7 stars. Heavenly Ash. He notices the trajectories of possible attacks. A stone wall is rising in front. Doria also realized it. Meanwhile, the dragon closes inside the enormous barrier. 9 understands that they are attacked from all sides. Even the sky is not safe. The earth dragon completely surrounded them from above. The situation is reminiscent of a strong fortress from which to break free. He said aloud. During the last battle of Daria, she said, exhausted all her strength. But even this was not enough to overcome the enemy. They eventually had to retreat. Daria is convinced that they should look for another way to break through the wall, so they decide to improve their weapons and invite new participants to the team. He thinks about himself. Nothing of this would have been done. Then it would be much easier for him to fulfill his mission. He decides that only sand should remain from this wall. Neither the perfect Linda accuracy nor the powerful thermonuclear explosions of Jujin could cope with it. Ning realizes that it will handle with the help of its magic. There are only 2 seconds left before the stone wall appears. He rapidly rushes to the monster, leaving a trance in which the blows became scattered. The dragon, meanwhile, only closely monitors each of its motion, without shifting. It was at that moment that the Earth's dragon first noticed the 9th. However, thanks to Eugene's reinforcement, The ninth did not immediately realize that he could finally be seen. Instead, he felt he was accepted. Desperately flying to the dragon, he notices how the magic wrapped his paws. Both legs shine with energy. He sees such a spectacle for the first time throughout his fighting. The monster fiercely creaks his teeth and asks for such a tiny creature to oppose him. Non with a call states that his pride will be death for him. As he predicted, a giant stone wall appears, slowly but constantly isolating them from the outside world. The ninth does not retreat. With a decisive stroke of the sword, it cuts the wall. Its magic blade cuts the upper dome of the barrier in one motion, depriving the dragon of any protection. The monster looks at him. The stone wall is not a solid deep, as it might seem. In fact, it is strengthened by special technique. The magic that creates the walls skillfully interlocks many small components. If a crack is formed somewhere, the spells will instantly close it without leaving any chances for weaknesses. Once upon a time, during the Battle of the Gods, the Holiday Girl, endowed with the blessing of Bahamut, fell her anger on the mainland. Bahamut himself, destroying everything around, plunged into the heart of the earth, where he built the most powerful protective barrier in the world. Even the most powerful sorcerer with red hair at one time could not destroy it. It is impossible. It goes beyond the imaginary. Nothing and no one can break this barrier. The barrier is destroyed. Everything flies a scrape. A monster fades with horror and is inadvertently thinking, is 9 really unmanaged? The wall is scattered on the wreckage and irreversibly flies. The dragon is embarrassed. Does magic no longer reinforce the barrier? Why everything happens that? Darius takes a step forward and exclaims to the most brilliant. The dragon understands. Its time has come. Darius causes the dragon of heaven. The victorious attack of Darius was insurmountable. The dragon was under her authority. Daria causes a decisive blow, but the dragon, without giving, stubbornly states that they will never be able to overcome it. But he roars at full force. From a powerful collision, everything around rises to the ground. Yujin and Linda are courageously protected against impact. One of Nin flies back under the pressure of witchcraft, but Linda has time to catch her on the wings of her bird. They fly over a powerful flow of energy. The enthusiastic 9 cannot look away from this beauty. But as Daria just notices, he fades on the spot, and her name sounds randomly in his mind. Linda returns to him with a happy smile and exclaims that they have succeeded, and then he gently calls him an obedient boy. 9. The cheeks are drawn to his cheeks with a blush, and he thanks to her timidly. The summer apologizes, recognizing that she was wrong when she forbade him to fight them. In her words, sincerity sounds, and 9 again mentions those moments. He reassures her. They say, everything is fine. No wonder that she could consider him worthless, because his rating only F, and those who rush in the first rows are forced to teach the full. Linda notes that he has a considerable luggage of knowledge. They fly further, and Linda notes that the council is advice on such a course of events. She also admits, his ability is truly incredible. Linda mentions Darius's facial expression and confidently points out that after all, her judgment was correct. She confesses that she often makes decisions by impulsive emotions. Nevertheless, in her opinion, each chosen path was correct. Naga notes that they understand each other as if they were reading thoughts. Linda, with a smile, replies that they have been friends since early childhood. She adds that, of course, it was not without misses. He had to monitor him closely and relentlessly. At the same time, he asks him not to forget about it. Nain answers her smile, and then nodding as a sign of agreement, causes Landa a cheerful laughter. After that, she strictly orders them to stop all these tenderness. Her voice is too loud, so they have to go to Daria quickly. They arrive and notice Darius, which stands among the stormy events, confidently leaning on the sword lying on his shoulder. Turning, she notices a bird that flies rapidly in their direction. From afar, the woman begins to swear loudly, pouring curses into their address. Non is interested in Linda why she screams, but in response the girl assures, nothing serious has happened. Perhaps she just wants to ask to move away or something like that. Non is wondering whether it is associated with the influence of magical radiance. And Linda, slightly discontinuing, offers a little to fly sideways. She asks her if she really believes that they should fly on that shining bird. She smiles mysteriously and replies, something like this. Linda claims that if she is not taken away with her, magic supplies will run out, and she will not even be able to rise into the air. The 9th reassures, it is only necessary to come closer, and everything will be fine. They fly over the ground where various monsters lie, and everywhere they shine with crystals. A fierce battle has recently raged here. Non is looking thoughtfully at the adventures of ES rank, thinking how many hundreds of similar clashes they have already experienced. He once believed that there was nothing more terrible than the ominous trolls among all the monsters in the dungeon. Only a few hours have passed since. From the moment of acquaintance with these guys, the day has not floated. In memory, the moment of their first meeting appears, and suddenly it is covered by anxious thought. Will they be able to get out of this dungeon alive? He thinks, if he dissolves in this place, how can he go back? There may be something like an omnibus that will allow you to do it. It sharply opens its eyes and looks carefully at the outskirts. Notices that all the destroyed earthen columns turned into soil lumps. In his heart, hope glows. Perhaps a thick grass will grow from this, and flowers blossom. Suddenly his gaze falls on several whole, unharmed pegs. He is surprised why they have still remained intact. He notices with horror that it is raised. Both at the same time exclaim the gifts, warning of the danger behind. It is at this point that the statue emerges from the ground and strikes it. She silently loses balance, without even having time to react. Linda exclaims her name. It departs from the pegs, but they appear again. Darius stumbles and falls, but instantly picks up on his feet and laughs quietly. She confesses that she has heard the voice of Nana without even having a connection with him. Is this really a new level of friendship? Linda is irritated to break her, ordered to stop grinding nonsense. She is worried about whether she is fine with her. Daria only smiles calmly and assures that he feels beautiful. She worries that she had to sacrifice her cloak because he was extremely expensive to her. Meanwhile, the ninth again notices the danger and suddenly exclaims, "Just a devastating attack is coming from below." Darius looks down. Suddenly, a huge dragon blade breaks out of the ground. It barely has time to bounce back. Yudzin and others watch a dragon stunned by horror. Their consciousness is the thought. Was the previous dragon really real? Someone exclaims the assumption that he may have left his shell in a moment, and he went underground, avoiding attacks, and only now appeared again. Daria, smiling, understands that he is far from so powerful as before. It is obvious, both from his magical power and how much his body decreased. Now he has become surprisingly tiny. Is it not the end yet? Daria barely holds and feels that she is about to be the same fate. The slurry emerges right before the Doria. She tries to smile, although it is difficult for her. Blood flows slowly from the corners of her mouth. She is seriously injured, instead of her belly, a hole in the size of a fist. However, as the leader looks, he has an incredible art of healing and instantly uses powerful magic of regeneration. Now she no longer needs painkillers, but she is still unable to move quickly. The nerves remain paralyzed. She does not tolerate empty chats. Now it is not that moment, and not that place. Everyone is in danger here. Suddenly, the monster's eyes roll, and other pupils appear in dark failures. All are astonished by the horror of what they saw. Some wall suddenly rises around it, and the ninth suggests that it is a stone obstacle again. The walls appear one by one, as if they were growing from the air, and at this short distance, Darius is aware that things are bad. Just in front of her, sharpened piles grow up, forcing her to retreat. In an instant, the monster throws a flurry of stones. Linda and Nguyen, sitting on a bird, immediately realize that things are bad. Eugene monitors everything and understands. The monster is covered by fury. He tells everyone that he is unable to restrain his power, warns they should be alert, and even if necessary, destroy it. In the air, stones that fly in their direction break. Linda thinks about Darius. For a long time and intensely they look at each other without speaking. Daria recalls how she asked Nina to support her after such a painful blow. Now it is clear. She was wrong. They had to act together. To strike together. With sadness in her eyes, she realizes that arguing makes no sense. So calling Eugene, he calls for him to retreat. Eugene raises the crystal, and Daria recalls that only with his help they will be able to get out of here. On the opposite side of the great continent, where the attacks of dragons are not attached, the city is spread. Only 4 can move on. This is the ideal number for the crystal, because most adventurers of traveling are 4 teams. She notes that the magic Nen is somewhat reminiscent of Juzhen's ability to move. There is no need to touch a person for teleportation. This magician can immediately transfer all members of the detachment to the right place. She understands. Only they will go on the road. But what is the land in which others live? There is no answer in the head. There is no time to think. It is necessary to act. If the dragon attacks again, everything will turn into a disaster. This is exactly how Darius would say. She is convinced that this monster is unlikely to be limited to the destruction of only one country. This is only the beginning, which follows the enslavement of the entire east coast of the continent. She remembers her home, which they will soon attack. If left here, the victims will be much smaller. She compresses her teeth from tension. But it is useless. The bright red falcons remained closed here. They simply do not have the strength to even rise into the air. Even if the 9 destroys this wall, it is no longer possible to strike a decisive blow. Yujin, Darius, and Linda are perfectly aware of it. She confesses aloud that the abdomen hurts unbearably. Everything is because of the old wound. Once upon a time, before meeting with Hafizur Amin, the wound always forced her to sob without a vaga. But after 15, tears disappeared, as if they were not. Previously, Linda was always reassured. She thoughtfully points out that to break through so many stone walls would be too difficult to test even for the 9th. She compresses the weapon in her hands, realizing that if she hit full force, the wound will only increase. But suddenly she thinks the 9 is able to act differently. Again, the 9 sharply orders her not to move, and then solemnly assures that she will now break this wall. Darius looks at a confident 9. Daria listens carefully to his voice. He has no fear. Rather, he feels the uncertainty that he accepts for the courage. But it seems like something deep inside him still does not rest. Her smile blooms when he is only 15. She suddenly does not restrain laughter, but laughs so loudly in a moment that only her wicked laughter is heard around. Yujin reflects whether she really decided to stay. Linda is interested in Daria, what she is busy now. Daria thinks that every time she laughs, the muscles strain and it strengthens her stomach. However, the wound opens again, and the blood begins to ooze. She understands it, but does she really interfere with her? In the end, Daria concludes that at such minutes it should be a model for the younger. But whatever happens, you should find difficulties with a confident smile without looking. Whatever the bitter pain, he decided that he would never allow himself to tease. She screams until the 9th, demanding to trust her completely, assures that she will finish the matter. Raising weapons high over her head, she takes a decisive step forward. She smiles, mentally preparing for the difficult trials that are waiting for her in front, and even allows for death. Suddenly, something covers her, and she fades on the spot. Linda and 9 are rapidly approaching her, and Yujin appears quite nearby. Daria thinks with surprise. Did they really not have time to escape? Didn't they use the crystal? She sees 9 from the side and smiles. How lucky to have real friends. What a miracle is to know that you will never be left alone with trouble. She angrily exclaims to the dragon, calling it a ruin, and announces that he goes straight to him. Returning to this world, it is full of fury because of its former defeat. She, together with her companions, burns everything around. The battle continues. Daria boldly rushed to the monster, releasing the power of her sword. A powerful breakthrough broke the walls. It has reached the goal. Kun and Linda traveled on the back of a white bird, flying through the holes in the walls left behind by Darius Blue. Suddenly, Nen turned sharply. His gaze snatched as the break in the wall began to disappear slowly. The same thing happened in front. The hole gradually closed. Only 8 meters remained until the next wall. Linda thought that a minimum of 1 more second would need to be able to get closer to them. At that moment, the 9 got up and expressed his sincere thanks to Linda. He said this is enough. Suddenly jumped high up, clamping the sword in his hands, and rushed to the attack on a huge dragon. Non lightly used the 7 winter style, moving faster than the wind. He did not look away from the dragon's eyes. Linda was watching the boy. His incredible agility stunned her. 9 pillars hung in the air, rising threateningly above the ground. The hero lifted his eyes and noticed that the same traps hang over him. Whatever the strategy he dare, where he would not try to attack in any case, he is inevitably waiting for the danger of being immersed in heavenly ash. It has been nowhere to retreat, and the 9th still has not found the paths to win. It hangs in the air, clamped on all sides by weave lines. 76 such stripes glowed around him. He was forced to step on the 47th line, and to the 76th to evade the blows. However, it was everything he was capable of. While the 9 was evading, there was no chance of the counterattack. The mullah's defense was perfect. If he had decided to attack the dragon, it would end with his death. And his sword, most likely, would not even get the hole. It seemed to him that the enemy was ahead of him. Nan understood that he was not enough for one blow, but he could no longer get closer, like to repeat Sakuchi attack from this distance. Nan believed that he was defeated, because his skills of possession of the sword lost to get closer to the dragon. His technique is called Heavenly Ash. At the same moment, he suddenly came about a map depicting a man in a white carnival attire and a hat. He sincerely believed that this card would work. It was his mascot, capable of saving only one time. Yujin conveyed this card, and as it turned out, it depicts a joker. Yujin explained that the principle of substitution worked with this card. The mascot can be used to be saved in a critical situation. Nan decided, this time he will not be protected and will not flee. He shouted loudly that his time had come. The spirits of the dungeon turned his views on him. With mocking smiles, they wondered if they were going to escape this time. Nan assured that he was not going to retreat for the second time. He was remembered by his comrades. Before the eyes, the image of these fearless adventurers of the S-class, who, trusting the worthless, as he believed himself, instructed a decisive blow to him. He firmly decided to justify the confidence of a friend and destroy the dragon. With his sword, he conceived behind the monster, ready to strike a deadly blow. He was preparing for the offensive. His plan was not easy. He thought a whole cascade of techniques, weaved them into one powerful combo. It was a 7-eyes technique. Using the techniques of the Moonflower and February Ash, he rushed to the dragon. The monster roared in the noise. Who is he? Without hesitation, the warrior cut the dragon with a sword. Nain won the dragon. In his thoughts, he turned to his father, overflowing with pride. He managed to accomplish. Thanks to the support of faithful friends, his dream has finally become a reality. Mugala was killed. Linda, Eugene, and Darius watched as Nain left silently, leaving behind the dragon. A smile appeared on Darius' face. A small kitten was sitting on the shoulders. The guy looked carefully at the destroyed wall and watched as the sun was rising from the mountains. Smiling, he mentally turned to his father, who was not nearby, and said confidently, "I was able." Daria lay on the ground, exhausted after a fierce battle and a serious wound. And in the silence, Eugene and Linda were silent. Eugene touched Daria's wound. He reproached her for lied, assuring that she was not injured, and he added that this should not be waiting for approval. Fortunately, as Eugene assured, there was no threat to the girl's life. Darius turned her gaze to Linda, wrapping her head. Linda fell into a cry, pouring the curses at Daria. She was shaking for a wounded girl, and once again asked why she was talking about. This question broke out of her mouth again and again, like an obsessive mantra. Linda, frightened to tears, exclaimed that Darius could have perished. Darius, however, cast a compassionate look at his girlfriend, briefly her mouth, and took her eyes away. Daria assured that she understood everything and asked Lind not to worry. She promised to apologize again. At that moment, Nain hurried to friends. Corrupting the name of Darius, he almost ran to her, and followed by a little kitten's boy. He leaned to Daria with anxiety, asking if everything is fine with her. In response, Darius only smiled warmly. She assured that she was all right with her, and reached out to the boy. She touched his cheeks gently, closing his eyes. Dolly admitted that she first thought about him as someone special, sweeping his calm confidence. The Nine was confused with her eyes without waiting for such words. Yujin smiled kindly behind, and Linda opened her mouth. Daria lowered her eyelids, but a calm smile was still wandering on her mouth. Soon they finally got help. The boys were sent to the nearest city. A few days passed, and Darius had already finally recovered. The boys gathered at the table, which was created by the caught appetizing, even steaming dishes. Daria discovered Eugene and Linda, who did not say anything like that caused them laughter. Both intentionally began to imitate her. Nan still broke his head over the words that Darius threw him after the fight. Standing in the kitchen and haphazardly cut the vegetables, he tried in vain to understand the hidden meaning of that phrase. Meanwhile, behind him, the chef thundered at the girl, because probably nothing was ready again. The girl came to Nan, noting that he could not cut the vegetables. The guy, smiling, replied that it had already become his habit. The kitten that happened earlier was just in response, they say. There is nothing interesting about it. The human sea raged in the city market. Meanwhile, a loud quarrel was heard in Bieber's dungeon, breaking the deaf silence of a dark hiding. The young knight in shiny armor with golden hair named Ares loudly reprimanded, demanding that he could not even cope with it. Ares called his opponent AA. In a response, he just smiled and stated that Ares himself was a real troll. In addition, he emphasized that he was not going to die. Even the S-class adventurers would not be able to handle it. The knight in armor became angry, hearing these words. He ordered the interlocutor not to laugh at him, and added that a worthless could act at his own discretion. In addition, the previous team Nana was defeated. When Ares learned that they never overcome the troll, he was rage. He was angry that his team stated the troll he won was still alive. Another man who was sitting at a table in a strict suit explained that this information came from other adventurers. They claimed that the boss has not died in that place. As a rule, if there is no boss in the dungeon, its passage becomes much easier. Mr. Ares explained that this happens due to the loss of control over the monsters. It is at such moments that they send newcomers to such dungeons. The man in a business suit who had just talked to the adventurers denied the warrior in armor, noting that this time the situation is radically different. A boss suddenly appeared during a fierce battle. Although sometimes a regular monster can evolve in a boss, it usually takes a long time. The young knight became angry because of the words of his interlocutors and threw his fist on the table with all his strength. He exclaimed feverishly so that they did not try to make him laugh, because he won that troll. In a calm voice, the interlocutor asked him to demonstrate a magic stone. Swelling dissatisfied, the gentleman pulled out a small bag and handed it to another. The man in a business suit took binoculars, carefully inspected the stone in his hands, and then, looking away, with an icy indifference, said that it was only a troll. He became somewhat more cautious. His movements were full of vigilance. Each decision was accompanied by careful weighing. He no longer acted lightly. Now the prudence in everything managed it. Squeezing his fists and clasping his teeth from rage, he barely restrained himself. The man in the suit assured him that there were no serious consequences. According to him, it will be enough 3-day removal from cases and a slight fine. Ares put money on the table and headed to the exit. The girls who were his assistants shouted after him. Without hesitation, both of them rushed to their master, asking him to stop. A girl with long dark hair turned to her girlfriend with a short light, annoyingly noting that those who have this thing do not even know who she belongs. Her companion calmly answered that it is not necessary to worry too much and pay attention. Going to the gate, Ares thought. Would they have to leave this guild and leave it to the gate? He stopped suddenly, and the girl's fair-haired girl crashed into him. She looked at her husband in surprise and wondered timidly. Ares immediately reported the guild of a new recharge in the team. Both girls did not expect it and were surprised. Aera reported that he would go hunting in 3 days. The girls tried to argue, but he glanced at them sternly, standing firmly on his own. Without dare to interfere with the owner, the girls hurried the other way to fulfill his order. At this point, the angry Iris was in the hotel. He broke a bottle of red wine out of anger. Taking another bottle in his hands, he confidently stated that this time the troll would certainly be overcome. After drinking wines, he decided for himself. No one would allow anyone to think that he does not even distinguish between magical stones. The fire of hatred burned in the heart of Eris. Nina, with her firm promise, arose in her head. He will not be able to avoid punishment. A fierce battle broke out in the cave. The trolls of the dense ring surrounded the dark-haired guy with the sword, but he mercilessly dealt with them with one blow after another. Behind him were Mr. Ares and 2 girls, watching the fight. The girl with blonde hair praised Ares, noting that he had a well-made adventurer of Class A coped perfectly. Long-haired, insulted. She wondered why they had to correct the guild mistakes every time. Mr. Ares, full of arrogance, looked at the adventurer and stated that the front line should destroy all enemies. At the end of the battle, the adventurer stood up, neglecting the sword behind his back. His thoughts wandered around one question. Will he and the team be able to find common ground and actually act together? The adventurer decided that the Marine-class dungeons were in front of him, because magical stones are scattered everywhere. At the same time, he was annoying that a crowd of green newcomers would only be confused under his feet. However, he could not cope with the trolls on his own. He needed support. He was not sure, but hoped that at least Class C would be able to cover him in the event of danger. At the same moment, a powerful blow exploded, and the adventurer, as if picked up by the wind, rushed forward, escaping from the fragments of stones and the flames of the flames. Staying around with irritation, he wondered that the fools were going on here. Throwing a derogatory view of his assistants, he caught himself thinking that their level of magical skill leaves much to be desired. He suspected that they were going to hit him in his back. In addition, the warrior did not stop. They have no idea where they were. They can be separated without any difficulty. Suddenly, a giant troll emerged in front of the group. The adventurer, looking at the monster, was bitterly realized that he had not caused him any harm. He saw, together with time, both his strength and magic slip through his fingers. At this point, Ares, ahead of the dark-haired guy, loudly exclaiming that he would handle himself. He strongly rushed to the troll, directing his sword. It seemed to him that this guy was here to nothing. He reminiscent of E. Ares froze in place in front of a huge troll. In his gaze was a panic horror. But suddenly, a brave adventure-seeker rushed to the rescue and struck a monster with a mighty blow with a sword. He decided that it would be wiser to fight with a monster on his own. At that moment, sitting on the ground behind the warrior, he watched with horror the events that unfolded before him. The adventurer inadvertently mentioned how long he did not go into battle on his own. After rushing on the offensive, he exclaimed to Ares that he would not hesitate to run away if the situation would come out of control, because there was too little at stake to risk his own life. Iris hissed back. He shouted the warrior to evade the blow of the Dubina. Standing on the side, he watched the clash with indignation and shouted to the dark-haired guy to use magic. An adventurer heard a strange warning. Ares exclaimed that the troll was attacking again. However, the warrior decided not to pay attention to the next attack by the monster. He no longer remembered when he finally competed with the troll himself. The twisted jump, and his sword with a frantic force crashes into the troll, so powerful that he almost loses balance. The monster hit the ground with a roar, and the stone debris flew all the way. The troll turned to the hero with fury. It was a real test. The adventurer believed that this task could be safely called extremely difficult. It seemed that his blow really hit the giant troll properly. There is only one thing left, step by step to finish the monster. A blow to a blow until life finally leaves it. Ira moved away from the fight, trying to take the situation under control. He shouted loudly to the adventurer, demanding that he stop immediately, because he said the monster he would overcome himself. According to him, the actions of the warrior only interfere. Then, Ares switched to the insults, hanging his shortcuts and a waist. Ares grabbed the sword and also approached the dark-haired guy. The adventurer shook him sharply, complaining that the Lord has been booming to him all day. He added that the cries would not help here, and warned the heiress not to interfere and not stand in his way. The young owner broke out indignantly, hearing the words of the warrior. He strictly reproached him, asking why he neglected him by order. The young gentleman noted that every adventurer is obliged to obey the will of his conductor. At the same moment, the troll crashed from the back, and with all his strength he screamed with his double on the ground, literally a step away from Ares. The young man was frightened and collapsed on the ground. From the blow, the sword slipped out of his hands and flew away. Thrown into panic, the guy began to find his weapon feverishly. The traveler began to shout at Ares, calling him a fool. He accused him of being unable to win, and with such a talentless leader, nothing shines. After these words, a real quarrel broke out between them. The adventurer noted that most likely, Eros is just jokes, because even the soldier S is not able to overcome such a monster. The warrior stopped sharply. He suddenly shown that it was impossible to continue the fight. The fatigue took its own, and attentiveness finally dulled. He turned to Ares, reporting the retreat, and asked him to pass the crystal of transfer. Fierce Iris could not put up with the need to retreat. He exploded with a cry, questioned what more crystals are in conversation, and what in general is meant. The warrior replied that it was enough. He got a crystal out of his pocket, and, turning to the leader, a warning sounded. If you do not want to meet death, run away from here as soon as possible. Hears became angry and exploded with a shout, not having sorted out that he had just made an adventure seeker. Assistants, sought, that the troll is approaching, cast alarming views on their master. Lord Harris ordered them to leave here immediately, emphasizing that there was no other way out. The adventurer used the crystal. They got out of the cave, breathing hard after intense lifting. Meanwhile, the adventure seeker was already comfortable on the bench and took a sip of cool water. He turned to the Iris team and noted that he was glad to see everyone intact. Iris immediately rushed to him with a reproach, demanding explanations. Why did he escape? Her words sounded even louder when she, without resting, asked the warrior again and again. The adventurer replied that it was a violation of the arrangement, and added that he would certainly inform the guild about Ares' behavior. It was because of her that he received an offer to join the team. He answered her that, of course he heard. It could be a scam, and getting out of the bench, moved away. Iris sounded after, asking what a scam is. The adventurer noted that the conditions of accession were too strange. He was explained. He should replace the F-class player. He agreed, counting only on the fact that his task would repel attacks and punch breaks in the enemy's ranks. They did not even mention any danger. Eris again thundered at the warrior, calling him a fool, and added that only a real searcher of the adventure of Class S would decide to challenge the troll. But the adventurer himself broke her words, strictly ordered to silence. He was already tired of this altercation. The warrior went, murmuring that you will not earn a penny and a penny. He tried to repel him. The adventurer noted that they pay too little to get into the same. He explained, one person attacks and he reflects the blows, carefully finds the weaknesses, and for that he receives several coins. And if you make stupid mistakes in such issues, it is better to look for a meta man immediately, and prepare sooner or later to pay your own recklessness. Iris suddenly remembered that the meta man had been here recently, but the guy... He remembered something about 9. Eris screamed, begging the traveler to stop, but the warrior did not even look back to his words and went on to further. The blonde called Mr. Ares and suggested to move this task for another time. The assistant with dark hair added that the gentleman can now return to his estate. He asked if they hinted at him to give up his idea of the adventure. A girl with dark hair alerted him, covered with fear. Iris rejected their proposal with ice coldness. He was sitting in a dark room surrounded by bottles of wine. The thought did not rest. All this happens to him for the 3rd time. Iris snapped adventurers, accusing them of insincerity and excessive inflammation. In her opinion, these so-called professionals, only fraudsters who are not able to hold themselves in their hands. Soon, the guild stopped sending reinforcements. They replied that they had already fulfilled their promise. Aaron and his assistants had nothing left to go together to the dungeon. They wandered for a long time in its darkness. But unlike others, they fled not from the bosses, but from the invasion of monsters. Ordinary savings gradually melted. Arisa has repeatedly sought help, but all his attempts were in vain. The young master raged. Class C was purchased for money, but in fact it did not even reach the level of E, a newcomer who did not understand anything. The surrounding people only talked about Iris. His arrogance was so covered with eyes that he did not notice the true state of things at all. So, in fact, he calls himself an adventurer only because he purchased this title at his own expense. And no one should know about this truth. Eris was sure that everything should be different. She only led the clan to ensure that other nobles did not take advantage of her weakness, and to the ranks of adventurers joined solely to gain the glory of a skilled soldier. The young gentleman thought about all this and decided that he could not just leave everything and turn into a faceless person again. It was then that several rumors came to Iris. She remembered them about 9. Everyone claimed that he was the most fond of all. Daria reached out to Nane, urging her to join her. Nan was confused and salted. He seemed to be a ray of gratitude, which became even more awkward. When it was time to go out to people after Daria, Nen was very worried. He wondered if he could be allowed to attend the ceremony. Darius asked what he was talking about, and smiling, assured, "The most, you are the main star of today's ceremony." Linda flew riding on a huge white bird, and near it was stepped by Juzin and Nan. People were glad to welcome them, blossoming with smiles and warm words. All the heroes were happy to smile and waved a crowd of locals, greeting them. Daria, meanwhile, comfortably resting on the back of the bird, which was under the control of Linda. He returned to Linda and suggested that her stand for her. He added that Falcon has spent a lot of strength. Linda smiles cunningly and asks him why his cheeks are so red. Recalling the words of Daria, he squeezes with a clear look. "No, this is not what you thought about." Linda laughs, reassures him, and assures that he will take control. She promises to cope with any difficulty. Linda makes it possible to give it all her appearance. She does not gather to give it. 9. It understands and releases it. Later, when wandering the building, it cannot knock the space of the room. It is so large and spatial. It is even impressive in the size of the bath. It is so huge that it was not possible to imagine. At the end of the day, he falls on the bed and enthusiastically notes that he has his own room. It seems to him a real luxury. He looks thoughtfully at the ceiling, remembering how many things happened during this day. He feels fatigue, but the dream does not go stubbornly. Instead, the thoughts in his head are lungs and transparent as ever. He remembers the joyful faces of people and understands. Just as it should, he defended his people and his native country. He may still be able to fulfill his father's last desire. He raises his hand, but inadvertently doubts. Suddenly, he will not be able to. He believes that the murder of one of them cannot be called the fulfillment of his last desire. She approaches him and gently touches his face with his tongue. He smiles, muds up and asks her to stop. She carefully pulls out the pillow from under the head of the knight and quietly goes. Non, staying alone, blushed his pillow. Hay murmured gently, assured that she was warm and thanked him. To which Nen, hesitant, he thought about whether she really was freezing, and then allowed her to lie down with him. He thoughtfully asks himself whether he should kill this dragon. Cain replies that he is free to do, as he desires is his own life. After these words, the guy falls asleep quietly. The next day, guild representatives, along with adventure seekers, took up the collection of magical stones. Since it was an official request, all the magic stones found were handed over to the Red Hawk. However, some still managed to hide some of them. Linda recounts the words of a nap. Unfortunately, this is true. They can take it instead of the reward. Darius calls in response, "Do not allow them to happen so easy." Eugene slowly pulls tea and indifferently points out, those who take them were not destined to receive any reward. He announced all the guilds that the magical stones from the forest have a special brand. Anyone who risks stealing and selling it will be severely punished. He assures that their collectors are generously paid, so, in his opinion, the probability of theft is completely excluded. If something bad and moral principles of the guild are shaken, then it will be much more difficult to help. Breaking a piece of bread, he involuntarily notes himself. Yudzen is a real king, so confident and majestic. Nearby quietly descends on the bench, pouring into his piece. The butt whispers something ninth. After a brief conversation, he disappears rapidly, and a smile blooms on the lips of Jujin. He announces without delay that they received an invitation from the royal harbor. He wondered what they would say. Ninus is amazed. Darius, with notes of disappointment, asks whether it really happens again, and Linda, smiling cunningly, adds that he has no idea. Yudzen says that for them it is a great honor, a bruise and permit. Their presence can be a ray of hope for all these people. Linda notes that he seems to like this idea, so don't deny it. Yudzen notes that he does not keep them here, so he is indifferent. Linda proposes to go on a journey. There is still no point in staying. Eugene again pulls tea and agrees. That's really. They have not yet swore any country. They remain independent travelers. She is happy to pour on food and then exclaims joyfully, "That means that the whole Trinity goes to the capital." He is delighted with such news. All three look at him with a clear dissatisfaction. And in the SU room, there is a depressing silence. Everyone has accumulated a lot of questions, and misunderstandings only exacerbate the atmosphere. Yujin is concerned about the papers and confesses that nothing can tell you anything more about yesterday. He lacked only one course, and his strategic idea was also imperfect. Tired, Linda sighs hard and claims that nothing is done. They are opposed by a real dragon, and even in the thickets of the forest. The attack was so rapid that they barely had time to react, at least. Darius points out that the plan of the attack may have been imperfect, but the mistakes are beating themselves. He adds that not only the leader should consider this issue. Everyone should take part in reflections. 9. Silently enjoying tea in the institution of Job, immersed in his thoughts. Yujin, meanwhile, recalls that he asked to send them experienced adventurers, and adds with relief, well, that they were not sent. He doubted that Muel really had the ability of a stone wall. Linda agrees with him and thinks of it thoughtfully. Darius argues that this being goes beyond human understanding. She agrees with the leader. Even the emergence of the strongest classmates of the adventures of Class A would hardly be able to change something. They could not cope with his dolls for a long time. The 9th carefully listens to them and asks whether it is true. Yudzen assures that it is so, and adds that they are incredibly lucky. Linda agrees and emphasizes that this is true. Daryl also supports this opinion. Non leisurely enjoys tea, thinking about how incredibly they are. How is it possible to smile so much? All three are full of hopes, look at Nain and say that he is their main trump card. Surprised 9 does not believe what he heard and asks what he is in general. And Nu Miao just smiles proudly. Eugene confidently states that he is the most valuable player of the team, and thanks for it. Linda confirms with a smile that there is no doubt. Daria stands next to them. Eugene notes that usually the reward is divided into 4, and this time a special award was prepared for him. Surprised Ninth show a piece of paper and announce that so much he will get for this raid. Seeing these numbers, he is horrified. He will be enough for life. Stunned, he mutilates that there is a clear mistake here. Eugene is wondering with a smile if it is not enough. He, a little embarrassed, replies that, on the contrary, it is even too much. Eugene believes that they should accept them because these things are rightly belonging to him. However, Nan does not agree. In her opinion, it is not true, because they only overcome him with joint efforts. Eugene announces that he should continue, and the 9 is clearly straining. At this point, Linda strictly raises his hand and turns to him firmly. She tells that he chose the adventurer's way to fulfill his father's last will, to kill the dragon. Nen confirms it. Linda smiles and notes that he still managed. She sincerely welcomes him, adding that he can now say goodbye to the life of an adventure seeker. At this point, Nena covers reflections. He was informed that he had already tried to kill the dragon, but his previous team was, to put it mildly, not the best. He did not possess magic, so he honed the skill of the sword, trained more persistently and longer, and in the end, fate generously rewarded his efforts. Linda notes that he was paid so much that he would be enough for the rest of the days, and he still managed to fulfill his father's last will. Doria orders Linda to stop but does not pay attention and boldly asks, why is he at all to be an adventure seeker now? Linda directly addresses the 9th with an important question. Why is he now an adventure seeker? This question can change their fate forever. Daria notes Linda that although they all almost died in this battle, but she is too harsh with him. To which Linda briefly breaks her, ordered to silence. She strictly states that she is asking Mr. 9th right now. If his true goal is to just participate in the next raids, it may not be what he really wants, even though the Red Falcons have no orders at present. She states that their team is now the strongest on the entire continent, and there is only one goal. Their team is difficult to call ordinary adventure seekers. They are ahead of everyone. They confidently rush the most designed routes and not hesitate to penetrate where the risk is the biggest. Linda insists. They need to go there in all circumstances. She turns to Nene. He understands her intentions, but, embarrassed, stands in front of her, not knowing what to say. This continent still hides many dangerous lands. Here are ominous dragons that threaten all living things. Red Hawks belong to the adventurers of the S-Class, because they have managed to overcome 6 dragons. Their mission is incredibly important, and the burden of responsibility lies huge. Linda is convinced that she is honored and proud of it. But with the 9, everything is different, because she still has the opportunity to go back. Eugene watches everything and thinks that he should have said it himself. But Linda assured that she would deal with this issue for him. She tried on the image of a villain, and he was convinced that Mr. Naeem would guess it. Hire is thinking about it. He agrees with Linda. Mul was a really difficult rival, and his fencing skills were not enough. He has never come together with a monster himself. If it weren't for a mascot, she still remembers how he almost was planted on a spear. He trembles with the whole body and barely audibly says, "It was a terrible battle. I died." He repeats these words again and again, as if he cannot believe it. Dasha gently takes his hands and asks if everything is fine with him. It begins to be embarrassed, blushes a little, but eventually calms down and quietly replies that everything is well with it. Darius acknowledges that Linda was right. It was she who convinced him to join their team. Linda apologizes to him, but Nan silently makes her aware. Do not apologize. Darius insists. This is his life, so he has the right to do with him at his own discretion. 9 things. Although it is not clear to him now why it sounds so senseless. Darius again reminds that although Nescapine is different, they are a team, so they have to conquer the top together. 9. For the second time, the eyebrows raise. He lowers his eyes, remembering how to come together in a duel with a dragon in unusual, almost hopeless conditions, without magic. It becomes clear that every moment could be the last for him. His skills of possession of the sword was clearly not enough to win. He clenched his fist and thought, if it was only in skill he could overcome any way with these people. He confesses that he seeks new adventures, dreams of becoming a real adventure seeker and admiring the starry sky, opening even more unknown for himself. Linda smiles in Juzin, and Daria shines with happiness. Nan gently takes her hands and confesses. He dreams of going with him for the horizon of stars. Daria is completely confused by the words heard. Her cheeks had a blush. An awkward silence hangs between them, and they still stand opposite each other for some time. not knowing what to say. Yujin and Linda are smiling awkwardly, while looking back at the same time. What does he chat about? Did you really forget that they were also present? Linda notes Daria that she trembles a lot. What to do now? Did she take it too literally? Anna looks at them scornfully, screams and complains that there is a solid boredom. They calmly pull the tea, conducting a leisurely conversation. Daria rejoices that he has left. She admires him, who he is incredibly strong, but at the same time surprised. Why was such a fighter not in the detachment when he was found? She suggests that probably, thanks to his brilliant possession of the sword, with such skills he would easily cope with himself. When asked by Daria why he did not join anywhere, he replies that he could not do it. Linda explains that newcomers have to work in the team for at least 3 months before they start receiving a remuneration for ordering. However, she added, this rule does not apply because they are already graduates of the academy. Non explains that in addition, he is devoid of magical abilities, which was why it was difficult for him to communicate with other members of the guild on an equal footing. He was informed that, unfortunately, he was not found for him. Non wondered if he would really have to return to his native village. Yujin explains that according to guild standards, he belongs to the adventurers of the F-class, a beginner and a newcomer in this case. In addition, he opened his exceptional giftedness only when he began to look for his own way, so there is nothing strange about it. Linda laughs and jokes that even if he called himself a sword, he would hardly believe him. Daria tells that Ilis with his associates noticed how he was skillfully wrapping his sword and invited to join their team. Then it seemed to him that everything would go the best. She is angry with his fists on the table and exclaims that even without decent payment, food and rest, he was forced to work for exhaustion. She is fiercely pouring on them by curses. With her posture, frantic aggression radiates. Non, awkwardly and locked up, confesses that it is his fault. He was too easy to deceive. Linda denies, emphasizing that it is not true, because the guild had to familiarize him at all the rules at the start. Let's say, at least with a minimum percentage of remuneration. Taking advantage of the fact that guild officials did not cope with their responsibilities, Alès intentionally turned this situation in favor. Eugene confesses that he has used his own ignorance in his favor. He regrets that he was dealing with such cruel people. He adds that some would call it naivety, but for him it is a real deception. Daria supports him, agreeing that he did not do anything wrong. The Nine reacts joyfully to her words. However, Darius instantly states that he will take revenge on all who caused him this evil. She will destroy everyone to the last. Ninth pantry of horror, sweat jet flow on his face. Flashing and frightened, he became aware. Her smile scares him to the depths of her heart. At this moment, Alès is frustrated with a drink in the Bastard of Bebel. He is annoyed by the unbearable preciousness of the drink. He strictly reproaches the girl, wondering whether she has already found the one who will head the front detachment. She sighs and confesses that she has not found anyone yet, because the guild does not respond to their requests. Another guy notes that their class is inappropriate now, so they cannot help anything. Isla is barely restrained from swearing, pouring new and new harsh words. But that guy remains absolutely indistinguishable. The girls try to reassure her, persuading a little. Again, he rushes as soon as possible to leave this guild, and a friend agrees. They say, there is enough money to return home, you can go tomorrow. Ailes does not stand and indignant how they all have been squeezed. He states that he will not return home until he overcomes the trolls. He does not step on his native threshold without washing away the shame on his name, because otherwise, he will only humiliate himself. The girls are awakened, reverently bowing to him, although in his soul quietly despise him, imagining a disgusting dog. It is unclear why they continue to put up with him. The girl sighs from hunger. Others supports her and recognizes that she is also terribly hungry. For several days they had no opportunity to eat. The money is not even enough for the bread. They have to ask for food residues. Meanwhile, the hay leaf slams the mug on the table and states loudly that he has come here to drink. The girls are silent, and then they politely agree and say that they will now bring him a new one. Both go away. Alès decides to deploy the newspaper, but his face is instantly poured in horror. He literally solidifies, staring in the details. He learns that Red Hawks conquer the Ball Forest. They are helped by a new detachment member, a sword in black named Non. But the hero is not sure. Is this seemingly awkward fighter really as they say about him? Alès greatly views every line in the newspaper, thinking again and again. Is this a name really? 9. Is this awkward fencing in black? Does he? He considers it incredible. Perhaps it is just a coincidence of names, and in fact it is a completely different person. It covers tension. The girls approach him, reporting that they have brought drinks. He robbed sharply and angrily, demanding that he immediately give him alcohol. He grabs a glass and makes a greedy sip. He states that the dish is completely devoid of taste. His appetite has passed. Girls are frowned and staring at their cups with caution. Girls confess to each other. It looks like everything is true. Without a penny in their pockets, they have to be satisfied with cheap drinks. Earlier, everything was easier. Auxiliary magic was used only to Mr. Ailes, while others at least made the appearance of working. They can't believe he left their team. They did not come to their head that he would have the courage to do so. She mentally cares for herself. Why she didn't take advantage of her enchantments to lure him? Because he is so beautiful. The second is aware that she perceived him only as a minor figure, and now understands what great mistake it was. Both recognize that they regret how everything happened. When someone is approached by someone and asks something if Lord Isles finds it, one of them is instantly glowing with joy. Isla is happy and notes that they have not seen themselves for a long time. He wonders, they say, did not expect to meet him for a glass in this place. Ask Alessa who he is. Alice introduces those present with Mr. Enrico, a traveler from his hometown who is older than him. Enrico, smiling kindly, says he is glad to get acquainted. Enrico notes that he considered a guild tavern a place for beginner adventurers, he was said to him. However, he hurries that he just seemed a good idea to sit here from time to time. Enrico smiles and notes that he has a wonderful taste, adding all this to him, especially to watch his doubt. Enrico addresses them whether you can join. Alice gladly agrees, inviting the company to make a drink for the drink. However, the choice of drink today is quite modest. Enrico states that he himself does not mind to taste this cheap alcohol. He asks him to pour a little and bring something to a snack, chicken and fried beef. The girl begins to annoy. The names of the dishes are so delicious that the girls immediately excite the appetite, the slurry rolls. Enrico, watching them, points out that they are thin, but look quite good. They raise glasses and celebrate their meeting joyfully, and Alice, and still under the impression of the drink, cannot recover from its taste. Taking advantage of the moment, Enrico begins to tell him about a guy from the Alice team. Alice immediately guesses whether or not he was talking about the same thing that he has caused him such a bitter shame. Enrico is wondering whether this sword is almost unable to spell, and therefore mocking him clumsy. Alice argues that he is completely devoid of magic, so he considers himself a failure. However, this does not coincide with the idea of it, which was formed earlier. In addition, he had just returned from Gattero. It is rumored that he is already considered a true hero. Hearing this, Alice begins to boil from anger. Enrico is even more annoyed, adding that he had dealt with the dragon almost without the use of magic. Alice sharply puts the mug on the table and exclaims that it is full of nonsense. He cannot believe that someone is so talentless. Enrico calmly points out that they look exactly the same. He assures that he repeatedly saw him as part of their team. It was he. Alice, laughing, wonders what is happening here. It is not clear to him whether it is jealous of the one who almost won the boss dungeon. Enrico notes that this man is his compatriot. In addition, the aristocrat. However, it is so disgusting that Enrico wants to get out of here as soon as possible. He restrained that he seems to him, Alice, did not fully understand the essence of what is happening here. Alice is surprised to look at him and is interested in what he means. In response, he notes that the rumors are spreading, as if Aless were extremely roughly with that young man in black. According to him, they say that he did not give it properly, and did not provide him with sufficient equipment, treating him as if the servant. Alice trembles with excitement and asks what he is talking about. He never perceived him as a servant. Enrico has bitterly noted that he was despised, considering a worthless magician, did not allow him to eat, and did not even give beds for recreation, and in the battles constantly thrown into the most dangerous positions. Stolen by this life, he was forced to flee. With a tricky smile, he asks whether it is clear to his interlocutor. Suddenly, Ailes rapidly rises and exclaims that all this is a lie. Does he really think he made him run away? Ailes insists. Enrico has to treat him with dignity. Enrico sits silently and asks, does that mean that he was simply driven, which, in turn, has pushed an important hint? Boldly, and with the exaltation of Allah praises that he expelled him, they say, without thought. He assures that he only interfered with the battle with the trolls, and that is why he ordered him to be removed from his team. Squeezing his fist, he admits that he will be guilty of victory over the boss, and will definitely answer it. Slasso, in turn, outraged that the real sacrifice is here. Enrico replies that he understood everything. Then he is wondering if the commission has already been paid. Alis looks at him with a confusion. Enrico asks if he knows the guild rules. If the leader refuses a team member without agreement, is he not obliged to pay some compensation? Alis is scared that he would never have made such a mistake. Enrico only laughs, and adds that of course he will not do it. It would be extremely impolite. He begins to cough and assures that he understands everything. There is no reward for leaving your friend. In fact, he just laughs at Alis. He explains what it means. He said goodbye to the sword in black, and therefore gave the opportunity to go with honor. In confirmation of his words, he nods confidently. Yes, that's how he did. Enrico focused and firmly states that it was a mistake. Alis, stunned, looks at him with horror. Enrico proudly states that he is now a real hero, the one who won the dragon, part of the legendary Red Hall team. He in the advanced benches of the Class S and side-by-side fights with Red. Alis begins to assume with caution that there may be some mistake. Enrico, staring at the newspaper, bitterly points out that his talent remained unrecognized. Instead of enabling him to manifest himself, he was forced to do monotonous work, and later sent it all together as a vain ballast. He passes the newspaper and asks to look at one article. Alis leans closer and notices the headline about the ceremony in honor of the Red Hot They. In the kingdom of Hatero, a new participant, the 9th Black Sword, officially joined the team. He begins to be noticeably annoyed. The girls look closely and confidently voice, "This is 9. A. Forrest replies that he sees it and knows it, but cannot understand how possible. He insists more than once. It is simply unrealistic. It cannot be. He breaks the newspaper into pieces of teeth, tramples with her legs, and the girls, watching it, die away from surprise, spreading his mouth. Enrico, with reproach, asks whether he has not yet realized anything. Alis stately states that he actually only here is the only non-humble person here. Alis, stunned by Herd, falls on his knees with horror. He fades. The views of all present are addressed only to him. It has passed for a while, and it is finally raised. The girls come back to him, wonder what happened to him. Then Enrico addresses them whether they want to have a snack. With instant enthusiasm in the eyes, they return to him, and, holding their breath, are interested in whether it is really possible. Enrico replies to this. It is feasible, but only on one condition. He reports that starting this evening, they will take turns visiting his room. And, of course, he will generously thank them for every visit. The girls will die in place, but in a moment they are greeted with greedy meat that was ordered by Enrico for them. He assures them that they can eat enough. She is also interested in whether they want to drink something, but not this stinking brage, but a glass of a real best local drink. One, with burning cheeks, voices his desire to drink, and the other sincerely thanks Enrico, politely referring to him. Sir. Since then they secretly, one by one, left their rooms. Ailes noticed it, however, covered with shame, preferred to remain silent. In the morning, they returned with money and food. It was thanks to their support that Alis somehow kept afloat. He became a sink, but even then they stayed with him. They realized that Enrico just had fun at their expense. If he suddenly got away, Alice could favorably accept them back into their possessions. So they dreamed of themselves, although this hope was in vain. However, this story deserves a separate story. Meanwhile, Jujin finally appears and apologizes to Nana and Daria for making them wait so long. 9. Watching their sophisticated outfit next to Linda, notices that they are reminiscent of a real prince and a princess. Eugene and Linda have fun with his surprise. Eugene, with a smile, notes that he has a sharp eye and nothing slips from his gaze. Linda adds that they have long been going to share this news with him. Daria notes that these two are real prince and princess. Nina fades in the middle of the room, spreading her mouth with surprise, and others laugh, they say. Her reaction is exactly what is needed. The 9 thinks about whether they are accidentally a prince and a princess. Eugene assures, "It is so. We are descendants of the royal family from the state, located in the heart of the continent." Yudzen jokingly looks like a third contender for a crown that sounds quite funny. Linda emphasizes that she is not just a daughter of Lord. Darius adds, they say, she is also a princess. Linda points out that, incidentally, in Darius exactly. On his face, Nana appears stunned expression. He looks at Darius, and he just smiles mysteriously and says, "Now you know." Daria embraces Linda and announces that they are sisters. These words are shouted by shouting, not believing what is possible. Linda adds that there are no family connections between them. The nine is painful with the pain that he does not understand anything, and asks who they are for each other. Daria recalls that their families were closely friends. Linda confesses that her parents did not become when she was still a child. Daria's parents were commoners. When Darius remained alone, her parents suggested that she settle with them. So she became an older sister in the family, because she was born 3 months earlier. Dario notes that she was higher than others. Instead, Linda emphasizes that Daria was too bold and was not in beauty. Daria states that Linda has envious of her, and laughing, asks if Linda can remember something at all or maybe remind her. Daria asks her no longer to carry nonsense. Linda notes that even becoming a free adventurer, she may have difficulty if she returns home. In response, Eugen admits that he would not have to return if he had such an opportunity. Looking at their faces, Nen understand. They do not want it. Darius cuts. "Enough. Not those complaints. Why do you squeeze?" She announces that it is time to go to the ceremony. The bell is heard, and they walk the corridor of the castle, accompanied by maids. They are led in the hall, and the ninth suddenly slows down, noticing the 2 rows of servants in front of the huge door opposite each other. He frankly admits that the tension begins to overcome it again, but Linda tries to reassure. They say no one is paying attention to him. Because of this, the ninth becomes even harder. It remains in place, noting what it is, Frank. Linda goes, carefully throwing, "And what do you do?" "Yes." Eugen notes that everyone gathered here to admire the Red Hawks. No one will pay special attention to him. 9 is increasingly convinced that he is not a place here. The doors are open, and, as Eugene emphasizes, which is why they will go together to show everyone. With a smile, he reports Nena that he has won the dragon with them and now officially belongs to the Red Hawthorn team. They come out. The 9 looks at them in surprise, and in front of them, they are frightened by the wings of birds. Many sincerely rejoice in their appearance. All 4 stand, surrounded by the exclamations of a captured crowd who calls them heroes. The girls shine with happiness, shouting happily that they are the best and just unsurpassed. The young man exclaims to Darius, calling her a night princess of dreams. Some from the crowd enthusiastically says that she is extremely beautiful and majestic. Some from the crowd screams Linda to marry him. And the next moment, the arrow from her crossbow hit him just in her heart. Linda only sighs, these bored fans. But it is such moments that give the celebrations a special charm. However, Linda is upset. While Nana is overwhelming doubts, he thinks whether he really did something worth such a loud ovation. Daria looks at him and says, "If you have overcome the dragon, then climb the full height and boldly allow yourself to call yourself a hero." His cheeks are covered with a blush. He waves awkwardly. Linda looks at him and smiles, mentally noting his modesty. In the meantime, the boys have already paid attention to him. Everyone breaks the cry. So it is a new member of the Red Hawk, the same black swordsman who overcame the dragon with a naked without resorting to magic. One exclaims that he has heard of his perfect fencing skill. Someone else has enthusiastically emphasized that it is incredible for a teenager. The girl exclaims that it is simply impossible, and adds that he is surprisingly sweet. Everyone thank him sincerely, and they also note that his cat is also a real magician. Nan awkwardly welcomes the crowd, and Inu, noticing his uncertainty, raises his paw and does not know loudly. Local residents are even more joy. Exclamations and ovations only intensify. Nan mentally confesses to himself that it was surprisingly pleasing to gain such recognition for victory over the dragon. But next to Daria, he feels even more confident. In his thoughts, he is tuned and continued to work hard. He casts a displeased look at him and asks, "Is he not much?" His fencing, comparing his father's skill, is far from perfection. He has to understand it. There are many more workouts ahead. While the festive atmosphere prevails, Inu notices dissatisfied residents who are hiding in the shadows of a general admiration. Many of the locals are suspected of newcomers who have emerged so unexpectedly in their city. Moreover, it is rumored that the former guild considered him a dishonesty. But unfortunately, this is not the worst in this story. Ina realizes that he is not able to interfere with the choice of Nain. His life only belongs to him. However, if someone learns about his secret, the consequences are unlikely to be joyful. In the evening, King Hatero was already settling at the table for discussions and reports that he would put this issue again. He invites him to become their personal magician. Eugene appeals to His Majesty to forgive him, emphasizing that they belong to the Guild of Free Travelers and cannot prefer any individual state. King Hatero replies that he understands everything, but does he not want to serve his own homeland? Even if Red Hawks arrive on time, what will change if it has already happened? Then what is the confidence that his native land is really protected? Eugene smiles awkwardly. Seeing this, the king acknowledges that he has flashed and asks him for forgiveness. Eugene assures that there are no signs of danger now and his brother is powerful. He assures that their country, as well as Hatero, will be safe. These words call a smile on the king's face, and he finally calms down. The king proudly tells of his grandson, who has recently turned 13. He enthusiastically notes that she mastered the magic of the earth, and it is simply incredible. In his opinion, the girl blossoms incomprehensible beauty. Everyone listens carefully when the king with a mysterious smile says that this land, devastated with dragons, will not be able to recover for a long time. However, in the end, they will certainly clear it. Magic stones and materials are now available in remarkable volume. Those age-old, impassable forests, which he did not imagine that they would again turn into a source of force for the whole country. He thanks everyone for destroying Mule, feeling sincere. He bows his head low, and this is an unpredictable impressive ninth. Next to him, Juzin smiles and also expresses gratitude, emphasizing that it is a great honor for them. Everyone goes to the guest rooms of the royal palace. Nen is enthusiastically moving on the bed, noting what a great place is here, and what an incredibly soft bed. Inu jumps lively on the mattress, unable to restrain the excitement. Eugene sits tired at the desk, immersed in his records. Nine pulls him out of bed and apologizes, worrying if he did not interfere with his noise. Eugene only smiles slightly and says that everything is fine. Seeing the letter, he asks for him. Eugene replies that yes, it is really a letter and sent to Guild. Nan tries to disassemble the written, but cannot understand anything. Eugene reports that the text is encrypted, and the information inside is unique. He confesses that this mystery has not given him rest for a long time. Eugene emphasizes that it has nothing to do with the Red Hawk as a purely personal request. The girl asks about him in surprise. Eugene promises that he soon knows more, because they are one team. Exhausted, he lies his head against the table and confesses that he is tired, and not knowing how to act now. In despair, he calls himself a fool. His behavior is stunning me. He is really incredibly smart. I just try not to look obsessive fan. He shares with the Jujin, which is able to keep many thoughts in his head at the same time, as if a clown that demonstrates 100 focuses during the performance. Eugene looks and notes that Nain is extremely insightful. He thinks of whether this is a random coincidence. Eugene is summed up and states that he would usually give him a month of rest, but now he definitely needs the help of Nana. After thought, Eugene remembers whether he remembers the amulet, which he used in a fight with Muos. He needs to meet with those who created that mascot. Nine finally guesses what card is discussed. Eugene calls him by his name and asks him to introduce him to that Joker. Nen is surprised to ask whether he really wants him to introduce him to his creator. Having reached forward, Eugene says, "It seems that a pest has got a pest in the Adventure Guild. It's time to clean this place from unwanted guests." Eugene notes that this question concerns his and his skill of possession of the sword. There is a tense silence that suddenly breaks a loud explosion. People fade away from shock. They are panic. Shouts break from their mouths, and the crowd rushes. Is this really an explosion? Everyone is sure that something happened in the girl's room. They go to the room. Eugene is immediately interested in what is happening here, and Nen approaches Daria and asks caring whether everything is fine with her. The pillow falls on the face of Eugene. Daria, wrapped in a robe, sits on the floor among the ruins, all around scattered and crushed. Linda strictly warns, to go to the girl's room without knocking and permission is strictly forbidden. Eugene, blushing, apologizes, picks up a pillow from his face, and is wondering what happened between them. A few minutes earlier, the girls sat together, and Linda questioned Darius that had happened to her sword. She studied the blade carefully, without taking her eyes off. Darius is interested in what she means. Linda explains that she had a clash with her mother, and now she stayed for about a month. Daria believes that this is true. The forces of sorcery in it weaken, so it is better to take him to the blacksmith as soon as possible. She regrets that she cannot do anything. She jokingly calls her sword a holiday, and apologizes that she has not thought before. Linda is gently assured that this happens, and adds that her thoughts are completely different. Daria asks what he is talking about. In response, Landa is interested in, "Aren't you going to a date with Ninth?" Derry, slightly shaking, takes the sword in his hands and acts into magic. Linda briefly tells Jin's events. He states briefly that he is clear to him. Linda recalls how the Nine ran into the room, immediately asked in Arya, or was all right, and noted that he literally flew with these words. She asks if he means he is indifferent to her. What is Non, aware of himself, assures that he is not true. He is also indifferent, and he is also concerned. He is embarrassed and seems to want to say something, but instead translates Darius. The girl asks not to look at her with such an expression. She just made a mistake when setting up a man and a sword. Nine flies even brighter the blush when he finally realizes everything and apologizes embarrassed, promising to turn away. Dasha also begins to blush. Linda watches as those who, when they are embarrassed, turn away, and then turn to Jujin. He is wondering what happened. Linda asks, "Does he not think that there are too many people here?" Eugene finally realizes what she is in a way, and hints that he may be worth doing what has happened. Linda with a smile thrunks his pillow again, and sharply says that it was quite different. The time to get out of here. Daria with Linda took on the cost of repairing and updating destroyed furniture in the room. The awareness of this causes them inconvenience and some shame. The next day in the kingdom is a new. Right in the capital. Someone goes to the guest room and with a joyful smile is welcome. This clown brazenly states that he touched the chest of Arya. Quite fun, with a smug mind, he is welcome with the whole team. Arya asks him to silence him sharply. Linda is surprised why he spoke at all. Eugene ironically adds that silence in this case would be much smarter. The clown is gently leaning to Eugene, mockingly asks whether to tell him what she really is, and immediately explodes with sarcastic laughter. The next moment, the characters find themselves in the heart of the main continent, and the clown asks with a smile if they liked his focus. Thanks to the mighty magic of long-distance transport through the magic circle, Red Hawks with Hatero were able to reach the New News. The central center of the Adventurers Guild is located in the Kingdom of New. It is here, in the brilliant capital, that the legendary detachment of Red Hawks is also based. The clown points to Yevgeny and notes that he chose the adventurer path, abandoning the royal duties. Now he is alien to his own family and no longer belongs to the royal dynasty. Eugene is interested in why he tells it in general. Then he appeals to Non to allow him to introduce himself. After all, he is a court clown. The stranger removes the hat, worships respectfully, and confesses that he sees him for the first time. He seems to be, "My name is Piero." He pulls out a flower from his hat and seems to be solemn. The clown of the court of New Novo Margarita, Pierre. Non stretches his hand and says, "Welcome that I am glad." He takes a flower, and she instantly turns into a bird that takes off into the sky. Non calls her name. The EN gets to meet and is interested in what this misunderstanding is. Non shakes the puree and asks whether this charming bird really has magical properties. To which Puree with a smile replies, "How, of course." Pierre is interested in whether he is convinced that tricks cannot be magic. Because he performs his focuses, he also uses to some extent charms. 9. He looks at him a few strained seconds. Then he finally says he doesn't think so. The clown in response is surprised and disappointed that he is upset by him. Darius is waving from Nain, they say, to talk to him, only to waste time. Piero sighs theatrically. "What a cruel lady. Can you handle the unhappy poor clown?" Daria asks him to finally silence. He obediently obeys and apologizes. On this, Nen only smiles cunningly and notes, now he probably is a true clown. He assures that this is true, his name Margaret Piero, and he asks not to be ashamed and turn to him simply, "Mr. Mistake." Non obediently obeys and calls him a clown, but in response, the clown explodes with cheerful laughter. Nen does not understand what the thing is, and sincerely asks for the cause of such a reaction. The clown replies that he likes this amazing answer. It is such unexpected emotions that pleases him. Eugene strongly states that he had a patience to listen to this empty chat. When will he finally silence? The offended fool announces loudly that they are about to ask. He then confesses that he is only a joke. Did no one see tears in his eyes? Eugene suddenly states that he is a spy in the guild. The pen, struck and frightened, exclaims, "What does it mean?" Eugene, with a sad smile, notes that it is a pity that it is not true. They could have lost it now. He sincerely regrets this opportunity. Piero replies that he considers such jokes in his presence too colored, although it is only his personal opinion. Yujin states that they will end with a pest with this joking trick. Pai Ar enthusiastically supports him, shouting, "Away with all parasites!" Piero does not stop laughing and states that it will now destroy all the cubes of these parasites to the ground. Suddenly his face is overwhelmed, and he seriously turns to Juzin. Is this guy able to overcome the magical restrictions imposed on him? Eugene looks at him with suspicion, and is interested in where he has it. The opinion flashed in the head. The sword of Lord Nana is able to destroy magic. Such information is better to hide from outsiders. The clown asks him not to look so closely. He gets the cards and explains that it is divination, they say. Before him, real tarot. Eugene exhausts and shares with relief. He recently came across a person who expected something important. It made him understand. It was necessary to gain patience and wait for good news. It was from there that he had a hope. Piero cannot understand how he managed to guess the card, and it really scares him. He hugs himself with his hands and begins to tremble, which is even more alarming. Yujin notes that there is no point in presenting a new Red Hawk team member, because he was able to predict everything. Pierre, however, states that it was not a guess, but a true anticipation. Eugene agrees with him, because there is nothing more bad than a bad anticipation. So he is right. He points to Nana and solemnly proclaims that he has been waiting for him for so long. Nain looks at a stranger. Yujin argues that it is this person who is able to terminate the life contract with the Kingdom of News. And even now, he is absolutely sure of his capabilities. Pierre, with a greedy glitter in his eyes, looks at the 9, and then asks whether their time has come. In response, the 9 breaks on the cry of grip. This is so exciting. Yujin, with confidence, notes that Nan will have enough strength and determination to terminate the agreement in favor of the clown, condemning new ones to the eternal service. Linda asks for doubt if this contract can really be terminated. Yujin replies that this is not a problem. He had no other way out than to sign an agreement, and he was planned to cancel as soon as Piero would fulfill all the conditions. However, the court magician, who concluded an agreement with him, was expelled from the kingdom, but only he had the force of termination of this treaty. Linda is wondering why he was kicked out if he is a talented magician. Yujin replies, "Everything is because of envy. He is now an ordinary magician that leads a quiet and measured life in the village." Yujin repeatedly tried to persuade him to return, but he answered that he was too late. Sighing, Jujin complains that no one listens to his words. Linda, with a smile, notes that this story is already familiar with her. The Chief Piero has left his position for a long time, so his work ended. However, the contract still holds it here, firmly tied to this place. Piero explains that because of this contract, he is forced to stay here. He is forbidden to ride to his hometown. He asks if they are sorry for him, though he really sobs. But, choosing the role of a clown, they deprived him of even a common right to tears. Yujin acknowledges that it looks pathetic, but this contract really needs to be terminated. He is not able to do new harm and has long been unable to leave this palace. Nana considers it unfair and sincerely concerned. Yujin says that he promised Pierre to terminate the contract if he agrees to work for him. Nen nods, having understood everything. Linda suddenly remembers something, and ironically, they say that the devotion of the newly faithful dog near Juzin, the difference is small. In essence, nothing will change. The clown denies, giving the example of Linda Brown. Piero insists, a person has to decide who to serve, not to the state that forces him through agreements, but to those who are considered worthy. Linda asks what she is for the beacon. In response, he says it is a story about life's choice, and confesses that he likes a girl like Linda. He causes a charming flower and again, gentle as always, calls Linda a biscuit, confessing that he had long dreamed of spending the night next to such a girl as she. He falls on his knee and asks, "What about today? Is Linda still giving up?" Pierre covers horror. It loses balance, falls on the floor and groans that feels awful. Eugene, unable to withstand, asks him to finally silence him. Paris confesses that when something captures him, he cannot refrain from constant chats. In response, Eugene jokes that such whims are depleting oxygen reserves throughout the planet. Piero is charming from Juzin, they say. He has become so powerful that they have been living together for decades and constantly competing with each other. Yujin is guilty of apologies to Nain for his behavior. Yujin asks whether it is time to try to talk to him in an adult. Piero, captured by sudden excitement, immediately asks, "Why is it necessary?" Eugene states that he will not complain if the contract immediately terminates. Piero begins to get nervous. Non snatches the sword, occupies a fighting stable, and strongly says that he is ready to take up for it. He warns Piero not to move. Piero in a trembling voice asks whether he really is going to break this connection with the sword and is sure of his decision. He asks if he can trust him. Because it is his first cancer, he asks not to hurt him. 9 strictly requires silence. Pierre humbly apologizes for all his iniquities. In parallel reality, Non sees only black and white colors. Pierre, however, was completely wrapped in a chain from head to heels. Non states that he has finally noticed it, so he is going to put an end instantly. He rushes rapidly and waves through his strength. Eugene watches with admiration, not believing his own eyes. Just with one light sword, a real miracle happened. But in fact, he made about 12 beats. Non quietly hides the sword in the vagina. Piero, freeing himself from shackles, announces that he finally feels relief. He seemed to be updated and no longer chained to this place. He rejoices, jumps and exclaims that this has happened. Freedom. He throws cursing on the city, rejoices from the fact that from now on, he can, so to speak, live in full. He almost turns tears to his eyes, and Eugene notes with a smile, "Only you are able to rejoice so sincerely that you are aware of it. And even this joy is too great for you." Eugene with enthusiasm notes Nena that it was great, to which he replies, "The spell was really quite complicated." The 9th notes to Eugene that he probably could only break it, and it is really impressive. For a moment, everything fades in silence. All the views are chained to the 9th, and the clown meanwhile shines with pleasure. But suddenly everyone explodes, and dissatisfaction flashes into the crowd. Linda is surprised as possible. Eugene only mysteriously notes that he is an unusual person. Darius proudly adds that he knew it. In her opinion, it is quite a 9th. Linda concludes that now 9 belongs to her. It is awkwardly justified that he just cut a chain, but at the same moment everyone explodes together. Everything is not so easy. The 9 is thinking that everything happens so simple, as if a bizarre knot was cut with sharp scissors. That's what it means to be a real magician. Just imagine, a real magician. For him, this business was as easy as one motion cut the thread. 9 confesses that he does not fully understand what is happening, but glad that he has been able to come in handy. Eugene jokes, they say, he is really too good. Linda admits that he begins to worry about him. Darius sums up, now they are just forced to protect him. Not surprisingly, Lee was able to deceive him. Pyrrha exclaims that he managed to release him, now he is finally free. In his disadvantage, he shouts that it cannot be, because he always knew about his essence. Half a dragon, half a person. He could never imagine that he would be able to release him. The 9 plunged into reflections. And indeed, it was extremely necessary. Pierre approaches the 9th and is wondering if he needs nothing. The 9th is embarrassed back. Pyratus presses his hand, thanks for his invaluable support. Eugene asks him to quench his passion a little. What Piero smiles and replies that it is just a little in itself. Suddenly he is on his knee and solemnly states that he devotes to Eugene all his life. The 9th he assures allegiance and devotion. Eugene just smiles. Wonderful. Surprised, 9 asks if he is half a dragon, half a person. He explains, the dragon is a werewolf capable of changing the appearance. His father in the human image fell in love with his mother, and it was from this that his story began. He considers himself more like a person. Although he has never seen his father, he still sends his mother's money. It is only a pity that his name is Margarita. When asked by Non whether he likes his name, the gesture replies, which gives the advantage of the nickname of Genesi's Pizza. Pierre says that his mom prepares incredible margarita with basil sauce and thinly sliced potatoes. The dish is almost like a real genuine. Piero feels that there is something in common between him. With a light smile, he says that I am glad. 9. He confesses that he likes pizza and Vazevsky. 2. Ina comes out and watches with pleasure. Piero leans up to her and asks her whether she likes. In response, she scatters in a way and dissatisfied. Piero asks what he said. Non squeezes, they say. Nothing important. There is nothing to take into account. In fact, he strained. How can you be so scary at all? Piero says he heard a 9 completely devoid of magical strength. The 9 responds in surprise, and the clown denies, it is not true. It is silent to be silent, not finding what to answer. Piero jokingly points out that he seems to have a great stock of mana. 9 sighs and says that he almost does not feel strength. Guild has given him only the rank of F. Pyrrha replies that he does not agree with the following assessment, though he is a semi-dragon, and only has the magic of the rank of E. Pyrrha notes that he probably has much more than Eugene himself. Returning to Eugene, he is interested in his opinion on this. Eugene frankly admits that, in his opinion, he has almost no such gift. The 9th has repeatedly been checked for magical abilities, but no manifestations have been found. Piero points out that it is not surprising that it is difficult to understand. Such a replica is quite annoying by Eugene. Piero notes that even with his modest magical abilities, he easily defines, the guy does not belong to the rank of F. Eugene, with curiosity, asks what it should mean. He replies that the problem may be that the measurement was made, or the device for determining the power of magic in the guild is faulty. Or maybe it is in general, in a banal human mistake. When asked whether non-magic has, Piero barely smiles and notices that he doubts that such mistakes occur by accident. Eugene notes that now it is clear to him, these measurements were made in some strange way. Inu Miyava is ready to tell them details of that mysterious case. But Nan will not understand what is being said. Ian gives an explanation, and Nain recalls the harsh words of Aelus, who forbade him to measure magical power without his permission. Everyone is overwhelmed, trying to understand whether he really said it. Piero shines with joy. They say everything went down as it should. Ino irritably responds to the pranks of the clown. In the heat, he bites his finger. The clown is culling in pain, strictly lies with its sophisticated hand and begs Eugene to help heal the loss. Hitting from the Ina, Eugene treats his finger. He then seriously addresses Puro with a question whether he is capable of this. He assures that he is now capable of everything, because he feels true freedom and cannot wait when he gets out into the fresh air. Non specifies whether Mr. Piero will help them get rid of annoying pests. Eugene specifies. In fact, he only finds them, and then they will cope on their own. He raises his hand with a magnifying glass, adding even more confidence in his words. Piero suddenly twisted in the dance and announced that he had to play the role of a clown in the yard for the last half of a year. But now he went to a new life. He would become a wandering adventurer. He states without hesitation that his main advantages are tricks and pumping. Daria immediately slams him, and 9th never realized what power here is. Piero is twisted even faster, and then suddenly stops in his suit, proudly stating that he has an incredible wickedness. The 9 looks enthusiastically, struck by the magical power of its gesture, and Piero, meanwhile, mentions his or her art and ability to work skillfully. Nen in delight exclaims that it is incredible, and Pierre, smiling, asks for compliments. Eugene, meanwhile, reports that the disease has already moved from the west to the central lands of the continent. Eugene says that he personally got the task of fighting the epidemic directly from the head of the guild. However, it seems that it is to some extent involved. Pyro was investigating this case. The 9 is interested in what disease is discussed. Eugene explains, it is a psychotropic or hallucinogenic substance that immerses a person into euphoria, but at the same time a strong addiction and is a prohibited drug. It is no longer to penetrate whether these substances have penetrated into their guild. Eugene notes that when he heard his story, his guesses have changed to confidence. They suspect that unfairness in measuring magical power may be associated with the appearance of these drugs. Ugna's 9 is convinced that if he manages to get into the details surrounding the ALs, it is where important tips can be found. Piero near the window is impatiently wondered if he can already go. He is no longer waiting. Smiling, he adds that you should look forward to the results of the investigation. He jumps out of the window. 9th glances down and notes that it is quite high here. The falling pyromanon first screams, and then, holding back a smile, adds, "That's a joke." He takes out a tube and inflates a giant ball with his face, prompting everyone to admire this sight. Thanks to this trick, it will definitely land gently like a pillow. He falls again, but every time he rises and shouts further, as if he does not feel pain. 9 with irony notes his stubbornness. Eugene is wondering if he is going to run there. Eugene notes that as long as Pierre collects the information they need, they only have to wait. Girls rejoice in this opportunity. You can finally relax and relax a little. The next day, Linda appears near Darius's estate, bringing a little wonderful tea with her. She proposes to drink it together, because today she has a day off and want to have a good time in a good company. They squat at the table to enjoy the tea. Darius takes a deep breath and, smiling, notes that the aroma of tea is extraordinary, just as she imagined. Linda thinks, does her words relate to tea, or rather herself. In the end, she smiles gently and decides, let it be about her. Linda crawls to her, beside her and gently huddled, mentally wrapping the arms and enjoying a sense of closeness to her. She believes that no matter how firmly it is pressed, the words do not take off from their mouths. It may be felt in the same way as when a beloved cat is easy to bite. A little painful, but nice and expensive in her own way. Then her thoughts are transferred to a black cat, a sword. She seems as if her nine took him into her. She remembers that maiden girlish look. No one pays attention to her. She is jealously jealous. After all, she is only a hug. She thinks this way. If it were not for him, Daria would never know true love. In this case, she would marry without sincere feelings, just for the sake of decency. She would share life and bed with someone, would have a family, and loved them. But others, not a true love. She thinks of what fate will fall if she has children once, and secretly selects names for them. Darius strictly pronounces Linda's name, and she immediately comes up. He is embarrassed, but still asks what to give the boy to please him. Maybe a good ribbon is suitable? Linda notes, if we talk about Nina, it's some kind of weapons. Darius replies that the vagina and the arms are unique, but there is no good ribbon for the suspension. Here she will give it. Linda appeals to Daria. Did you just call him a boy? But he confesses, and when he blushes even more, naughties. Linda is embarrassed, deeply moved by such a reaction. It is the embodiment of true naivety and purity. It seems that in such a course of events, she will still have very, 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 very short. She considers herself too good. Daria turns with a smile. What do you do with her? She calls her and hurriedly orders her to dress more quickly. Daria is interested in where they are heading, but Linda is just moving her in, insisting in accelerating the meeting. They approach the 9th, and Linda notes that he has not yet updated his equipment. She invites him to visit the smithy. He follows them. In the forge, Master Darius notes that these damage seem to have arisen from the explosion. Meanwhile, Linda is interested in 9, whether this work appealed to him. The 9 puts on all the armor, causing Linda a sincere laughter, and Dasha watches him with his loved one in his eyes. Daria notes that the 9 is more suitable for light armor. Linda comes with some subject in his hands and asks, what do you say about it? Daria exclaims that it is too much. Linda pulls out a few more things and points out that this one is made of leather. She seems to look great in her. It adds that simplicity is always appropriate. In the end, the 9th is absorbed in the festive outfit, and they look at him with enthusiasm. The exclamations of delight are heard. That's who they were looking for. So they decide to take it with them. The master reports that he needs to take the measures and calls him to go with him. Meanwhile, Linda lends to Daria and whispers softly in her ear. She winks to him and says, if you are going to make a gift, now the best moment is right now. Daria goes outside thinking where to buy it. It is approached by the EN along with MEO. Daria is wondered whether he really hears a murmur in response. They say she is now in the patrol. Darius asks if she will not be against if he sits on her shoulder. Inu Miao is not too delighted with this idea, and Darius jokingly notes that this is an incredible honor, to accept such a respectable guest. Walking past the shop windows, Darius suddenly notices shelves with a variety of utensils and all kinds of potions and immediately runs inside. EN is fascinated by a girlfriend and thinks about whether it is not a food store. Even for a moment, the thought of returning home is for a moment. Daria comes out and apologizes to EN for making him wait. She extends him a ribbon and asks him, or in his opinion, Nene is happy about such a gift. She notes that scratches in the hand of his sword testify to many years of use. But for him, these weapons are an invaluable gift from his father, which he stores as the most expensive memory. Darius assured Omeo that the keychain is just a trifle that is not a pity to spend, so she decided to give it to someone. Ina, smiling, quietly murmur and mentally admire what she thought carefully. Daria laughs and invites Ina to go home. At that moment, the Ina rapidly jumps on Daria on his shoulder, which is quite amazing. Concerned, Daria asks how she manages to ride on her shoulders at all. Inu Miyawas proudly confirms it, and Daria is genuinely rejoiced and heard. Then they go home, walking around. While Piero was collecting information, Red Hawks enjoyed rare free days. At this point, Yudzin goes street and seamlessly takes a piece of paper from a guy. Is this really a hint? In the estate of Jujin, when he was immersed in his business, Piero appears unexpectedly with shouts. Yudzin has shuddered from surprise. Is he always so loud? He asks him not to jump out of nowhere and not scream directly into his ear. He admits with apology. He wanted to scare. Yujin notes that he hopes he does not suit the girls. Piero winks and says that a sudden date is a great idea. If he really used the teleportation, no traces remain. The defensive barrier of the mansion would certainly respond, and he, as a magician's magician, would definitely feel such changes. That is why they need this indicative effect. Yujin is interested in what case he came with, and he suggests ironically, "Isn't it so obvious?" He reports that he came to share the results of the study. Yujin is amazed at its speed. Did he already manage to understand everything? He exclaims joyfully. Did he not warn that Mr. Piero was not one of those who could be underestimated? He says that a nobleman named Enrico shared with him many exciting stories, although most of them were already known to him. Eugene is interested in the spread of drugs. Piero replies that a high-ranking aristocrat is engaged in this, which controls the port throughout the kingdom, Lord Tamika. Eugene did not suspect that they were transporting the sea. Tamel's rumors were constantly spreading about her crime. He thinks she is his sales partner, if not mistaken. His reflections do not stop there. Piero adds that the guild Babylon is exactly the branch in which Non worked. He works closely with him. Eugene listens carefully to him. Piero shares that Lord Tanya also has a son. His name is Alis, and he, like a real adventure seeker, is in the same guild society. Eugene with relief notes that everything has happened, and Pierre exclaims that it is just perfect. Eugene has wondered if it has coincided, and Pierre replies that the ninth has no idea. He hardly hoped that by leaving the group he would be able to get rid of all pests in one go. It's just unrealistic. Indeed, they still need to get rid of them. Piero is wondering if they can arrange a plaque. Eugene asks why he is so disrespectful in his easy victory, hinting that they are waiting for biased interrogation. Piero rejoices that he is waiting for the interrogation from the strongest team of the continent. It seems even more gleam to him than any raid. Non appears in front of the boys in his new outfit. Everyone meets him joyful views. Even Piero does not restrain smiles. Linda exclaims what an incredible adventure is. Daria is only focused on the fact that her favorite warm jacket is on it. And Piero does not restrain his emotions, making his bundle exclamations. Eugene descends the stairs and draws attention to his equipment, noting his perfection. He apologizes that he has broken their peace. He states with a serious look, "We will not waste time." Frankly shares all the details. The atmosphere in the room changes immediately. He sincerely hopes for the support of each of them. Dyer in anger lists the accusations. They say the feudal lord in the name of Tmitz was brushed by the head of the guild branch in Biblai, using it for drug sale. Moreover, it was this head of the guild that deliberately disapproved the indicators of the magical abilities of Nain to send him as a hopeless slave to the son of Ten, Alis. She trembles from rage and exclaims that neither the guild nor that man did not understand how valuable he was. She is already shouting in the whole voice that he was called worthless and disdainfully used as a labor force. She appeals for permission. Is she entitled to erase this city from the face of the land? On all sides, it is a pleasure to stop. Everyone tries to persuade it in their own way. Darius notes that this can really be called a happy accident. But of course, only for her. For him, it became a continuous annoyance. When asked by Non where he would go if he considered it good for her, she replies without hesitation, "Of course, this is a real luck. After all, I met you." Daria is already in a strict look and is about to say something, but Linda is interrupting her, asking if they are enough to defeat this indifference. Eugene notes that without evidence they will not be able to do anything. Darius agrees. They definitely need convincing evidence. Daria is wondered if Pierre was able to get them, but he replies that, unfortunately, he was unable to. The company is on a ship that is securely hidden by first-class masking illusion. Even Eugene is unlikely to notice it, so the choice of actions is extremely limited. Suddenly, everyone, as if by a signal, recalls something, and at the same time draw their views on the ninth. He recedes back, and uncertainly asks why everyone looks at him. In the east of the continent, in the kingdom of Mudville, the man, immersed in reflection, reports that the guild of the mainland began some investigation and wanted to inspect their cargo. The man contemptuously calls them pathetic wanders. Did they forget where they should be? In front of them, the Lord of the Talmoth. The Bagretsky embarrassed that in the event of a guild request, no one can predict what the king's reaction will be. Tanmiv replies that he understood everything perfectly, so let them investigate. They will not be able to find the product with their masking. The Bagretsky points out that yes, the investigation is really engaged in purple falcons. Then Tanmeva adds that these are the same characters who have already won several dragons. But despite their glorious feats, this time even such merits are unlikely to help them. He turns to the guys standing away and is interested in their opinion. Meanwhile, the mysterious figures on the roof intervene in the conversation themselves and assure, of course, they agree. They jump directly from the roof to port workers, mercilessly eliminating them one by one. Panic is raised in the people, because no one will understand what is happening and who actually are these mysterious attackers. It is killed instantly, and in the Tang Palace it explodes loud laughter. Nearby the buttock stands, not knowing where to go. Buller reflects on the detachment of Lord Tenmov's personal guards. Despite the fact that they are recruited from a variety of collecting, everyone has magical abilities. They are approached by the leader, closing one eye. Tanamiv is passionate about his skill. Before her Bartholome, a former pirate who brought his killer's skills to true perfection. Brightamy believes that the Purple Falcons, perhaps, are more skilled in the fight against dragons, but they are not equal against people. This is where their real power is revealed. He turns to his ruler and assures that they have nothing to fear. Even if some miracle they managed to discover the ship, they were not destined to win the battle. Travelers are too accustomed to clashes with monsters, not with enemies like them. He argues that all the previous adventures he had to destroy did not resist, and the Red Falcons, which are considered the most powerful guild of the continent, and they will not be able to withstand them. He smiles, imagining how Darius's ore will be passed from hand to his hands in a circle, and in it the thirst for blood. Tanmiv laughs, full of trust in her comrades. The Bartoloma corresponds to her a friendly smile, and a butterfly, a little embarrassed, left aside. Taneva is wondered if the answer was received from the branch head in Bebel. In response, he reports that yes, and adds, he is ready to increase the volume of imports. Tenmiv, smiling, notes that he finally began to be frank. Therefore, he is interested in how Alice feels. The Bagretsky reports that the young gentleman requests additional financial support. Tangmua inquired whether he really had to ignore the advice for the second time. He will not get a single penny now. Let him become a good lesson. Once upon a time he intended to convey his business to Alice, but as long as he treats his father so disrespectfully, it would not happen. He is convinced that children should honor their parents and take their life lessons. Still, he is an adult. Let him make money on his own. And even if the method is not too honest, there is nothing wrong with it. He does not restrain his joy and states aloud, when he takes over the Guild of Adventurers, the whole continent will be under his authority. Then all the treasures and land will become its property. Tan Mva exclaims that he will only belong to him from now on, and the butter is humbling his head in obedience. Mr. Tenmova has already lost many opponents, deftly using his noble situation. Without hesitation, he destroyed both pirates and mercenaries. With great power and power in his hands, he conquered extensive lands, although his noble face and a glare of an alarmed shadow is visible on his noble face. But even this time, he called on himself too seriously danger. The Bogretsky believes that the hour of his death is already close. Finally, the day of inspection in the eastern part of the continent, in the port city of Tangmihuha, which lies in the heart of the kingdom of Mriznavovna. One of the crew members asks the researchers to temporarily hand over their charming armor and weapons. On board the ship are flammable substances. The Red Falcons arrived at the port, where they personally met Tanmeva, and near him stood a Bartoloma. Yudzin notes that it is a great honor. Lord Tanmeva himself came out to meet them. He modestly says that he cannot leave Guild without support during the investigation. In addition, because they were accompanied by the Royal Inspector, it was impossible to miss this meeting. The inspector once again apologizes. He corrects glasses. His name is Janon. He says the point is not that someone suspects him, just does not want to listen to the dissatisfaction of other nobles. In short, it is only formality. 10 am maging. This is the royal dog. How did he decide to declare here again? Also notes that unfounded accusations are easy to refute. As an influential aristocrat, I have been accustomed to the envy of others for a long time. The inspector orders them to be removed immediately. It steps in front, and the 9th in the company looks back. He feels a vigilant look. Several people are invisibly hidden around the ship, skillfully disguised by charms, and maybe more. Observers appeared even when they just stepped onto the port. Everyone is well aware that the battle has already started. Hire with a serious expression of the face steps forward, squeezing a small knife in his hands. On the eve of the inspection at the Tanmiv estate, He reported that the guild had invited the royal inspector. It seems to be witnessing. Bartholomew points out that it seems that the king is also digested under them. He seeks to use the guild to obtain evidence. However, if nothing can be found, everything will go out, and then they will have to regret their choice. Tandmila is interested in where their people are. In response, he reports that he will place 30 fighters from the unit in different corners of the port. Tenmuas claims that the noble troops will be able to direct the noble troops. Many of them are faithful to the government, but in person it does not have their support, so it will have to make a lot of efforts to make the disagreement. Of course, if he decided to raise the uprising against the king, I would have to attract the nobility. But now, everything is now. There will be enough personal guards. He expresses the hope that they also do not have to interfere. Bartholomew reassures. They say, there is nothing to worry about. They will just send them home with empty hands. He takes a handle and notes that it is better to be safe to avoid unexpected risks. They agree to use a barrier that will create obstacles. The royal inspector is likely to have magic stones for communication and recording, but it will only be enough to neutralize the action of the first of them. In the worst case, they will simply take away a stone with an inscription. Tangmiva only laughs mockingly and notes that dead tongues will not be solved. To impose magic, the magicians are vital weapons, because it is thanks to her that their magic awakens. Bartoloma notes that if you deprive them of their weapons, they will lose the ability to use magic. Ships moving through magic stones are usually forbidden to carry weapons. The only exception is the senior officers who are allowed. They will completely neutralize them before they step on board, actually leaving completely defenseless. Tenmiro nods, showing that he understood everything. All members of their detachment in the port are workshops of magical archers. Dressing, they will hide, be alert, holding crossbows that can even stitch. Bartosz claims that an ordinary person will not survive after such a shot. Death will come instantly. The mirror emphasizes that if they get rid of armor, they will lose the opportunity to create protective magic. Then, from the lightnings, no longer escape. Bartoloma is interested in the fate of the inspector. Will it really be released alive? He notes that it is not the first time witnessing their magic masking. The chance to survive is almost zero. But despite this, he smells of something suspicious. Bartolome insists, it is better to get rid of the inspector once and for all. Tanmira advises to leave him, because he will surely come in handy. He just laughs in response, and confesses that he can no longer wait for dawn. Meanwhile, the assembly of the estate of Yujin is ongoing. Yujin, pointing to the map, explains in detail. In general, such development should be expected from the enemy. Darius believes that it makes no sense to draw up a plan. It is necessary to act in a case. Yujin agrees, they say. She is right. Dario reviews documents and notes that it does not smell legitimate maritime transport. What they do is true piracy, attacks on civilian vessels, the abduction of people for trade, forgery of land and ships, racketeers, and yet, where without drugs? Daria is indignant, insisting that they have already settled in this place. Eugene with sarcasm notes that even though a third of the continent is still in danger, he confesses that only one thing in this operation is worried. All information came from the internal intelligence of the Kingdom of Madville. At the same time, the kingdom is afraid of the growing influence of Tangm. He can raise a rebellion if his power reaches a critical limit. Linda is wondering what he is afraid of what he answers. They just can't trust them completely. Linda, when she wrapped her eyes, asks, why should royal intelligence be lying to them at all? Yujin insists that this thought seems absurd, but still suggests, what if even the king himself, along with the government, is completely under the charms of Anderteni? Linda agrees, recognizing this probability, but estimates it no more than 10%. Yujin explains that that is why it asks her to be worth the special equipment against barriers. He is convinced that the ballast is able to eliminate any obstacles. Linda is thinking about the same weapon that can punch dragon scales. She asks whether her presence is so necessary. After all, their rival is only some lord. Does he think they oppose the whole state? This is the usual mafia group. In response, Yujin remembers the battle with Mull. Then it seemed to him that everything was calculated to the little things, but it was not enough. Linda began to explain that moving here would require considerable expenses. She was a little sorry for these people. She wondered at Yuj whether he was really sure of her decision and whether he would regret later. Eugene agreed that he may look too cautious. but still asked Linda to fulfill his request. The girl agreed. She said that if the leader appeals to her with such a request, she had no reason to refuse. Even if it is futile, Linda will not complain. The girl added with a smile that this money did not belong to her. Yujin nodded in response and thanked her. Then the leader turned to the team and noted that it was time to prepare, as if they would have to fight in battle with a real dragon. At that moment, Bartholomew settled on the couch, thinking about the team of Yujin. It seemed to him that they were preparing for battle as if they had to meet with a dragon. Bartholomew noted that the main mistake of adventure seekers is that they forget. Their opponent is not a monster, but a person, a creature with reason and cunning. Eugene reminded his team that the enemy in front of them is an ordinary man, though extremely insidious. He appealed to the boys to take into account not only the human nature of the enemy, but also his remarkable vigor to strategic thinking. Daria asked what he was in mind. Eugene explained, the enemy acts as it seems correct or profitable, but is able to do it quite differently. He is also a man too. In short, it is not necessary to cross the path for itself. It can turn into a disaster. It was at this moment that Bartholomew and Tangmus suddenly appeared in front of the team. Tanmiva, turning to Mr. Judjin, represents his valuable cargo. He emphasizes that one of these paintings costs no less than a gorgeous estate. Yudjin turns to Nene and asks if he sees it. Nine is enthusiastically agreed and exclaims what an incredible beauty is. The flows of radiance of different colors are intertwined, forming a real rainbow river. Nine adds, and he thinks, is the northern glow like a canvas? It is nominated that this level is even higher than the one applied to Mr. Pirro. It is impressive, though. Tanmiv agrees with her, adding that the nine is absolutely right, because this picture was written 1,000 years ago. Eugene assured that everything is fine and they are already beginning. He wished everyone good luck in the battle. In response, Darius smiled. Ionon Inspector also confirmed that everything is in order, so you can start. Non notes that it is such a sophisticated magic that is extremely easy to cut. He demonstratively pulls a knife forward. The faces of Bartholomew and the Timi immediately changed. They were surprised. Tameva did not restrain her surprised exclamation. Even Iononi's inspector struck what he heard from Nen. Eugene, with a calm smile, suggested that they capitulate right now, promising to give them a light, painless death in case of consent. Non confesses that he killed his first person when he was only 6. The mysterious past Nana hides many unknown pages. Yet, life in the mountain village is full of all kinds of dangers. 9 went to the forest, collecting fire chips there, and people here are all the ones, and the monsters are not the best. The thought of Non. Suddenly, a huge beast looks like a bear, with shaggy thorns and a long tail, just over the boy. The monster has grown and rose to the hind legs, preparing to attack the little Nen. But suddenly, a man emerged suddenly behind the bear with his sword. He pulled the sword from the vagina and one powerful blow to a huge bear in half. Non did not hide his delight. She addressed her husband. Dad. The man turned to his son and replied that the evening would soon come. The boy was walking next to his father among the forest huts. One day the robbers attacked the house. Their faces were hidden behind the masks, and in their hands they squeezed knives. Non, together with their father, approached the apartment. When they came to the door of the room where the girls slept, the Nana's father warned his son, "Do not bother my mom and Lil, be quiet." The boy did not hide astonishment. The robbers inspected the house carefully. One of them approached the door and, having supported them with something, asked the owners. He opened the door leading outside and saw on the doorstep of a guy with black hair. At the same moment, the cold steel of the sword pierced his stomach. One of the robbers looked around worriedly. Another, indignant murmur, began to ask what the house is. Spacious, luxurious, and inside, no valuable things. He asked his partner, as in the case, and whether he was able to find something. But at that moment, the second robber was already lying without his head. The robber begins to be nervous, looks around and whispers with fear, "What is happening here? Where did he go?" Suddenly he has an armed 9 behind his back. The one who stands from the outside and looks tired, mentally complains that all this is delayed for too long. He decisively opens the door, and with annoyance notes that it would be time to end it. Suddenly the young man's face spins blood. He has time to notice how he is mercilessly immersed in his sword into his friend's back. It is horrified, it moves back, and then in a panic rushes away from the house. The 9th only exhales quietly. Of course, he could not just let him go after the attack. It was necessary to be alert and act in response. Therefore, he follows, until he gets to their territory. A whole arsenal unfolds in front of him. 3 swords, a dozen of metal knives, and also smoke checkers, noise grenades, and those that cause sleep. He needs to retreat at first to prepare for the next step. His father said, "When you find their den, clean everything to the last. But leave at least one. He will definitely want to take revenge." So his father taught. In fact, this is no different from the former hunting for goblin. Although life in the mountain village is full of dangers, he silently sneaks to the campfire, thinking that people and monsters are little different from each other. There is almost no difference between them. Therefore, he without hesitation takes the life of the inhabitants of this village. He wipes his sword with a cloth, putting the weapon. It thinks that after the death of the monsters, those dissolve in the smoke. Less hassle with cleaning. Only magical crystals remain from them. But from people from the time there are weapons and armor, which can then be profitable. That's the whole difference. He is convinced that there are creatures who are not able to tread what is said, and this applies to both monsters and people. Suddenly, a sharp sound is heard behind the 9. The guy sneaks a giant in a mask, bringing his sword above him. The 9th instantly understood the danger, turned lightly, and in one movement expelled the head and hands of the peasant who attacked him. His look was ice-cold and unwavering. Non carefully put the sword on the vagina. He decided that, in order to never stay alone again, he should master the style of the 7-star school perfectly. At the same moment, someone approached the guy and stroked him gently on his head. At first, Nen was scared. It was Nan's father. He praised his son, and the boy shone with happiness. A wide smile blossomed on his face, and his eyes were cheerfully whistling. He glowed with happiness. He was looking forward to a new father's praise, and yet sought to master many things that only Dad could teach. The team of Jujin stood face to Bartolome and Tan Miv. In their smiling views, the confidence was read that contrasted with the confusion on the faces of the cunning. He was surprised to think about why it was now in his memory that memories of his childhood in the mountain village unexpectedly have emerged in his memory. He realized everything. Today he will have to deprive someone of his life again. His thoughts were full of anxiety, whether he could still see his father, mother, sister. But he was convinced. They would be proud of him, certainly. Nika whispered in his nose, which just can't really happen. The spells that hid their face disappeared in an instant. He wondered, could all this turn this boy turn? Maybe he got into his hands some extraordinary knife for oil? No. Who will believe in common sense? Tan Miv looked down at the boxes behind. In no circumstances, they could not be allowed to see the cargo. Bartoloma, along with their people, stood in front of the boxes with a load, forming a living shield. Their presence reliably interceded access to the treasure, not allowing the team to even get closer. Iannone Inspector commanded the criminals to move away. Bartoloma concentrated his eyes and said calmly that he was apologizing, because of someone's unfortunate negligence, the cargo accidentally found himself in a completely different place. He theatrically spread his hands and added that he could not even imagine what a fool came to mind. He called it a solid hassle. Iannone's inspector annoyed from Bartolov to open the drawers immediately and show what inside. However, the offender, seemingly apologizing, replied that, unfortunately, he could not do it. The inspector noted that in such a situation, they are unlikely to deny if he or someone from the guild personally inspect everything in place. Biddle laughed loudly and asked how they would find out what was hidden in those boxes. At the same time, Non quietly stood up behind, cleverly climbed into the boxes and peered inside one of them, trying to find out what was hidden there. Non gently lifted the flask, removing the lid. He slid toward Bartolome. The criminal screamed, trying to stop Nana and shouting when he had time to turn it all. Nain leisurely poured something into the flask, watching the fluid reaction carefully. Then he returned to Juzin. Yujin asked in the 9th result of the experiment. The liquid in the flask suddenly blackened. The 9th returned to the leader and reported it was poison. The criminals froze from shock. Artolomeus, squeezing his jaws from rage, barely restrained himself. Yujin was cold-blooded to destroy everyone without exception. Their complacency was scattered from this relentless instruction. They are in a tight ring of subordinate Bartolomeo, but remain calm and do not even shift. Bartolomeo ruthlessly orders to destroy them all. Immediately, all the criminals were overthrown. These were 9 and Inspector, who used magic and their weapons. Bartolomeo with horror watches as his subordinates are fainting after each other. Unable to understand what is happening, he returns to Juzin. He smiles and states that she gives them the last opportunity. With his hand forward, Juzin invites them to surrender right now. Bartolomeo trembles with excitement. Tamo himself opens his mouth with horror, and Eugene smiles boldly in their eyes. Suddenly, Bartholomew gets the crystal and demonstrates it. 9C instantly understands. This is a teleporting crystal. Bartolomeo turns to his ruler. The bright flash cuts the space, and they instantly disappear just in the eyes of everyone. They went to the office in the estate of 10 Miv, where two were already waiting for them. A butterfly and another servant. Bartholomew believes that monsters do not use crystals, so they probably did not provide teleportation. The Bartolomeo turns away and informs his owner that he returns to the ship. Grasping his teeth, he quietly murmurs that he has to end with these people. Tanmiva, covered by anxiety, grabs him by the hand and asks if everything will be done personally for him. Several people seem to be killed. Bartolomeo corrects. Not several, but exactly 5. He believes that not everything is lost. He reassures him, calling not to worry and just stay here and wait. Tangmiva smiles and obeys his order. Beefaloma turns to Simus and is wondering if he has another crystal. Simus replies that he has one and is directly connected to the ship. Beefaloma approves this, notes that it is wonderful, and reports that he goes with him. Bartolomeus appeals to the John Bagretsky to take care of Mr. Tamov. After these words, it disappears. John tells his master that it's time to get ready for escape. Tenmo sighs, focusing on his hands, and murmur about what a humiliating position is. Angrily slammed himself on the hips. He comes up and exclaims that he cannot allow such a senseless end. He will never forgive them. Such unbrokenness is inherent in those who have gained glory by the power of spirit. This is a true talent. He will not wait for the servant to return. He is anger and trembling from the rage. He will immediately consider a new plan and will certainly embody his plan for revenge. There is a reason why Bartolomeu, the former captain of pirates, became his servant, and the point here is not in money. He was captured by the unbreakable power of the spirit of that person. John uses it, believing that leaving the enemy alive is too risky. Meanwhile, Tamao shouts to John, asking how many more teleport crystals they have left. Without waiting for the answer, he instantly returns to him, and his heart fades with horror. In front of him, smiling ominously, stands the same gesture about. On the ship of Yujin, he disappointingly notes that it was possible to escape. Non asks whether you can determine where they went. Yujin replies that this requires an observer. After teleportation, there is a barely tangible trace of a mana, which is able to indicate the direction. He adds that, unfortunately, it is impossible to be teleported after them. Teleportation crystals simply do not have a similar property. He tells that he left Linda by the warder on the port. If everything goes well, she will guess where they went, and then they will just follow the echo of the mana. Yujin notes with distrust. This is only if she is still alive. What is interested in whether they prevent them from checking it? Eugene turns to Nain, interested in his thoughts on further actions. Nain looks carefully around, listens to suspicious sounds and concludes that the enemy is concentrating somewhere above. He gives the inspector. He claims that the head of the guards escaped with his master. They have evidence, and the difference in power is simply flashy. In these words, everyone smiles. According to Non, they intend to run further without looking back and not returning to the estate, because no one will find them. He sighs and notes that it will not be easy to catch up with them. Yudzen agrees. They say, it is quite logical. The inspector is delighted, and Darius adds that he expected this from the 9th. Non is interested in noticing that Darius is neither in armor nor in the mantle, and now he simply does not know where to go. Yujin notes that I am sure the enemy will certainly rush on the side. In his opinion, when he was in a similar situation, he would do the same. However, he returns to the 9th and reminds him of what he said before the operation. Non recalls that this feeling is similar to preparing for a battle with a dragon, or something like that. Hao was jokingly called him a fool. Eugene hints that it was precisely the assessment of their strategic shaking. The 9 gathers the space around, catching the echo of their presence. He does not understand that they have no chance of winning. He could simply escape with the Lord, and the captain was not necessary to come personally to detain them. Surprised, Naina asks why they did not do it, to which Eugene answers calmly, they would still not understand. Eugene assures that they are still confident in their preference. In his opinion, it is still unclear to them how the two were able to defeat their comrades then. At the moment they were surrounded, he calculated the trajectories of the movements of these 4, and rapidly destroyed each of them. He left the latter specifically for him, because he felt his intention to kill enemies. However, he did not expect that the poor would turn into a crushed tomato. He recalls that Daria did not even move. She probably considered them too small to spend at least a crumb of her attention. Non notes that their captain missed the loss of 5 participants in a moment and did not even understand how it happened, but still believes in his victory. Eugene, with a smile, replies that it was because he did not notice it. It is so difficult for him to understand. Although it is possible, he really has some kind of concept. After all, they were able to overcome Mula only thanks to a hidden trump card. The 9th finally reveals the truth. Now they are the dragon to win. Eugene notes that you should act with caution, but it is not necessary to exaggerate the enemy's strength. He extends his hand forward and emphasizes, the key to victory is an absolute advantage. Only full power will allow the enemy to crush. He insists they cannot be mistaken. He is sure those will ruthlessly destroy them. It is only necessary to give up. His words are forced to mention his father, a person whom he can still trust completely. He would not seek to be in place of his enemies. Those step by step climbed the stairs. Eugene stops and assures the inspector that he now takes all responsibility for his safety. Eugene claims that within a radius of 5 meters around him, no sorcery will be able to harm him. At least he is not as fast as others. Therefore, it is better not to move away from him too far. He asks if everything is fine, or he agrees to that. He nods briefly, they say, trusts, and rests on him. At this point, Non is nervously watching them, straining. Fear covers it. He believes that life in a mountain village is certainly a constant risk. However, it seems that there are enough dangers in the city. Bartholomeus stands on the deck of the ship, concentratedly staring at the darkness. The enemy is still somewhere inside. His people are already in places, completely ready to attack. He guesses that they probably made sure that they did not have crystals for teleportation. Obstacles still work, so it is impossible to contact the allies. He thinks that even their cover, a sniper who has been hiding somewhere, is also unable to shoot it through obstacles. Of course, it is possible that the fire can occur without their intervention, but this will be enough to track the shot trajectory. He is sure that if at least one of them is injured, the enemy will immediately calculate his exact place and open fire. He is aware that the enemy has remained without reinforcement and ways to retreat. He had already thrown off all their swords with a Bartoloma. He is convinced of victory, but he is well aware of it is too early to relax. He is not surprised. How did they manage to kill 5 of his people? The answer is obvious. In the melee, they have already taken care of their victory. Everything unfolds as they planned. All you have to do is open the fire, and the enemy will be defeated. Now that they are deprived of magic protection, crossbow booms become inevitable for them. He decides not to take into account the damage to the ship. They now use 12mm explosive bolts. These shells absorb the mana very quickly, so one shooter only has a charge on a dozen shots. But the destructive power of such weapons is really striking. He intelligently imagines how they will try to survive after that, because now they will simultaneously crack a flurry of attacks of more than 10 hands. The doors are barely red, and Varlet Mate fades hard. He seems to him that someone has opened the passage to the lower deck. They move forward, but suddenly comes to it. All this is a trap. This is most likely a trap. They will throw some luggage or perhaps even their friend's body, hoping to provoke the enemy on shots. He does not forget. These people managed to turn even the usual knife for oil on weapons. Probably they thought something. Everyone is quietly going out, dissolving the door, and Bartholomew fades on the spot. It is amazed, because they left the room without any training, and even without weapons in their hands. He is outraged. Is this really their basic principle, not to think at all? He understands that such an opportunity falls once in life, and without hesitation, he orders to attack his. A deafening explosion is heard. All the balls are directed in their direction, but no one affects the target. Everything crashes into the trim of the ship, and their figures suddenly disappear without a trace. Varalotme can't understand. Was there no accurate blow? What is more important than it? Where did those 3 go? At least their bodies. Even if they were torn into pieces, he had to stay at least. Due to interference, he personally cannot contact his subordinates. It is completely unclear where they all went. Just behind his back lie scattered bodies of comrades. Barfoam is surprised that these fighters use martial arts at a time when magic has reached unprecedented flourishing. He is genuinely surprised that they have chosen this path. Ortholomus smiles, suddenly realizing that this technique is familiar to him. That is exactly what he uses. For a pirate who is forced to get face-to-face with an enemy on a narrow deck, a handful fight is much more effective than any crossbow. However, it is still unclear how it works. The melee magic is activated by special gloves and greatly enhances physical capacity. but whether the fights are close or a distance of magic weapons are required to use any spell. He notes that this inspector has completely different gloves in his hands, and there is another man who verses without even any weapons. When the balls are rushing in their direction, the dome of the invisible shield grows around. Bartholomew fades in horror and exclaims, "Are they able to spell?" Inspector Eonin pushes one of the attackers, and from her touches the hostile body suddenly explodes, scattering into pieces. The rest is already ready to attack. Bartoloma cannot understand as possible. After all, without a magical artifact, no one is able to spell. It is on it that the spells are engraved. A real modern witchcraft is a skillfully interwoven several dozen simple ones, creating a holistic and powerful magical structure. At first, this power belonged to the spirits, fairies, and creatures from the flesh and blood. The person only temporarily borrows. This is already a special art. After all, magic is just an attempt to follow the miracles made by the gods. Bartoloma is convinced that an ordinary person will never be able to create magic with his bare hands. It is a true nonsense for him. Yujin smiles and easily reflects. Bartoloma cannot understand how they use its abilities. Yujin pulls his arms forward and focuses on whispering spells. The strongest magicians have a unique skill. They are able to create a few magic at the same time without any sound. Instead of charming weapons, they rely on the strength of the mind. Yujin explains. It is enough to imagine how several musical parties sound in the head, like a real orchestra. Linda notes that it is harmful. Did he at least see the orchestra in which all parties are performed by one person? And here is Yujin hums, a master of singing with Nova. In his hometown, this opera is often put, and Yujin himself has long studied the overture by heart. For the first time after escaping from the gloomy palace, he remembered these sounds forever. It was then that he opened a gift to magic. Eugene creates a protective barrier around him, and an inspector appears near him. Unexpectedly, the inspector goes forward and sharply repels one of the criminals. It is a secret technique of Ganchi's palm. It allows you to direct the manu accumulated in its own body, directly into the body of the enemy. This technique breaks it from the inside. Even the strongest armor is not able to protect against such force. Combining combat equipment from the eastern part of the continent and the spell inscribed in his magic weapons, John created this unique technique. Brett Solem cannot grasp as possible at all. He does not even notice magic gloves on his own hands. Magical weapons can be mounted directly into the body. Racton jokes that after such a search team will cause fear of him, because no one will guess to check it from the inside. Of course, everything is not easy. The likelihood of death during surgery reaches 50%. And even if everything is successful, almost every patient has side effects. Some of these interventions deprive a man's ability to fight, although for this purpose he agreed to surgery. It turns out that the result is cruelty, devoid of meaning. Jonon corrects glasses and sighs mentally with relief. He is surprisingly lucky. It was only paralysis of the face, almost complete loss of vision and taste. He moves his ear, lies in the sounds, looks into the blurred world through magic glasses, and after work, it tastes sidewalks. And this is enough to have the strength to fight again. A separate situation applies to Daria. It appears beyond the barrier, which is why the enemy mocks it, calling stupid, and mockingly notes that she has jumped out of protection. The blow falls Daria just into the abdomen. The place where it stands explodes with a powerful wave, smoke around the gloss. Suddenly, her laughter is heard in the middle of this chaos. Darius is happy that everything turned out. It is completely ready. Suddenly the palms of the smoke and touch the breast of the enemy. Daria uses the technique of Ganchi's palms. At that moment, the enemy flies into pieces, leaving only a piece of his cloak. Only Darius, amazing in its simplicity, remains the exception. Daria exhales with relief, full of pride, and Eugene casts a look at her and thinks awkwardly, "After all, you will not call their world just." It was not magic at all. It only concentrated Manu in her stomach. Thanks to the tremendous stocks of Daria's mana, this was enough to effortlessly repel magical shells. The inspector watches closely and concludes. The girl simply allowed the collected man to break free from her palms. Eugen looks at the distance, thinking about what he managed to achieve after many years of grueling research. He learned or simultaneously to scroll in a consciousness from a dozen. For this victory, he had to give a lot, even to sacrifice his body. He understands that Daria was able to repeat these actions, using only a congenital stock of mana and purely instincts, all in a moment. In response, the Inun smiles. Meanwhile, it was he who at one time personally demonstrated her this technique when he worked as a teacher at the Magical Academy. He remembers how everyone studied with him and stood side by side. During the training near the Darius tree, she could overthrow him without making efforts. Just smiling gently, he did not imagine that he would meet with students again during the investigation. Eugene recalls it and notes that he could not even imagine. The clay wall inspector will be a fierce argument, and moreover, they agreed to pretend that the ship was completely unfamiliar. It is because of this trick that their coordinated cooperation is so stunning with Bartoloma. At that moment, a Bartoloma fades. He is confused, because he does not understand who he sees in front of him. Meanwhile, Jujin sings something under his nose, and the inspector, having fallen, asks, "What about a mess, and why does someone interfere?" Yujin reassures him. They say, "Everything is about to end. There is no reason to worry." Meanwhile, the ninth, together with the EN, stops before the branched massive structure, and the ninth confidently says, "It seems that they finally got where they needed." A few hours ago, inside the ship, the nine with a skillful movement of the knife knocked weapons out of the enemy's hands and instantly deprived him of his life. He goes even further and tries to feel where this stone is hidden. Closing his eyes, he focuses. Trying to catch the flow of energy, he feels the ropes reaching up to the first deck. That's all. The goal is achieved. A deaf roar comes on the sides. He is aware that it is a matter of John's hands, but cannot understand why he threw people against the walls. If he could just throw them overboard into the sea. However, even in this case, the noise from falling to it would still come from the outside. During the clash he watched, the inspector concentrated Manu, creating something similar to a rotating disc in the abdomen. Then he directed the force directly to the body of the enemy, and everything inside was twisted in a frantic whirlwind. Instant death came inevitably. Simply put, the sound that just was not the result of a person's impact against the wall. It was scattered on the deck into pieces. According to Nan, all this looks creepy. But in their world, weirdos are enough. He has mentioned how before the separation of Iannone he addressed the young man with a question. What is the technique? His movements seemed as if he had predicted every step of the enemy in advance. The nine is interested in what kind of reception he uses. After all, he struck enemies with a strange device from a man like man. He carelessly replies to this that he simply twisted her. And nothing more. 9. Fits directly. It is fencing. Ganea corrects the glasses and adds that it is about martial art. He goes forward with a light smile, pleased that their relationship seems to be gradually adjusting. It approaches the first deck of the ship. He sharply opens the door with his foot and is faced with a huge system. Inu Miao's 9 supports it, completely agreeing. 9 argues that it is a magic stone that can cause obstacles. He jumps down rapidly, straightens his enemies, and thinks me mentally. In fact, it is not a stone at all. It is too huge. Rather, not a stone. With one powerful jump, it destroys the system with one blow. A smile appears on the face of the Yujin, and fear is reflected in the eyes of Bartolomeo. A giant ball appears in the sky, and everyone in a panic rotates, realizing that they are coming to an inevitable. In a moment, a powerful blow from above destroys all enemies. Bartolome manages to repel the attack and remain unharmed. He realizes that the same 12mm bolts they were in service were used against him. It is also striking that they were released at the same time, none of which gave a failure. Linda strictly warns to flee in vain because they will inevitably find their goal. Linda from afar noticed that explosions flash on the ship one by one. The sacred bird tends to her, sits on her shoulder, winks, and jokingly reports that the case has already been done. She calls Yevgeny and Daria to the reception room, wonders if they hear it well. Eugene with enthusiasm marks her apt shot. Daria adds a compliment, and Linda happily reports that the obstacles have disappeared, and now she could have done without any difficulty. Eugene smiles, they say. It seems that everything turned out. And Darius proudly notes, I have no doubt about ninth. Linda sighs, looks, and with a smile notes that she did not have to use that huge frightening weapon near her. Linda notes that she would have exhausted all her strength if she used this ability. In response, Juzin recalls that when she applied it on the dragon, then she fell continuously for 2 weeks. Linda with a smile replies that, of course, she is pleased to remember how Darius once wept near her bed, but she would not need the thing, except that they will come together with a dragon. Darius with insulting that she really worried about her. Eugene suggests that it may have come to return their weapons. Linda replies that she is already dealing with this question. Their weapons are instantly nearby. Eugene grabs it, notices the water flows nearby, and notes that, as he guessed, he was thrown straight into the sea. Linda notes that they are good that they have her and a return. Yujin agrees, and adds that there is no need for a barrier now. The bullet with a crash involves him, but when faced with the body, bounces directly on the ground. Yujin smiles at all his teeth and notes that his staff in itself reliably protects them. Something like this. He looks at Bartolomeo and notes that he still survived, because he stands with a bloody blade in his hands. Eugene with sadness notes that, unfortunately, the Lord is no longer among them, but asks to allow Parakeet to surrender without a fight and find peace. He is amazed. Did he really realize how much they differ in force? He gets up and calls them monsters. He gets a clock with magical circles, and then threw it up. In the air, the clock flares up flames. Daria asks the inspector what the thing is. Eugene thinks. In front of him is a real magic stone, his secret trump in his sleeve. And Bartoloma exclaims that the battle with the monsters requires even a more terrible monster. Bartoloma lifts the clock up, and he begins to glow with a mysterious glow. The heroes are alert, and Linda targets his weapon, preparing for any surprises. In his insane, Bartoloma screams that only a monster can overcome others. He does not have time to blink an eye, as he suddenly loses his hand. It is cut down with the elbow along with the trump card, which was holding firmly in the palm of his hand. Bartoloma spits blood. Linda compresses the weapon harder. The crushed hand throws on the floor. Bartolome falls around. It is pulled out by a frantic scream of pain. Eugene rises to all of his grandeur. Bartoloma lifts his head, demonstrating his cut smile. At this point, the mascot begins to glow brightly. Eugene is only restrained by the scene. He is bored, and he inadvertently thinks, "Does not magic call here?" Meanwhile, waves roll one by the feed. The ship suddenly breaks to the side. People on the deck find themselves under the flurry of waves. Bartolome stands unwavering, losing one hand. From the marine abyss suddenly emerges a giant tentacle, and with a frantic force collapses on the Jugan, through the break of the deck of the ship. Suddenly, they are a huge monster, against which even I seem a baby. A lobster-like monster with a roar emerges from darkness and mercilessly destroys everything in its path. The inspector is disappointed with the events near the Jugan, and Linda, looking from afar, murmur, "Make it. Is this monster that is the last trump card that you are all the time?" They stand on the deck quite calm. Eugene is in doubt whether it is indeed a monster is his last chance. The guy's words are quite frightening. Bartoloma quickly masters himself, calls on everyone not to panic and prepare for planting on a ship. But suddenly, a bright spark flashes in the sky, and he froze motionlessly, as if he was a call. Darius breaks rapidly from heaven, holding the weapon, and rushes simply to the monster. Bartoloma is watching her attack with horror. Daria waves in her weapon, and even before the monster has time to react, she cuts it in half. The monster, fallen by Daria, sprouts powerfully back into the sea, causing a burst of emotions and a loud cry in Bartolome. The tentacles are slowly settling to the bottom. Daria first looks at the fallen monster, and then returns to the people and uncertainly asks whether she has hurried too hurriedly with his destruction. Eugene with a smile assures her that it is not so well. Linda, picking up the conversation, jokes that it was reminiscent of the attractions in the entertainment park in the capital. Harold looks around with interest and asks whether the ninth has not returned. Eugene turns to Bartolome with a serious look. What now? Because his card is already defeated. Bartolome does not calm down. Again, he smiles wide and declares to Eugene that he is wrong. Again, a dark barrier rises over the ship, but this time people perceive it calmly. Everyone is catching a new breath of confidence until he proclaims that he is not going to give up. Its barrier is not only wrapped in his own ship and several neighboring, but also fully captures a large part of the city. Bartham literally prefers that he will blow up all the harbor using magic. His laughter is full of malice, and he exclaims, "For victory, all the means are fit," and he is ready to die right here. Only now, speaking of the Lord, is he convinced that he will definitely come back. For the sake of this faith, he is good to sacrifice himself and pull them all in the next life. Eugene calmly raises his hand and confirms. Yes, the explosion really resembles a chain reaction. Then he is wondering whether they managed to stop it. If so, as always, they showed the highest class. Bartoloma is confused with whether it is not telepathy. Surprisingly, he asked what he just said. Suddenly, a characteristic crack is heard behind his back. Turning around, he notices his barrier rapidly on debris. He already rehearses horror and desperately denies everything that happens around. Eugene notes that, as he should expect from the captain, he reacts exactly as his mentor. Yujin with a serious look assures that he is well aware of his feelings. In despair, Bartolome asks how everything could happen. He remembers everything to the little things. A camouflage spell and a failure in connection and that explosion. Nothing of it should be so easy to collapse. Eugene smiles and, saying the cherished phrase, is fencing, as if he opened the curtain of the adventure. A moment, and Nina was already firmly at the edge of the ship, and then jumps sharply inside with Yu. Yujin welcomes Nina with his return, and Dasha suddenly rushes to him in the arms, which is a great surprise of the boy. She exclaims joyfully, "How good, that everything is fine with him." Although she did not feel true anxiety for him, she sincerely seeks to be near him. She says with a smile that he has helped solve the problem with communication, and thank him sincerely for it. Hire is already good to say something, and hugs confuse his words. Linda is impatiently addressing everyone. They say, "It is not possible to fool here in the heart of the enemy territory." Juzin jokingly states, "It seems that he does not laugh now." But despite all after the battle, the mood in the detachment significantly improved. Dasha suddenly becomes wicked and sharply removed from the ninth, involuntarily repelling it. It has been apologizing, and he also embarrasses, blushes, and hurries that nothing special has happened. The inspector laughs, noting that young people are just wonderful. Darius is indignant, assuring that such behavior is not peculiar to her. Aonon reassures her, assuring that he saw nothing, and adds that it is so pleased to enjoy a happy meeting with a loved one. Daria, however, denies that they are not in love. However, she does not want to contradict his words. The inspector indicates a Bartoloma by proposing to leave it in place. He suddenly beats him in his stomach, then quickly connects his hands. The unoccupied with force throws him over his shoulder and coldly points out, "As a criminal, he deserves punishment." He notes that you should return, otherwise no changes will be noticeable. Yujin adds that it is especially important if not everything is destroyed. Nen listens carefully and proclaims that it is awful, and all around them. You note that the purple falcons remain much more scary. This is how the Battle of Tangm